#1 comedian in the Middle East. You guys don't find him at all offensive? Oh, no. I kill you.
I'm pretty smart, actually. Not that smart. Like if I wasn't a comedian, I think I would want to be a doctor. That's a good job, doctor. Because if you're a doctor, you're allowed to ask girls to take off.
I'm not looking for the one, because I'm looking for one of the ones, because I don't think there is a one. There's a lot of people for there just to be one. One? I got one? There's 6 billion people. What if my one lives in Bangladesh and doesn't have the internet? I gotta sleep alone because my one has no 4G? That's not fair. You gotta find one of the ones. That's a lot less pressure. There's a lot of ones. You find one of them. That way you're here tonight, you got a woman. Oh, you're one of them. She starts acting up and you're like, there's other ones. That's good. That's good. You're not the only one. Or the last one. The problem is the system's flawed. You pick the one that you spend the rest of your life with in the middle of your life. Before you've seen the full selection. You haven't perused the rack enough to pick your favorite. That'd be like going to a restaurant, you order food and they set down the food and also a menu of a bunch of better things they didn't tell you they had. You're like, oh, no. That is, oh no. You'd be like, I gotta eat this forever now? And they're like, just for the first few years. That was an interesting reaction. It's like, oh, we get it. No, we didn't get it. We thought we did. You tricked us. Sex is important. I like sex. Everybody does. And you get in fights about it, sex, when you're in a relationship. I was with a girl one time, we had sex once for a month. And I told her, I go, can you believe we had sex one time all month? One time all month? Not a lot. She goes, I didn't know you were gonna keep track. Oops. It was one. I don't know. Did you think I did that on purpose? I kept track of none, and then I added that time that we did it. What'd you get? What'd you get? Was there a dot in your number? Did you get pi? Did you prorate it because it was February?
Some people say, oh, you should do, substitute things, like eat healthier, like, oh, why don't you, instead of having something that you like, why don't you have something that you don't like or even hate, right? Instead of if you like carrot cake, why don't you just put a carrot in a cake pan? Roll it around. I've come up with a very healthy substitution for M&Ms. Usually I have M&Ms in the afternoon, pick myself up. But now what I've started doing is I go down by the LA River and I run through the tunnels just while making this noise. It's almost a little too rich. A little too sweet.
It is great to be here in New Brunswick. I can connect with my Acadian roots. Today I had poutine râpé. I had some poutine râpé. And it was, it tasted a little bit like there was a flavor expulsion, too. He's making... No, I have not eaten many mashed potato baseballs. But That was my least favorite of them. But it is so fascinating, the Acadian culture, such a proud, interesting tradition. You know, I also, I tried some dulce, which was great chewing tobacco. And I was like, oh, this is probably gonna taste like seaweed. And it was worse. This guy's he's a jerk. Moncton's a great city. When I was in St. John yesterday, I saw the reversing falls. I was like, wow. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't expecting much. You know what I mean? It's not like I wasn't expecting that movie Avatar, but I didn't think it would be less impressive than a toilet flushing. This guy is a jerk. He's a jerk who's done research. I was invited to go sliding, which was exciting. I turned them down because I'm an adult. And I call it sledding. Sliding, for me, is something you do on accident, or what a drunk person would call sledding. You want to go sliding, slipping? You want to get injured? Do you want to get injured? You guys call sliding? You call sledding sliding, but you slide on a sled, but you sled on a skidoo. All right, okay, sure. Sure, and the Americans are weird. Okay.
Although I like the Daredevil thing, you know. I used to enjoy watching Evel Knievel, and I feel bad for him now. He's a little older, he doesn't jump, but he always does these talk shows, and every time he does one, they want to show him that footage where he fell off the motorcycle and bounced around like 83 times. That's what they show him. Hey, do you remember that day, Evel? Oh, no, I don't know. And they always ask him what he was thinking right before he hit the ground. What kind of question is that? What were you thinking right before you hit the ground, Evel? What were you thinking? I remember thinking, hey, did I turn off the iron? Then my leg cracked in half. Then I was thinking, hey, maybe I should get a puppy. What do you think I was thinking? I was thinking, ah! Ah! Something like that, if I remember right. Let me go back. Yeah. Ah! I believe those are my thoughts. I hope I've crystallized them for you.
I think there's too many cameras right now. Like, you go to buy something, everything's also a camera. They'll be like, it's also a camera. I'm like, I just wanted a grapefruit. They're like, it's a camera grapefruit. You take pictures of yourself eating the grapefruit, and then you eat the camera, you poop the pictures. Oh my God, that is the opposite of what I wanted. They keep combining stuff. My brother got me a cell phone Palm Pilot in one because I'm a ninja, and I dropped it on the ground and the screen broke, so now it's just a phone the size of a laptop. Technology's moving so fast, it's to the point you can make stuff up and people believe you. You can be like, have you seen the new Sony teleporter? People be like, no, but I heard about it. I end up saying that all the time. No, but I heard about it. It means I haven't heard about it, but I like you.
I don't hunt. I'm fine with hunting. I don't care. I think what makes hunting easy is animals can't talk. That helps a lot. You shoot at a deer, you miss. He just runs off. But if you shot at a deer and missed, and then he stood up and was like, hey, what is wrong with you? Like, why would you do that? What did I do to you? I'm sure the deer's wife would be like, hey, let it go. And he's like, go back inside. Go back inside. I do eat animals. I do, like, I'm on board eating some chicken or something. I don't know. I went and bought chicken the other day. Now when you go, they have two kinds of chicken that you can buy. They have a free-range chicken, and they have, like, I guess, like a not free-range. Like, I think his parents were divorced or something. I don't know. They want you to eat the free-range chicken, which is a chicken that is allowed to roam free. Obviously not now. Like, he's dead at the store. But they still have a list of his hobbies on the package, which is nice. That's nice. I don't eat that chicken. I feel bad about it. Like, I don't eat a chicken that had a dream, and that was that chicken. Like, life was great for that guy. I want a miserable, not free-range chicken. I want a chicken that when they killed it, he was like, look, I'm ready for this, all right? How much better would you feel they served you chicken? Like, by the way, your chicken killed itself last night. Yeah, I don't know. He had a ton of issues, man. He was, I don't know, he was a cutter. That's one thing. So, one of the many that he was.
At Catholic University, we have a legacy of academic accomplishment in graduate education. Our top-ranked programs, including nursing and social work, prepare individuals to be of service to others and a light to the world. Pursue your passion and advance your career. Classes start August 28th, 2023. Online and on-campus classes available. Tap the banner to learn more about graduate programs at Catholic University.
It's summer, and school might be the furthest thing from your children's mind right now. But as a parent or guardian, school needs to be top of mind for you, especially when it comes to doctor checkups and immunizations. Because if your child doesn't have the required immunizations for kindergarten, 7th, and 12th grade, they might not be able to start school on time. So reach out to your child's doctor and schedule a checkup. And go to vdh.virginia.gov to learn more. A healthy back to school starts now. A message from the Virginia Department of Health.
Research shows people remember ads with wacky sound effects. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes and saves you hundreds on home insurance, here's something zany.
Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. To reiterate, these sounds are just to help you remember how much you'll save. Oh, come on.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. But I have dated women of all shapes and sizes, from skinny to rhombus, and from infinity down to negative infinity. That's when she's not even there. That happens a lot. Do you guys know the best part about dating somebody overweight is if it's long distance, the distance is slightly less long, and gravity pulls you even closer. So you've got math and science working for you. But I dated a girl who was too skinny once. Way too, don't do this. She was like 90 pounds soaking wet, which I know because I weighed her after I drowned her. And that's a joke. I did not weigh her, everybody. I did not. Because that's disrespectful, even posthumously. She took that secret to her watery grave. The point is, I know how to treat a lady like a queen. You chop her head off. That's what you do if you're King Henry VIII. But, and the woman doesn't specify which queen she'd like to be treated like. But I learned about women, I think, from my college roommate. He was great with them. He always put a sock on the door to let me know when he was having sex with a girl. So I would always put a condom on the door, let him know when I'm jerking off into a sock. Usually the one he left on the door. What else am I gonna do? You know what I mean? Just put some googly eyes on it, it's like a person. So,
17-hour flight, you guys, from Detroit, Michigan to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And just so you guys know, I didn't go by myself, okay? I took some friends with me. Nobody from this show. For obvious reasons. Yeah, man, you see the crew that I travel with, everybody's hairy, big nose, goatee, beard, crazy eyes, this. Are you kidding me? With all of us, we're like Osama bin Lopez, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell we are. So I took two other friends. I took one friend, his name is Edwin San Juan, who's Filipino, works clean. Hell yeah. And another buddy of mine named Larry Omaha, who's Native American, who also works clean. And, all right, hell yeah, sure. Hold on, I want to look at the camera. Hey, Larry Omaha, Edwin San Juan, you guys have fans and they're here in Hawaii. Get your asses over here. Anyway, so we head to Riyadh, 17-hour flight from You're kidding. I am not comedian. I don't kid. No. I'm the #2 most famous comedian in all of the Middle East. Yes! Who's #1? Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham is the #1 comedian in the Middle East. You guys don't find him at all offensive? Oh, no. I kill you.
I'm pretty smart, actually. Not that smart. Like if I wasn't a comedian, I think I would want to be a doctor. That's a good job, doctor. Because if you're a doctor, you're allowed to ask girls to take off their clothes. Holy shit. I would work on weekends. I would get in trouble on the first day. Like, this girl would be like, "Doctor, I have an earache." I would be like, "I'm gonna need to see your ass. I gotta check your prostate." Then like a 600-pound woman would come in. She would be like, "I have a yeast infection." I would be like, "You should walk it off." Just walk that shit off. I would want to be one of those sexual doctors. Like, I read in the paper there was a girl, she had to go to a doctor because she couldn't stop masturbating. Oh my God. I would love that. I'd be like, "You're going to have to move in. We have to work on this problem."
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to the stage, you've seen him on Jay Leno, you've seen him on Jimmy Kimmel, you've seen him all over the television. I want you to stand up and put your hands together for Michael Jr.
Thank you so much. Well, why y'all stop clapping? I don't understand what this. I'm just glad it's fun. So we're gonna have some fun. My name is Michael Jr. I'm gonna do some jokes. But they're not gonna start right away though. I just want to point that out. So, because for me, comedy is like, it's like dating somebody that you really, really like, you know. And I don't want to rush this, you know. To come up on stage, I would do a joke right away, jump right in, you know, but I got hurt, man, so, you know. And let's be honest, right? I'm sure you've seen a lot of comedians in your day. You know, I know I've had my share of audiences, you know. But it didn't last. So I want this to be different, so.
I have had other jobs besides comedy. I was an office temp for a while. I really missed that. I loved being a temp, because I would just go from office to office and be terrible at a different job for a week. And then you just get to retire like Lou Gehrig. You're like, "Thank you, no one will ever see me again." And they're like, "Goodbye." I worked at an office once on 57th Street in New York City. I was there for a couple weeks. I was in a cubicle next to this other cubicle. This woman named Misha sat in the other cubicle. I want to get the number right. I think Misha had about 900,000 photos of her daughter up in her cubicle. Almost like she was trying to solve a conspiracy about her daughter. A Beautiful Mind style. I think about Misha 2 times a week. Because of a phone call she had next to me one day. It was one of my first days, and I was sitting next to her. And her phone rang, and this was her call, and I'm quoting. Her phone rang, and she said, "Hello, hush!" And then she hung up. I think about that 2 times a week. And I didn't know her well enough by then to be like, hey, what kind of a person are you, you know? Who could she have been talking to? Hello? Hush! This was a place of business. My only thought was that it was like the CEO of the company being like, Misha, help, I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I need a 4-letter word for be quiet right now. Hush, you're promoted.
One thing that my parents and I have in common is that we're all addicted to cable news because they treat every story with the same level of importance, and there's like laser sound effects. It'll be like, Pachoo! Or your kid's having sex at the mall. I don't even have kids. I'm like, are they? I gotta make sure they're not having sex at the mall. Like fun are they having sex at the mall? And then it'll be like, Pachoo! And surgeons blow up truck. I'm like, wow, really puts the mall sex in perspective. That is much worse than mall sex. A lot of people get down on Fox News, but it's like, you know, I feel like at least with Fox News, you know it's not true. It's like watching a murder mystery. You're like, so if that didn't happen and that didn't happen, then what did happen?
During the summer, I tour with my kids, and we'll do like a kid activity during the day, and then I'll do a show at night. And usually the kid activity is like a zoo or a park. When we were in Erie, Pennsylvania, we went on a pirate boat ride, which was pretty authentic, because when I think of Lake Erie, I think of all them pirates storming the shores of Western Pennsylvania. There were like 50 kids. They were all dressed like pirates. I felt like I was at a children's Jimmy Buffett concert. And I tell you, those kids were having that time of their lives. Kids love to dress like pirates. The murderers and rapists that pirates were. And we think it's adorable. It's so cute. He looks just like one of those sociopaths who terrorize the Caribbean. We let our kids dress like murderers. Darth Vader, that genocidal lunatic. It's fun. The devil, it's cute. Hitler, no. No parent wants to explain that one. Why is your boy dressed like Hitler? He's fascinated with the Third Reich. He gets it from his father. His father's man cave is all Hitler swag.
I love the craziness of like New York. A lot of homeless people everywhere. That's great. They're everywhere though, like all over the country. They travel really good. And you go by, you ever see homeless, because you see them asleep on the sidewalk, and I always feel bad, but every time I go, a homeless guy is asleep, I always notice they go to bed at a very reasonable hour. Just walk by. You'll be like 9 o'clock. You're like, that guy's gonna get a solid 8 hours. I'm gonna toss and turn. He'll be to work on time, you know? One homeless guy, he asked me for money, and I was like, all right, here. And I gave him money, and he was like, it's good you give money, man. This could happen to you. You could be homeless by tomorrow. And I was like, I don't know about by tomorrow. I was like, I have a lot of friends and family, you know? Like, I have to get rid of all of them in 20... I don't have time to do that. I would have to kill them all, and then I would just go to jail. I still wouldn't even be homeless. So, I don't even think I could be homeless, you know? It'd take a long time. Very forced. Maybe that's what his message was. Maybe that was good. I don't know.
Well, that's my job. Try and give them lessons. But it's hard because the real world starts coming in, right? And they start learning about the real world. I try to protect them, but they start learning about all the good and the bad that's out in the world. And it's funny in my house because they're learning about it at different rates. You know, like we learned about Thanksgiving. And the little one's like, oh, we love Thanksgiving. We love the Indians. Oh, we gave them our buckle hats and our shoes and a turkey. And they gave us some feathers and some mashed potatoes. And we had dinner with them. And they love us and we love them. And the 13-year-old just leaning against the refrigerator. What's this trail of tears I'm hearing about? We took their land and then moved them out west, then took their land again and then killed them all. And the little one's like, it's not the same Indians, right, Dad? I'm like, yeah, it's the same Indians. She's like, why did we do that? Oh, easy with the we, first of all. We're the Papas, we're Italian. We got here in 1945. We eat spaghettis and ride Vespas. We're lovers.
Don't miss the final days of end-of-season deals during the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, you can get up to 35% off select tools and accessories. Find big savings during the final days of the Truckload event happening now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/2. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
But all my life, they be trying to keep me down.
You're listening to All My Life by Lil Durk featuring J. Cole, now on Hip Hop Made Me. Listen on Spotify.
No, no. No. All my life. They be trying to keep me.
We used to love peanut butter. Still do. I saw something in the store the other day that I don't understand, that peanut butter and jelly in the same jar. Is there a point to that? I mean, I'm lazy, but I want to meet the guy that needs that. Some guy going, I could go for a sandwich, but I'm not gonna open 2 jars. I can't be opening and closing all kinds of jars. Cleaning who knows how many knives. If you're that lazy, why not put croutons in there? Get the whole sandwich on a spoon, just scooping it out. Oh, scrumptious. I think I'm gonna have another one. Delectable, as was the first, huh? Or if you don't want to clean the spoon, you put it on a squeeze bottle. Lunch and no cleanup. Can life get better? I submit that it cannot.
Everything was slower back in the old days because they didn't have enough to do, so they had to slow things down to fill the time. I don't know if you read history, but back then people would wake up and go, oh God, it's the old times. Oh shit, I gotta wear all those layers. There's no Zyrtec or nothing. Okay, we gotta think of some weird, slow activities to fill the day. And they did. Have you ever seen old film from the past of people just waving at a ship? What if I called you now to do that? Hey, what are you doing Monday at 10 a.m.? All right, there's a Norwegian cruise line leaving from Martinique. Here's my plan. You and me get very dressed up, including hats, and then we wave handkerchiefs at it till it disappears over the horizon. No, I don't know anyone on the ship.
That's my brother Joe. My brother Joe is here tonight with us, my brother, and he's my older brother. I always followed in his footsteps. He wore overalls, I wore overalls. He lit off fireworks in the attic. I was hit by the fireworks and rushed to the hospital. And when I was 14, he got me my first job as a busboy at a restaurant. And it was really exciting, but I was so young, and I worked for these tough Boston cooks. I'm from Boston, and so they really didn't look at me or talk to me. But then one day, one of the guys was give me this blank stare, and he goes, "How'd you get this job anyway?" And I was like, "Oh, my brother Joe worked here last summer," and his eyes lit up, and he goes, "Joey Bag of Donuts?" Your brother's Joey Bag of Donuts? We love Joey Bag of Donuts. And I was like, yeah. So I went home that night and I go, Joe, was your nickname at the restaurant Joey Bag of Donuts? And he was like, no. That was this other guy. That guy was awesome. So for the rest of the summer, I had to live the lie that my brother was Joey Bag of Donuts. They'd be like, seriously, how much can Joe Bags drink? I was like, so much. But I had this fear in my pit of my stomach that one day the real Joe Bags would walk in the door and they'd be like, Joe Bags, we've been hanging out with your brother. And he'd be like, that fag's not my brother. And then Joe Bags, so I call him Joe Bags now, just in case, you know, just as a precaution. I call him Joe Bags.
But I have a newfound respect for doctors, I do. Because when you think about it, unless we're sick, we listen to absolutely nothing doctors tell us. They're like, you should lose weight. Never gonna happen. What else you got? You should exercise. Does eating French fries count? Get out of my office. I don't even listen when I bring my kids to the doctor. The doctor's like, to avoid an infection. I'm like, my wife's like, what'd the doctor say? Don't pick the scab. I don't listen to nerds. That was the only time I would ever see a doctor is when I bring my kids in. Sometimes I try and horn in on a pediatric appointment. The doctor would be like, how's little Mikey doing? Mikey's good, he's good. He's a little worried about this mole I have on my arm. Yeah, I explained to Mikey that I've always had the mole, but Mikey thinks it might have changed colors. Jim, would you like to make an appointment? No, it's Mikey, he just needs a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the mole. I know Mikey doesn't want to play the Hippocratic Oath card, but you have to tell us, don't you?
I went and visited my parents recently. My parents have a real fat cat. It's real fat. People point it out, you know? They walk in, they're like, man, that cat's fat. And it feels rude, you know? Like, he doesn't speak English, but we do, so maybe don't say that. And they're just, you know, they're like, what are y'all feeding this cat? You're like, whatever you feed a cat, dude. Like normal cat food stuff. We pour a bowl. He eats it. Like if he eats 8 birds outside, he doesn't tell us. You know, he's not like, oh, I ate out tonight, I'm good. And then they're like, well, y'all should do something. You're like, what do you think we're not doing? Do you think he has a gym membership and we don't drive him to the gym? He's a cat. That's his gym membership. He's a cat. I watched him jump from the ground on top of the refrigerator. That's like if I jumped on top of a school bus from the ground. Like if I did that, you're not gonna be like, well, you still could lose a little bit, you know? Just keep doing what you're doing.
And I'm still learning about my wife, Oh, I married a talker. 16 years together, still coming up with new stuff to say. Every goddamn day. She starts from the minute she gets up till about a half hour after she falls asleep. She talks. She'll talk to anybody. The housekeeper at the hotel doesn't speak any English at all. My wife doesn't care. Then my mother said she didn't like my hair. Can you believe that? This poor woman's like, oh no. Terrible. Then we come home, starts talking to the cats. Cats, they don't speak any language at all. My wife just sees 2 ears, like I should fill those with talking noises. How many times have I told you not to go on the counter? We talk about this every day. Cat's like, meow, meow.
That's terrible, meow.
I don't know. I just don't want to look stupid. You know the ultimate in looking like an idiot? It's when you walk into a spider web, right? Because nobody else sees that spider web. They just see you walking off in the distance, suddenly flipping out for no reason whatsoever. You're just walking along, everything's fine, all of a sudden, no! Ah! Hey, did you see that guy? He just snapped. He was walking along and just went nuts through that tree. Look, he's still doing it. I don't know what happened to him. It's the same thing when a little bee starts chasing you around. Nobody sees the bee, they just see you, just trying to brush it. Oh. People off in the distance. Hey, is that guy waving to us? Hey, how you doing? No! Ah!
Just a side note, any guy that's ever roofied a girl, you're a piece of shit. That's fucked up. Roofie a girl. That is such bullshit. You roofie a girl? Are you kidding me? That's horrible. Don't roofie a girl. This is what I do. Creepy guys, listen up. Don't roofie a girl. That's illegal. This is what I do. When you're out drinking with a girl, all right, use the voice that she thinks she hears when she's being roofied. It's hysterical. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Like right when she takes a sip out of her drink, just look at her and go, how are you feeling? What? I said, how are you feeling? I don't feel good. You don't look good either. There's some guys here that are gonna try that shit tonight. I swear to God, you creepy fuckers. Don't do it at the bar across the street. You get caught. Buy a girl a drink and look at her and go, how are you feeling? And she's like, I was at that show, asshole. Sorry.
My parents are at a level with technology that is unbelievable. I mean, I was driving with my mom when I was home, and she was on the speakerphone on her car, and she was leaving a message for someone. And she said, "We can't come to your dinner party because Michael's home and we promised we'd take him out for pizza." And then she pressed what she thought was the end button on the phone, and she looked over and goes, "I just made that up." And then I pressed the end button on the phone, and the moral of the story is, if you're not good with technology, don't be cocky about it. I think we've reached this point in civilization where there's too much technology and a shortage of people who know how to use that technology responsibly. I mean, no one reads the manuals anymore. No one even reads the bullet points they give you because you're not going to read the manuals. People just get the phones. They're like, I got a phone. I'm going for a jog, I was in a movie theater recently. The guy next to me answered his phone during the movie, and he answered it by saying, and I quote, he said, "Who dis?" So not only was he willing to talk to someone during the movie, he was willing to talk to anyone during the movie. These cell phone companies creep me out, man, because they all hook you into a plan. And it's not like if you don't go according to plan, they're cool with it. It's always like 500 anytime minutes for $60. And if you go over that, we shoot you in the dick. Oh my God, not the dick shooting plan. Please. This is degrading. I am at the mall, And they can do that because there's only like 3 companies, There's no like mom and pop cell phone company like Jack and Irma's Magic Phones, I like Jack and Irma because they're old and they know phones, One day I couldn't pay my bill and Jack said, "Can you babysit on Tuesday?"
We're having an election in America, so there's bound to be some Americans that threaten to move to Canada. If that person gets elected, I'm moving to Canada. I don't remember Canada extending an invitation. It's like... And I've been coming to Canada for years. Been recruited 0 times. No one's ever called me, hey, you live in the States? You ever thought of making a move? How you feel about clam juice? He better stop with the clam jokes. It's getting too much. In my hotel, there's a youth hockey team staying there. There is a youth hockey team staying in every Canadian hotel. Are they allowed to go home? How long are these tournaments? Every time I'm in an elevator in a Canadian hotel, I feel like someone in the other room's like, send in the kids with the smelly hockey bags. There's not enough room. Just do it. Tell them we'll give them clam juice. That better be the last clam juice joke. But of course, the youth hockey league, that's all about the Canadian hockey dream, right? Parents drive their children all around Canada because there's the dream that maybe their child might be, just by chance, maybe the next Wayne Gretzky, right? And I'm here to tell you, it's probably not. There's only one great one, and I think he lives in Phoenix. Let's kill him.
Please welcome Nate Bargatze.
Thanks everybody. I think it's already starting good right there. That's a sign. It's going good so far. I think so. I think it's going pretty good. All right, maybe it's not. I think I lost you guys. I'll be honest with you. I think we're going downhill now. It's not. Ooh, we've taken a turn already. This quick. It's already happened. All right, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to quit comedy soon, so don't worry about it. All right, guys. I'll get out. I don't know. No. I'm not quitting. I can't quit yet, because one, it's pretty tough to quit something no one knows you do. So, yeah, there's that hurdle. And there's no one even to quit to. Even if I wanted to quit, there's no one to quit to. No one cares that I'm doing this. I don't have a boss. I can't just call Cosby and be like, look, I'm out. All right, man. Yeah, I don't think it's,
So if I give you my heart, will you take it away? Or will you keep it safe until I need it back again someday? If I give you my heart, will you take...
Hey, I'm Aviva, and you're listening to my new single, It's Okay, It's Alright. Are you feeling okay? Make sure you head over to my profile, AVIVA, and have a listen to It's Okay, It's Alright now, and all my other singles.
I can promise, but I know we'll both try, 'cause when I look into your eyes, they're...
Bath County, Virginia is an outdoor adventurer's paradise. Explore pristine forests and hiking trails. Fish crystal clear lakes, rivers, and streams. Bike miles of open trails. Soak in healing mineral baths. Bath County has something for every outdoor adventurer. To be honest, we have more trees than people out here. Enjoy it all in Bath County this weekend.
No one can deal. How about these people with the fake service dogs? You see these creeps? Fake service, there's real service dogs that help real people. Then a girl shows up with a Pekingese sticking out of a Hello Kitty handbag and acts like it's working. And how little do you have to think of yourself to scam a certificate and show it at the gate? I have to have this puppy with me on this flight or I'm gonna lose my marbles. Oh, by all means, welcome aboard. What could possibly go wrong with your crazy ass? At 40,000 feet. I got on a flight the end of last year. There was a woman next to me. I'm not making any of this up. Middle seat. She turned to me. She had a chihuahua in a baby Bjorn. I swear to head, penis, legs, and dog arms. The look of humiliation in this animal's face. He was just like, I apologize. We normally walk. We've been walking up till now. I'm gonna have to get pants. This is upsetting. I can't reach.
Please, Zanies, put your hands together for Mr. Keith Alberstadt. Let him hear it.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're doing it, huh? All right. I am thrilled to be back in Nashville. I no longer live here. I now live in New York City, and that is quite the adjustment. Like the cost of living, they are not kidding about the cost of living up there. Holy crap. My rent is on the low end of the rent spectrum in New York, still considered astronomical to normal people. I tell my friends in Tennessee what I pay in rent. They think I live in a penthouse suite. I tell the same number to my friends in New York. They think my place is haunted. That's the difference. People get annoyed really easily in New York. I'm learning that too. Even your friends. Like, for example, I have asthma. After one recent asthma attack, my own friend rolled his eyes, goes, "Come on, man." Oh, my apologies. Does my inability to breathe ruin your day? Because you gotta get that asthma under control. Get it under... I'm not addicted to asthma. I don't think you know how this works. I did not pick up a sponsor with my inhaler at Walgreens.
See weird things driving. I've never understood log trucks. Sometimes you'll be out on a highway, you'll see two big giant trucks, each loaded up with logs, and they pass each other on the highway. I don't understand that. I mean, if they need logs over there, and they need them over there, you'd think a phone call would save a whole lot of trouble. You had logs? But I was told to bring. I got an order for them. Logs, bring logs. That's what I did. I brought the logs.
I want to own a pizzeria too when I was a kid. I love pizza. I love it. I love it like I would marry it. But it'd just be an elaborate ploy to eat her whole family at the reception. The problem with marrying pizza is pizza's always hanging out with salad. Salad is like pizza's friendly but annoying friend. Salad's fine sometimes, but once in a while you gotta be like, look, salad, me and pizza want to be alone. Pizza's a great metaphor for America. You know, it started in Italy, and then we brought it over here, and then we made it better than the original, and then we invaded Iraq under false pretenses, and it's got pepperoni and sausage, and I just love it, man. I just love pizza. It's like it's Italy, and it rules. It's totally, you guys. I'm not that political as a comedian. I don't know. Like, I feel like whether you like him or not, like, Bush, like, seems like a fun guy. Like, he's the kind of guy you invite to the barbecue because you know he's gonna start the wiffle ball game. You know, he's like wiffle ball Tony. He's like, yeah, wiffle ball Tony's here. All right, it is so on. And then one day somebody's like, we're gonna put Tony in charge of everything. And I'm like, we are? The burgers and the potato salad. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Because he's very competitive. He starts going to the neighbor's lawn, challenging them to wiffle ball games. He's like, I heard you bitches want to play wiffle ball. And they're like, we didn't say that. But he starts chucking hamburgers at them. We're like, Tony, what are you doing, man? He's like, they were going to chuck hamburgers at me. But then it turns out they don't even have hamburgers. They have hot dogs, but they only throw them at each other, so it's cool. But then people get upset. They're like, maybe we shouldn't have gone with Football Tony. Maybe we should have gone with Bookworm Steve, but he's so boring. And then one guy's like, what about Ralph? We could go with Ralph. And we're like, shut up, Ralph. This is no time for joking. People get upset about Bush, though. They're very touchy. Like, I was here last time, and this woman came up to me, and she goes, you know, he could be here. And I go, first of all, no. He's probably on vacation. Second of all, he wouldn't understand the analogy. He'd be like, hamburgers, I go for a hamburger. Because that's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He goes, and everyone goes, he gets it. But he doesn't. And that's why we're all gonna die. That's all I'm saying.
I do love steak, but it is rather barbaric, right? I mean, we're eating a part of a cow, and I love animals, and I love animal lovers. My favorite are the people that carry around the dog in a bag. Whenever I see that, I always think, what an adorable way to let us know you're crazy. Because they're crazy. They're carrying around an animal that can walk in a bag. They're not going to the vet, they're shopping. That's okay, but if I carry around a canned ham, I'm a weirdo. It'd be one thing if the dog looked happy, but the dog always has a look on his face like, can you believe I'm sitting in a purse? I was part of Mexican royalty. But I get it, I love dogs, and I think it's cute when people dress their dogs up, but how do you have your dog in a jacket and walk by a homeless person? Sorry, I'd help, but I spent all my money on a coat for my animal that's born with a coat. I love cats. Some people don't like cats. Our neighbor has a cat, and she lives in a studio apartment, or as I refer to it, a litter box. One time she asked me, she was like, can you even tell I have a cat? And I was like, no, but I can tell you have a box of turds in your apartment. I'm not sure if that's the same question. We all have the friend with the cat, right? In the small place, you visit them, the cat does their business. You don't really acknowledge it. You just go on with the conversation. What do you want on your pizza? Bleach. Febreze, can we open a window or knock down a wall? Are my eyes bleeding? How about we throw a diaper on the kitty? But I get it, because I love animals. I think being around animals, there's a healing quality. But I also think we give animals too much credit. Like a dog is man's best friend. I've never seen a dog help someone move. Yes, horses are graceful and elegant until you see them poop standing up. Dolphins are smart. Learn English like Jesus did. For the record, I would never eat a dolphin because I don't like fish. And I know I'll get tweets where people will say dolphins are mammals, and those are the people I block. Because that's how I deal with criticism.
I love doing comedy. There was a time I was going to quit. I was going to quit early on. I tried, then there was no one to quit to. No one. Here's why I do it. I think why. My dad is an entertainer as well. He's a magician. Still is a magician. Started as a clown. Just, I don't want to come off like I come from some rich magic family. And I'm better than you guys. He paid his dues, his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. It's weird every day. I never trusted clowns, Like, have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Do you know how confusing that is to get screamed at by a guy who's got a smile painted on his face? You're like, is this not the same clown those kids are going to see outside? He was a clown till I was about 12 and 13. And that's about as long as you want your dad to be a clown. When you're 6 and 7, there's perks. Absolutely. By the time you get 12 and 13, kids at school are like, is he still doing that? You're like, off and on, all right, guys? Yeah, he is almost full-time magic, so... it's funny too when I tell people that my dad was a clown. There are people just like, oh, I hate clowns. It's like, hey, remember that time I just said my dad was a clown? I just said that. You're just like, I hate your father.
My mom never hit us, and she never put us in timeout. She had something better than that. It was called lecturing. If I did something wrong, my mom had at least 2 hours worth of shit to say about it. And it would last so long that I would look at my mom and go, Mom, just fucking hit me already. I don't want to hear your voice anymore. And if I did something wrong, it wasn't because, if I got a bad grade in school, it wasn't because I wasn't studying. It was because I was trying to kill my mom. I was physically trying to kill my mother. You know what I mean? Like, my mom would look at me and go, Joseph, you're getting a D in math. Why? Why are you doing that, Joseph? I did not come to this country to give you a better education. That way you get a D and not be successful in life, and then you're going to live in poverty. That's how I live in the Philippines. I do not want you to do that, Joseph. Are you trying to give me heart attack? I'm going to die, Joseph. Why are you going to do this to me, Joseph? I'm like, Mom, just fucking hit me. Hit me, Mom.
I know one thing about women. I know one thing you do enjoy. You love getting that French manicure. Hey. Right, with the little white tips. Yeah, my wife had that from time to time. Me likey. I don't understand when you get it on your feet. The little white tips, it look like you clipped your toenails and glued the pieces back on. I mean, if that's the look you're going for, rock on, cover girl. Don't let me stop you. Yeah, put them on. Plastic surgery. Rampant, right? I see in LA. Oh, man. I'm surprised I got it too. I moved to LA, yeah, look, I got some work done. You can tell, look at when I moved to LA, I had to, because everybody's doing, look what all the stuff I had, look, if you look, I used to be a Mexican woman, but. Es muy guapo, ¿no?
I was a pretty stupid kid, also. I used to get talked into making crank calls, you know? My older brothers and friends would just stand around me. Okay, Brian, make some crank calls. Make some crank calls. And I get all nervous and mess them up. Do you have frog legs? No, do you serve them? No, do you have them? You're stupid! Brian, relax, man. You gotta relax when you make the crank calls. Do another one, concentrate. Is your refrigerator running? It's not. Oh. It's not. It's not. No, it's not. Okay, you have a good day now. You take clock. Brian, do this one. Read it so you don't mess it up. Do you have Prince Albert in the can? You do? Well, then you better take him out because he is suffocating. He wants to know what that. Hang up. You're stupid! You stupid person!
I've tried with the computers. I took a class in college. It was called Introduction to Computers and Networks, and it was at 8 in the morning. So I went to the first class, and it was way over my head. The guy's talking about computers. So the next morning when I woke up for class, Sleepy Carl just wasn't having it. He was like, why would you go talk about computers when you could stay here and go skiing and your skis will be French toast sticks? I was like, that is the best thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm giving you a 401k. And so I never went to class until the class before the final to find out what would be on the final. And I showed up a few minutes early and I sat down and the guy next to me leaned over and he goes, "You think we'll get back the final?" You guys got it a little faster than I did. The reality of the situation kind of came to me in waves. I was like, we took the final? Oh no! And I sprinted out of the class to the computer science department, and there was my professor, and I said, hello, because I didn't know his name. I'm in your class, I misunderstood the syllabus, and I missed the final. He didn't even look at me. He just looked at the floor and he goes, "You get the worst grade." I didn't even know what that meant. So I tried to, clarify. I was like, "So I get a 0?" And he was like, "You get the grade that the person who did the worst on the test got on the test." And I thought, that's great news. Because that's what I would have gotten if I had taken the test. Well, it turns out the person who did the worst on the test passed the test. So I passed the test, and I passed the class. And I am proud to be an American. And so is our president. He is. He's very happy about it. He's the first president we've elected on the curve.
People are resharing Reels more than 2 billion times a day. Shouldn't your brand have a share of that? With Meta, every connection is an opportunity. It's your world. Meta. Learn more at facebook.com/business/connection.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and Frosty Duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
I have been lucky enough to perform in the UK a couple times, and one time I was walking through Piccadilly Circus, which for the record is a horrible circus. There's no animals. And no, I was walking through Piccadilly Circus, and I saw they had an M&M store. And I looked at that M&M store, and it just made me think of all the things the British have given the Americans. Like our language, Shakespeare, the Magna Carta. And I looked at the M&M store, and I thought, now we're even. When I looked at the M&M store, I wasn't even embarrassed to be American. I was ashamed to be human. Because has anyone at any point in their life thought, when are they going to open an M&M store? Sure, I can buy M&Ms absolutely anywhere, but I like to buy in bulk in a pro-M&M environment. Obviously, we don't need an M&M store. We don't even need different colored M&Ms. They all taste the same. They're just bits of chocolate shaped like Advil. With an M on it. They're not even M&Ms, they're M's. We don't do that know, with anything else, you want some raisin and raisins? Go ahead. Grab a handful of raisin and raisins. No, I don't even know how many M&Ms or M's they would have to sell in London to justify Piccadilly Circus real estate. But this M&M store is massive in the UK. It is 3 levels, which I guess makes sense, because the first level, so you can buy M&Ms. The second level, so you can buy more M&Ms. And then the third level, so you can jump to your death. Because you wasted time in an M&M store when you were in London. By the way, I don't have any judgment. If you personally enjoy going to the M&M store, that's fine, but obviously you shouldn't vote. I was with my kids at the time, and they wanted to go to the M&M store, because little children only want to do horrible things. Kids never want to do something fun, like sit in a dark bar and drink beer. And I remember standing there with my kids, and I was aware that there were other parents with their children in the M&M store, because that's what you do as a parent. You do things with your kids because you love them. But I realized in that moment, I don't love my kids that much. I love them enough to walk by the M&M store. Jim, you're a monster. But being a parent is not that different from being a tourist. It's essentially the same experience. In both, you walk around exhausted, spending money you don't have, while you look for a bathroom. It's the same experience.
New York had a hurricane too, like a while back, and we got some bugs in our apartment. You know what they were? Roly-polies. That's what started coming in. Like I thought that I didn't even think they were around. I thought that was like when I was a kid. I didn't think they made it, and let me tell you, they're doing great. They have not lost one step because they were like coming. We're just finding them everywhere. So we have to email our landlord. We're like, hey, can you get someone to come spray for these bugs? And she was like, look, the only reason they're coming in is because they can sense danger. Like they can sense the hurricane. So they're just trying to get out of the hurricane. And she just left it at like, I don't even know why you're asking this. So we like emailed her back. We're like, that doesn't even, what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't make sense. I think you gotta be smarter than that to own a building. And she goes, no, I'm dead serious, all right? Animals are smarter than us. And it was like, well, all right, I don't know about us, but you know what? I'll give her, like, maybe that's why they're coming in. I don't know. Maybe that is why. That's not going to be the problem. The problem is, are they going to leave? That's the problem we're going to have. I'm fine with them coming in if they all just leave, like, after the hurricane, and they're like, look, I'm sorry about this, but you saw what it was like out there. Yeah, we left some money on the dresser, so... And you're like, all right, I didn't know y'all were going to be good dudes about this. Thanks, I really appreciate it.
What else I want to tell you guys? I live in New York City. It's a fun place. I live in like a very kind of family-oriented neighborhood. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There's a popular trend now. People, like, they'll have a family and they'll buy a minivan, right? Then they buy these, like, little decals, these stick figures to represent the members of the family, and they put them on the back window of the SUV, right? The dog. That's right, yeah. It's kind of odd to me. It's almost like they're advertising, like, don't crash, because this is what you'll be hurting if you... Or they're bragging. I don't know. Anyway, I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood. I see a minivan. It's parked. It has just the dad sticker on it. Oh my God, someone murdered their whole family. They're giving us a clue. Could have been something positive. Maybe it was just like a single guy who was really optimistic and just bought a family starter pack, you know? Like a crappy minivan and like a dad sticker, like, it'll happen one day. It could have been a divorce, that'd be sad. If it was a divorce, that means someone went to the trouble to go out to the minivan and scrape the rest of the family off. We're taking the stickers too, dickhead.
saw one guy in line at the supermarket. He was buying cheap toilet paper. I had a comment. It was 4 rolls for 89 cents. It can't be good, right? I said, you get better toilet paper. Don't you like yourself? I've been really broke. I always got good toilet paper. It's a line you don't cross. You say to yourself, the bills are late, but the toilet paper's good. Things will be okay. We have so many blessings that we don't count in a day. Have you tried that Charmin Ultra? Oh, you can make a suit out of that. Is that Versace? Charmin. No dry cleaning, you just flush it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. See you later, everybody. Thanks so much for being here tonight.
So I lean in to kiss Jenny, and she says, oh, no, thank you. She agrees to go out with me in New York. We were both living in New York, and she gave me your number, and I typed it in my phone. From that point on, she would be Jen, Irish pub, nice. A few weeks later, I took her out to a restaurant I couldn't afford to show her how much money I could put on my credit card. We're out to dinner, and she says to me, she goes, everyone hates me at work. And I said, why would they hate you? I love you. She goes, you love me? I go, I mean, you seem cool. I pulled it back. I didn't want to show all my cards. Just about 9 of them. One of the other things that she said of note on this date is she said, you know, sometimes I'll date 2 people at once, and that way I'm never let down by either person. I said, that seems like a really smart plan. Like, I'd like to do that as well. And she said, I'm still kind of seeing my ex-boyfriend, John, and you can see other people too, but you have to tell me if you're seeing them. And I was like, all right, sounds like a plan. Got it. Break. I gotta go find some more people, you know? And so a few nights later, I'm in another city and I do a show, and after the show, I went out to a bar and I ended up making out with this random girl. And then a few nights later, I'm out to dinner with Jenny, and she says, how was your trip? And I said, it was great. I did some shows. And then one night, I ended up making out with this random girl. And that didn't go over very well. In the conversation, I could sense that something was wrong. And I was like, but I'm right about that, right? Like, I'm supposed to tell you if that happens, right? And she says, yeah, but it doesn't mean that I won't lose interest in you. And I said, that's a whole new clause. That's a twist. What is this, the romantic comedy version of The Usual Suspects? I said, are you still seeing John? And she said, sometimes. I said, well, don't you see the contradiction in that? And she says, yes. And it gets very quiet because we were falling in love.
I saw this wino, he was eating grapes. He's like, dude, you have to wait. I like to drink red wine. This girl says, doesn't red wine give you a headache? Yeah, eventually. But the first and the middle part are amazing. I'm not gonna stop doing something because of what happens at the end. Mitch, do you want an apple? No, eventually it'll be a core. I went to the store, bought 8 apples. The clerk said, do you want me to put them in a bag? I said, oh no, man, I juggle. But I can only juggle 8. If I'm ever here buying 9 apples, fucking bag them up. I saw a guy juggling chainsaws. It was cool, but unless something needed to be sawed down, then it's just annoying. It's like, come on, Rick, can we use one? Track number 5 will not be chainsaw juggling. It will be this one.
It's like I think of it like time traveling. Like if I could go back in time, like if I could go back in time tonight, and go back to like the 20s, knowing everything I know right now, I don't think I would make a difference. I don't think you guys would even hear about it. I don't think you would. I just don't, like, because I don't have anything to get, you know. Like, I would go back and I would see like some guy on an old phone, and I'd be like, hey, eventually they have phones you like carry in your pocket. And they're like, yeah, it's like, how do they do it? I'm like, I mean, I don't know how they do it. I think it's a satellite. They're like, what's a satellite? Oh, I should have even said that. It's like metal. Metal's got to go pretty high in the air. I don't know if you guys are doing it. I don't even know if I could prove I'm from the future. I don't even think I could. I think I would just get stuck, because they would want something, like, who's the next president? Oh, boy. Abraham Lincoln, you guys are going to love him. He's really good. They just think I'm from the past. That's what they would like. They would just look, they don't have to get a regular job. I would just have to, like, wait tables or something in the 20s. I would go back in time and do worse than I'm doing right now.
I do love her. She can be demanding, like unrealistic demands, like she wants me to lose weight. I have no expectation of losing weight. Some of it is, I used to have all these jokes on donuts, and now sometimes when I do shows out of town, people will give me boxes of donuts, which makes me think, I gotta start doing jokes about private jets. But I'll do a show and someone will give me a box of donuts, or I'll get to my hotel room and in my hotel room there'll be a box of donuts. And I always look at the donuts like, I'm not gonna eat those. I mean, those were a gift. What would Jesus do? He'd eat the donuts. But it's always a box, a dozen donuts. I'm by myself. I'm typically in a city for one night. What kind of monster pig do I come across as? How many donuts should we get Gaff again? Enough for a Baptist church. Whatever would feed an entire Little League team, that'll cover that tub of turds for a couple hours. I don't know what to do with all the donuts. You know, I'll eat 2. All right, I'll eat 4. But I don't know what to do with the rest of them, you know. What do I put them in my rolly luggage? I did that once. I'm not proud of it. We've all done things we're not proud of. You're like, this is kind of pathetic, but here goes. Zip, zip, zip. Off to the airport we go. Of course, that was the time I got the random search at the airport. I made it through the metal detector. This nice TSA guy was like, sorry, sir, random search of your bag. And I was like, what I wanted to say is, I have drugs in my butt. Because a cavity search at that moment seemed less humiliating than revealing the true contents of my luggage. But I had to do it, so the TSA guy unzipped the bag. And it was one of those flat boxes of donuts, you know, like Krispy Kreme, so it took up the entire rolly bag. It looked like I was smuggling donuts. And the TSA guy just looked at me like, wow. They sell those here. There's a Dunkin' Donuts 2 gates away. There was such compassion in his eyes. You got a problem. And I couldn't say anything. I couldn't be like, those are mine. Yeah, some guy gave them to me. Some guy named Al Qaeda, he gave them to me. I'd act all casual. I'd be like, yeah, this is my donuts. I travel with donuts. I'm trying to get diabetes. Why don't you leave me alone? And since it was a random search, the actual box of donuts had to be open. And because I was wheeling through the airport, all the donuts were crammed and smushed to one end. It looked like I had rummaged through a dumpster outside of a donut shop. Oh, this one's still good. Just get these rocks and sticks out of here. That's a perfectly good powdered sugar. No, that's Ajax on that one. The TSA guy just looked at me like, you can go. It's probably your last flight anyway.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Ah, new smartwatch?
Oh yeah, I found one for everyone in the family at T-Mobile, like Samsung Galaxy Watch 5, Google Pixel Watch, Sync Up Kids Watch, and tons more. This one has fitness functions with coaching and sleep tracking.
I have a sleep tracker. He's a toddler and reminds me daily that I get no sleep.
Get great deals on the latest smartwatches powered by the T-Mobile network. Find yours at T-Mobile.com/smartwatches.
Qualifying plan required for some features. Coverage not available in some areas.
It's fun to be married. I've never been supervised before. I'm supervised. She studies what I do, like an anthropologist. She'll be like, sometimes he will watch a movie on TV, even though he already owns that movie on DVD. Pointing this out to him confuses and upsets him. I had no supervision when I was a kid. We were free to do what we wanted, but also with that, no one cared about kids. I grew up before children were special. I did, very early 80s, right before children became special. Like, I remember when milk carton kids became a thing. When they were like, hey, we should start looking for some of these guys. I don't think they're just blowing off steam. No one cared about my opinion when I was a little kid. No one cared what I thought. Sometimes people would say, what do you think you're doing? But that just meant stop. They didn't actually want to know my thought process. They didn't want me to be like, well, I was gonna put this bottle rocket into this carton of eggs so that when I lit off the bottle rocket, the eggs would explode everywhere. Oh, well, that's very interesting. And what brought you to this experiment? Oh, well, thank you for asking. Well, you know how I'm filled with rage? I'm so horny and angry all the time, and I have no outlet for it, so eggs.
I tried the Subway diet because I'm on the road 35, 40 weeks a year, and there's a Subway everywhere. And Subway's pretty good, but that Jared guy, he went every day for a year. Huh. Were you stalking a girl behind the counter? I tried it. I went every day for a month. Every day, I went to Subway. After about 2 weeks, the alarm clock would ring, and I'd go, oh God, I wonder what I'm gonna have for lunch today. Jeez. I'd be doing this in line. You just, I'm all right. After a month, I lost weight. I also lost my will to live. I burnt out on Subway. I'd still go to Subway. If I was starving in the desert and I saw a Subway, I'd go, wow. Well, let's walk a little further and we can come back if we have to.
So when I was a kid, it was this bear that would walk in the front door of my house. And as an adult, it was this jackal that would hover above my bed. Well, the sleepwalking got worse. Abby and I graduated from school and we moved to Brooklyn. We had a very small apartment, but it was comfy, you know. We had a big puffy couch and 2 cats, and we made our first major purchase. We bought a TiVo. And one night I had a dream that I was in the Olympics for some kind of arbitrary event like dustbustering. And they told me that I got 3rd place. And I stood up on the 3rd place podium, and I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I'm new to the sport, you know. Even in my dreams, I don't win, per se. In my wildest dreams, I place. And they say, They say, actually, we reconsidered and we decided that you got second place. And I move over to the second place podium and it starts wobbling. And it's wobbling and wobbling. And I wake up and I'm falling off the top of our 5-foot bookcase in our living room. And I land on the floor hard on top of our TiVo. I know. And it breaks into pieces. And it was like one of these stories you hear where people black out drinking and they wake up in Idaho, they don't know where they are. They're just like, oh no! Hardee's, you know, or whatever's there. But it was in my own living room. I was just like, oh no! TiVo pieces. And I get up and I go back to bed and Abby wakes me up in the morning and she says, Michael, what happened to the TiVo? And I say, I got second place. And I'm really sorry.
Someone says I look like one of those little puss kids you see on the Mentos commercials. You see those commercials suck so bad, you know? I mean, you see the candies at the 7-Eleven go, "Ew." Commercials always have a happy ending, you know? Could be a guy robbing a bank or something. Always have a happy ending. Do 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 It doesn't matter what comes, freshness better with life. With Mentos Fresh is cool of life. Nothing gets to you like Mentos Fresh being cool. Shoot the clerk. Eat a Mentos.
Mentos, the fresh maker. There was a lot of Kmart's here in New York. I lived here for 8 years and I loved New York. I loved the driving. That's what's like, see, I think we should all learn how to drive in Manhattan. And because it's great. Everybody honks at everybody, just screaming, yelling. That's how it should be. Growing up in the South, no one honks ever. People just sit at lights and they're like, if you don't want to go, I totally understand. I'm probably not going to go when I get up there. So let's just wait it out, you know? Let's let traffic die down and we'll get home tomorrow. I once had to take my car to get it fixed and I go to like this mechanic. It looked like it was just like this dude's house. And I go inside and there was a line. There was like people in there. So we're sitting there, they were taking forever. And we're all getting, you know, pretty upset about it. Finally, one of the fellow customers just starts yelling at all the employees. And I was like, this guy's great. Like, I loved it. Like, I would never do it, but I like when other people do it. So I was like, good for you. Just keep yelling at him. And he keeps yelling, and then a mechanic comes over and is like, you gotta calm down. You can't yell at us like that. And the guy keeps yelling. I'm like, this guy's great. Like, he's getting stuff done, you know? Like, nothing can happen. I was wrong. Because they fist fought him. They fist fought him, and then they just dragged him outside, and we just watched it. Like, we were like moved up, and we're like, that's crazy, right? And just like, I guess that's what goes on here. Like, that's an employee handbook. It's like, what are you gonna do if someone gets upset? Well, like, you to fight them in front of the other customers so they get it. And then drag them outside so people driving by get it as well. You know what our motto is? Our motto is, what'd you say? That's what I thought you said. Keep your mouth shut. Yeah. You know what? I tweeted about it when it happened, like afterwards, like that was funny. And they found me. That's how crazy they were. They found it on Twitter and they were like, hey, could you follow us so we can send you a message? I was like, how about I got the message, all right? I got it. I'll delete the tweet, don't worry about it. They were crazy.
I saw something very interesting today. I'm not making this up. I saw a van for some company. I don't even know what the business was. It had two things printed on the side. We speak English, and we delivery. Why is that right? Can you imagine being bilingual? Would that be, or even knowing anybody that was? I'm not even unilingual. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't give myself enough credit. I know enough English to, like, you know, get by, you know? No, like I can order in restaurants and stuff, you know. I want ham. 1 ham, please, to eating the ham. Bring ham to eating the ham, please. I can do that, you know, just not fluent, I guess, you know. I got a buddy who thinks he speaks Italian. It's very strange, very strange. He's Italian-American, never been to Italy, never. All my friend can say in Italian are pasta dish names. He doesn't even know any verbs, but he still tries to pull it off. Oh, my mom, she makes a great manicotti. Sorry, what? My mom, she makes manicotti. She makes it al dente with a ricotta cheese. Are you okay? 'Cause you sound like you're really weird. I have an Irish heritage. I don't do that. Oh, my mom, she makes a great corned beef and cabbage. It's magically delicious. Then I river dance my way home, you know.
Because little boys are savages. I have 3 boys. Each of them has headbutted me for no reason at all. Oh, well, we are in church. Okay. It's different. When you have a daughter, you have thoughts like, maybe I should save for med school. When you have a son, you're like, there's going to be a couple rounds of rehab. That's okay. I have 3 boys, 2 girls. I have enough kids where even Mormons are like, you should settle down. I travel with my kids. My 2 youngest are 3 and 5-year-old boys. And traveling with boys that age is like transferring serial killers between prisons. We've seen the movie. You know it doesn't work out. My 3-year-old, I love him, but he's eternally in a bad mood. He always has a look on his face like he's gonna shiv you with a crayon, or he's pooping. And sometimes it's both. And our 5-year-old, he's an escape artist. He's the El Chapo of children. You just put him down and he runs. And then I have to pay my 12-year-old to go get him. Sometimes she can't find him and I'm forced to stand up and look for my own child. Sometimes I can't find him. I mean, you always find the kid. The joke doesn't end with, no, I got 4 kids, you know? You find the kid. They're with a security guard. They're always with a security guard. That's an awkward approach, because I'm with my 4 other kids. I look like a moving diorama for birth control. Doesn't help that I'm usually eating something. It's hard to seem concerned about your child's whereabouts holding a corn dog. Oh, there he is. Now where's mustard? But that's parenting. It's stressful. Parenting is a sacrifice. It's exhausting. It's expensive. At times it feels thankless, but eventually you die. My wife hates that joke. My wife hates that joke. And in full disclosure, she does 90% of the work, and the 10% I do feels like too much. Like, I'm getting ripped off. 10% of 5 kids. That means I'm in charge of 1 kid for like half a day. I'm like a single mom. That's a joke where the audience thinks, maybe Jim is a dick. But my wife is amazing. Even in the most stressful moments, I will catch her looking at me with an expression that could only be described as regret. But she's Catholic, so there's no quitting the team. Thank you, Jesus.
We're gonna be just fine. And look, you have to vote for the right people that are gonna do the right things, and if they don't do the right things, then you just get them out. That's just the way it goes. Don't stress about it, move it along. That's the way it goes, because it's their job. They gotta deal with that stuff. We can't do it, we're busy. We're busy, all right? I can't go out and fight ISIS. My house is crazy. I got enough to deal with in my house, right? You got all your stuff to do. You gotta watch LeBron run around, you gotta go to games. We're busy people. I can't fight ISIS, neither can you. One of my cats just died. That's what I'm dealing with. Yeah, well, we had 3, so 2 to go. No, I love cats. I love that level of intimacy. I wish my kids were more like cats. That would be perfect. Oh my God, and please, if I could just leave food for them once a week and they just brush against my leg to let me know they're alive. Perfect. I don't even know why we have these animals, do you? That makes no sense. All these years of engineering and walls and electricity to keep nature out. Then we just open the door like a bouncer. You two, come on in. No, not you, squirrel, you coke addict. Get out of here. Then you have an animal just sitting on your counter looking at you. I was watching TV the other day. My cat, looking at me, dropped its ass, back legs up, front paws, just started pulling itself straight at me. 6 feet across. Didn't break eye contact the entire time. Stared me down. That's right, my ass in your carpet. What of it? What are you gonna do about it? Go in my box? I don't think so. Who's scooping it out? Not me. Never have, never will.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
The windows down and the wind in her hair keep her heart hanging on.
You're listening to Wild as Her by Corey Kent, now on Summer Country 2023. Listen on Spotify.
As wild as her.
Turn up the volume. This is Hits 2023, featuring the hottest new tracks from Dua Lipa, Ed Sheeran,
I suppose I sing like a stone.
David Guetta, and 50/50. Hits 2023, updated every week. Listen now on Spotify.
It's crazy. I can't even watch the news anymore. I'm not very political as a comedian. I've always thought, whether you like him or not, I think George Bush seems like a nice guy. But at this point in the war, it's kind of like when your dad decides he's going to build a deck. But he doesn't know how to build a deck. And you're like, well, we love him or whatever. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But then 4 years later, there's like this atrocity of duct tape and 2x4s hanging off the back of the house. And he's like, I'm just finishing up the deck. And you're like, that doesn't look a lot like a deck, Dad. And he's like, deck accomplished. I'm not so sure deck is accomplished, Dad. Because the wood has split into 3 sections and he's not good at his job or whatever. Like the president, like it doesn't matter what party you're in. It's just like he's just not good at it. Or he's like it's like if you had a boss and everyone's just like, I don't know if he should do this anymore. And people don't like him. Some people say that someone's gonna kill him, and I was like, well, I don't think that someone should kill him. No, you couldn't shoot the president, and I'll tell you why. Because if you did, he wouldn't admit that it happened. You know, he'd be like, "You probably thought you shot me." Shoot me once, shame on you. Shoot me twice, you can't shoot the shooter. You know, that's what he does when he doesn't understand stuff. He just goes, everyone's like, he gets it, but he doesn't, and that's why we're all gonna die. I know, it's disturbing, but and the thing that actually upsets me most about this group of people in charge is that they say if you don't support the war, you don't support the troops, and it's just a lie. It's just not true, because I love the troops. I love the troops because, yeah, of course, they're the best asset we have. And if they weren't the troops, I would be the troops, and I would be the worst troops. I'd be like, you expect me to carry a gun this heavy and run away screaming? That literally happened. I did a USO tour a few years ago, and they handed me one of their guns, and I fell onto the ground. A few years ago, I performed for the troops, and I signed autographs for people who had been gone from America so long they didn't realize that I'm not famous. And it was very awkward because they'd be like, "Where do I know you from?" And I was like, "Are you from Shrewsbury?" Because I was backup right field for Economy Paint Supply. I don't know if that rings a bell.
You guys are clearly a cocaine crowd. That is surprising in a recession, but I guess in tough times you hold on to what's most important to you. Oh, speaking of drugs, I drove through downtown today. Wow, that is an interesting area. It changes quickly. Just all of a sudden you're in a click neighborhood, and I don't know if you know what I mean, but I mean you drive through it and you go, click. You know what I'm talking about? Even if you don't have automatic doors, you've done it as well. Maybe you're not related. Maybe you grew up rich. You grew up in a mansion somewhere. You drive through a neighborhood different. You're like, 4-bedroom houses! Click. Like whatever it is for you. So that we may all relate to one another. I'm not really scared of the ghetto, though. I'm not. I'm from a bad neighborhood. I'm not scared by it. No, from Jamaica, Queens. It's not a nice place. No, I'm not scared. I'm scared of the trailer park. That's terrifying. How scary is it when a bad neighborhood can move? Just show up on your lawn and explode? That's right, explode, because the trailer's and the meth and the blue, that's what happens. Some of you with me, some of you being like, that's not funny, man, that's not funny. That's right, because if you do too much meth, you lose your teeth. Which is hilarious, because you need teeth to say the word meth. Haha, God's intervention. But I want more meth. But your life is enough of a myth.
You know what else? There's another safety thing I read about that you can get. Volvo, they have a new keyless entry device, and it has a heartbeat sensor on it. So it's like you aim it at your car and you press it. If it flashes, that means someone is hiding in your car and they're going to kill you. That's just what's going to happen. It's going to get real if you go to your car. The only thing, though, it's like $1,000, which is kind of expensive. So if you don't have the money, what you can do is you can just look in your window. That's the other way, yeah. It's not as flashy, I'll admit that. It's not as flashy, it's the same. It's the same. I had a guy try to convince, I told him about it, and he tried to convince me that it was for when people leave their babies in the car. Like, I was like, are you out of your mind, dude? Like, that's no way. Like, I've heard a few stories where that's happened, not millions, that they need to invent something for that. Like, how often does he think, like, people are just walking away from their car, like, pretty regularly, and being like, you know what, I cannot, for the life of me, remember if I brought my baby with me today. And how far would you park to be like, I do not want to walk back and check. I don't have time to be zigzagging all over this parking lot. Like, they should do something, you know? I got an idea for this.
By the way, if you spend a lot of time in the car, you have road trips, long trips, you want to kill some time, play this game. I made it up. Try to describe celebrities by using your friends. You can play for hours, you know? Like, you could be like, Britney Spears. She looks like our friend Amanda, except bloated and skankier. 2 points. Denzel Washington. He looks like our friend Tony, except, you know, not Chinese. And you can keep playing for hours. Until you get to old rock stars. You can't do it. Nobody fucking looks like them, okay? You can't be like, Keith Richards, Rolling Stones. Remember your friend that drowned a couple years ago? Like that. What? Sorry, that's the best I could do. You do not have a friend that looks like Keith Richards, okay? And if you do have a friend that looks like Keith Richards, then you know Keith Richards. That's fucking awesome. That's him. Ask him for tickets.
And people spell their name however they want. Has nothing to do with phonics or nothing. Not sure what phonics is, but I saw the girl that was hooked on it, and I thought, she's got a problem with it, apparently. Hey, have you seen that commercial? Hooked on phonics, work for me. She was adorable, you know? I was thinking, wouldn't that be weird if she was applying what she learned and she couldn't get the commercial straight, you know? Hook it on phonics, working for me. Hook it on phonics, working for me. Okay, cut. You talk to her, man. We ain't gonna move a lot of tapes this way. I'm telling you right now. Anyway, I met this woman. Her name was Amy, you know? So I go, A-M-Y? She goes, no, A-Y-M-I-E. Oh. I have to take a nap. I'm Brian, B-R-I-V-O-L-B, and the number 7, the letter Q. Look at my name tag. It's big. Something.
Love my mom. Retired. Finally, she's retired. Doesn't work anymore. But this is what my mom's doing with her retirement. She's a DJ. A fucking DJ. Not a DJ at weddings, like a real DJ at an AM radio station with headphones and everything. Like, hey, everybody, it's DJ Josephine. I'm playing Filipino music from the past, present, and future. And it's annoying. Because I gotta go to these, like every time I have a show in Vegas, I gotta go to this radio show. My mom tells me to go, Joseph, come to my radio show and thank all of my listeners for patronizing your career. And I have to go and talk to all 40 of her listeners. But here's the part that pisses me off the most. Every time I go in, she acts like she doesn't know who the fuck I am. Right? I walk in, she's like, oh, we have a guest. And then she starts rummaging through her papers. Oh, it says here you're a comedian. Wow. A comedian. Well, tell us how it is to be a comedian. Jacquai? Jacquai? It's Joe Coy. Mom? She did not want me to be a comedian at all. This is my 19th year in stand-up, and when I told my mom 19 years ago that I wasn't going to college, she cried. Cried. Why, Joseph? Comedian, really? That's what you want to do? There's no future in comedian, Joseph. There's no money to be made in comedian, Joseph. What are you, a clown? You're going to be a clown, Joseph. How about if you get sick, Joseph? There's no health insurance. There's no health insurance if you get sick. How are you going to pay the doctor? Jokes? Oh, thank you, doctor. What do I owe you? Oh, really? Knock, knock.
My parents are like the only people I know who are worse than me with technology. Like whenever I go home, they're helpless. Like my dad always wants me to fix his computer, but I don't know anything about computers. I'm just under the age of 100, so he thinks I'm great. He's like, "You're good. You should be a computer programmer." I'm like, "You're bad. You should be a caveman." And my mom is ridiculous. It's a true story. I had her fax me something. She called me up and said, "Could you fax that back? That's my only copy." That actually happened. I don't even know how she thought the machine worked. Like the paper goes through the air, or it's like the drive-through the bank and it goes through that see-through tubing, and there's fax machine tubing all over the country, and if they see you have a dog, they put a bone in there. I was home for Thanksgiving. My dad's always mad, but it's not about real stuff. He'll be like, "Damn it, I'm eating pretzels." I'm like, "What's the problem? Why is he angry?" I realized recently the reason he's angry is that old people are just angry. Old people are like, "I used to be cool, now I'm shaped like a pumpkin. I'm going to play golf." I was never afraid of my dad growing up. I was always afraid of my friends' dads. Your dad starts going off, you know what he's capable of. You're at your friend's house and his dad starts going off. You're like, this guy's a wild card. He just kicked the dog. What do you think he's gonna do to us? I remember the first time I saw my friend get hit by his dad, I couldn't even believe it. I was like, tough break for Sean. 15 minutes later, Sean was beating the crap out of me. I was like, I gotta team up with Sean's dad. At least he's got some moves. I'm always helping out my parents with their computer, because I know that like if I'm not there, my dad's only tech support is my mom. And I can't even imagine what those conversations are like. He's like, "What's a damn printer driver?" And she's like, "I made toast." It's funny because I go home and my dad still kind of doesn't get that I'm a comedian. Like he's always like, "You know, this comedy thing might parlay nicely into advertising." You know, I'm like, "No, this is kind of what I do." I was just never the class clown in school. Class clown is always the mean guy who walks in the room and is like, "You're fat, you're gay, I'm out of here," you know. I was always a little fat and a little gay, so...
Purina believes in the power of pets to provide comfort and support and reduce stress and anxiety in people's lives, including the 2.5 million young people coping with depression. That's why Purina's supporting more therapy dogs to make a difference in the lives of patients, students, and kids, like me. Click or tap the banner to learn more about what Purina's doing to support youth mental health.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to the ballpark, dog park, or amusement park, driving range or drive-in theater, Saturday morning soccer or Sunday brunch, Citgo top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline gets you where you're going and keeps your engine running cleaner and smoother along the way. Whether you're traveling near or far, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Gaffigan.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you make me feel only 20 pounds overweight. Oh, look at his beard. He's got quite a beard. He looks like an out-of-shape Civil War general. My dearest Peggy, it has been a fortnight since I've had a salad. I love my beard. You grow a beard and strangers are fascinated. I have strangers come up to me, hey, why'd you grow your beard out? I joined Al Qaeda. Don't even joke around about that. But you can ask about facial hair, right? You can't be like, hey, how long you had the man boobs? Are they natural? Now you're looking at my man boobs. To me, they're beautiful. When do I get a Dove commercial? I'm talking about the Dove ice cream bar, which barely cleans your body and is less racist.
Jenny says, I think that we should just break up. You know, it's not just this. I mean, you're away a lot of the time. And even when you're here, you work at night and I work in the day. I just don't think it's going to work out. And I said, okay. We were apart for about 6 months, and I missed her so much, but I kept resisting calling her because I wanted to give her space. And every once in a while, I'd get a glimmer of hope in the form of a text message from Jen, Irish pub, nice. And it would just say, hi. And I'd write back, hi. It was the smallest form of communication two people could have with one another, but I think in some ways kept us together. And finally on New Year's, I caved in and I called her. I said, hey, I really miss you and I want to see you. And we got together for coffee and we hit it off just like we used to, and we decided we would get back together. We had a great period there, you know. I took her to get a license and a passport. First, we went for her social security card, and then we took that to the DMV, and then we mailed all of that to the government for a passport. It was like the triple crown of identifications. Jenny was wildly identifiable, and one night she was heading back from my apartment to hers, and she stops. And I said, what? And she says, I think that we should live together. And I said, no, I really don't think that's a good idea. You know, I've just decided, you know, as a principle, I'm not going to get married or live with someone. It's not personal. And she said, well, unless we live together, I just don't think it's going to work out because we just don't see each other enough, and I don't think that we stand a chance. That's how I feel. So we moved in together.
I do my best to try and educate kids. I tell kids all the time, the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit, kids. And this kid said to me, he's like, I want to be an astronaut. And I was like, that's too bad. The sky is the limit, kid. Learn some vocabulary before you go off to NASA, please. But you did get out of that trunk. Pretty smart kid. I try to educate. Here's something, I don't know if everybody knows that when a flag is raised to half-mast, that means that somebody important has died. I saw this recently, a flag at half-mast. I was like, I didn't know who the important person that died was. I looked it up. Do you know who it was? Guy whose job it is to raise the flag all the way up. Died halfway through. They left it as a fitting tribute. Until they hire a new guy. Here's something else. Do you know what a white lie is? It's like a lie where nobody gets hurt. Like, these beads are a great trade for all of your land. A white lie, do you see? Like, a lie where nobody white gets hurt. And
I get a real solution for the stupidity that we have in this country, and they'll never let me do it. They will never let me do it. It will come from the last place we would expect. Television. You know that show where you're smarter than a fifth grader? Do you know that show? I call it by its real name, To Catch a Predator. Here's what we do. We combine the two shows and have Is a Predator Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Or To Catch a Fifth Grader, whatever, semantics. The point is, you take a predator and you take a fifth grader. You ask them both a series of geography questions. And if the predator gets more right, he gets to keep the kid. And I know it's terrible, but every kid who sees it's gonna study. It'd be brilliant just memorizing the state capitals. Like, don't put me in the van! Don't put me in the van! Helena, Montana, don't put me in the van!
I don't have a girlfriend right now. I had a girlfriend, but she broke up with me, which I think is better. It's always better when the girl breaks up with a guy, because then it's over in 5 minutes. Because then the guy just says this piece, which is like, you suck. And that's it, it's over. But when a guy breaks up with a girl, you need an entire afternoon free. Because there's going to be questioning, and witnesses, and forms to fill out. Your girlfriend turns into a special prosecutor. She's like, is it not true that you said that we would be together forever? I'm like, I don't recall saying that. And then she's like, well, maybe this card will refresh your memory. And then I learned an important lesson. Women save every single thing you give them. What we consider gifts, they consider potential evidence that can be used against you in a later date. That's why they have so many shoes. They just need the boxes to save all the crap that we give them.
I don't know a lot. I really don't. It's making it this far has been great. And I don't believe in science, you know? That's just, I don't understand it, so it's easier not to believe in it as a whole. That gets you out of a lot of arguments. If you're just like, I don't believe in science, they're like, all right, do you need help? Or scientists could be making stuff up. That's a great job to have if you want to make stuff up, because no one can challenge you, you know? No one can say anything. Like, or they don't even get in trouble if they mess up. Like, the Earth was 2 billion years old, and they're like, now it's 4 billion years old. It's like, all right, like, how many people got fired after that? And they're like, nobody. You're like, really? Y'all just nothing? Because y'all were way off. I read Beatles are 320 million years old. It's like, are they? Or you just know that I don't know how to figure that out. Because you could be doing that, you know? Like, I feel like that's your first job as a scientist. Like, when you go, they would just probably do the Beatles thing. They're just like, go see how old Beatles are. Like, when you're a new scientist, and then you don't think those guys are like back there, like, just write 320 million. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, who's even going to check, you know? It's like, no one's going to question us. We can change it at any point. Pluto, Pluto's not a planet. Or it might be a planet, I don't know. They change it every 5 seconds. The last I heard, it's not, and that's like crazy. That's when I would left science. When I was like, I'm out. Like, you can't do that. You can't jam Pluto down my throat my whole life, and then the second I get out of school, you're like, we were just kidding about Pluto. It affected me. In elementary school, I got a C- on a test because I forgot to put Pluto. And turns out, I should have got above an A. That's what I should have got. Yeah. I should have been asked to teach the class. I should have immediately taught that class. And be like, Nate's apparently the best. I never believed in Pluto, you know? I said it's too far. That's what I told people. I go, you guys will see.
Summertime, we went to a bunch of fairs, too. It's amazing how your perspective on fairs changes. Because as a kid, you're like, the fair, there's a fair! fair. As an adult, you're like, that looks dangerous. Are they cooking in that truck? We used to go to the fair to see the biggest pig in the county. Now we go to the fair to be the biggest pig in the county. Some of that food at fairs, it's ridiculous. Deep fried Oreos, okay. Deep fried Twinkies, maybe. Deep fried butter, no. You know, occasionally you'll eat a stick of butter. What if we deep fried it? No. It's wrong. I mean, it's delicious. But it's wrong. There's no health inspector at the fair. That's why they can do that. Because everything at the fair is very temporary, meaning when the cops come, they can leave. And some of those rides don't look safe. I'll just let my kids go first. No sense in us all dying. But you never want to be judgmental at the fair. You're always like, you know what, I'm sure this ride's fine. You know, I'm sure the guy running the ride, he's probably a structural engineer. We don't know. That's probably how he lost his arm. You know?
One day Jenny gets an invitation to the wedding of one of her friends, and she invites me to come along, and I said, oh, no thanks. That doesn't go over so well. She says, why? And I said, well, as you know, I don't believe in marriage, and so I don't buy into the flamboyant pageantry that goes into celebrating it. She said, well, what do you believe in? I said, I don't know. She said, well, if you don't believe in anything, how can you not believe in marriage? And I said, well, first of all, it just doesn't seem necessary. I mean, marriage is an archaic institution invented in the Middle Ages based on exchanging property. I don't want to be a part of that. Second of all, I don't even think we have a common cultural understanding of what marriage even is. I mean, one of me and Andy's friends was about to get engaged, and we were skeptical, and we said, are you sure this is the person you want to be with for the rest of your life? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And we said, well, what if she gets in a car accident and she's disfigured? Would you stay with her then? And he said, maybe. That is not an acceptable answer. Third of all, if I'm so in love, why does it need to be written into a government contract? And I'm not one of these, like, I don't want government up in my business kind of people. I think the government does a nice job delivering the mail and suggesting I don't eat poison. But I just don't understand why they need to be involved in my personal relationship. And then finally, if marriage is religious, shouldn't I believe in the religion? I've been to more weddings than my friends where the people on the altar don't believe in the religion of the church they've invited us to. Some of them even go to classes with the priest in advance to more elaborately lie about believing in a religion they don't believe in, just to have a wedding in a fancy building. That is insane! That's how I feel! So I explained this to Jenny. And Jenny says, well, if you ever did want to get married, I would marry you. And I said, why? Aren't you listening to any of this? And Jenny says, that's how I feel.
Let me tell you a story. I was on a flight from LA to Philadelphia, and I was sitting next to this woman. And you know, long flight, you get to talking to people, right? Nice woman. She told me she had been married 4 times, okay? She was on her 4th marriage, and she had 3 children by her 3 previous marriages. 3 boys, 1 from each marriage, right? And we keep flying and talking and chit-chatting, and she showed me a picture of her sons. And she was white. Her youngest son, he was white. Her middle son, he was half black. Her oldest son, he was white. I didn't say this to her, but I was thinking, wow, I guess you can go back. True story.
I just like old-fashioned things. I was in Connecticut recently doing white people stuff, and yeah. One day, well, it doesn't matter why, but I was sitting in a gazebo, and there was a plaque on the gazebo, and it said, "This gazebo was built by the town in 1863. That is in the middle of the Civil War. And the whole town built a gazebo. What was that town meeting like? Like, all right, everyone, first order of business. We have all the telegrams from Gettysburg with the war dead. Let's see here. Okay, everyone's husband and brother, and everyone died. Okay. Josiah, you had something? Yes, I do. How'd you like to be indoors and out of doors all at once? Ever walking through the park with your betrothed and it starts to rain, but you still want to hold hands? Well, may I introduce you to, and my condolences again to everyone, the gazebo! Building a gazebo during the Civil War. That'd be like doing stand-up comedy now. Yes. Thank you for clapping at my political gazebo material. I'm very brave.
And I'm bad like the Barbie. I'm a doll, but I still wanna party. Pink felt like I'm ready to bend. I'm a 10, so I pull in a Ken. Like Jazzy, Stacy, Nikki. All of the Barbies is pretty. All of the Barbies is bad. It girls, and we ain't playing tag.
You're listening to Nicki Minaj and Ice Spice's Barbie World with Aqua from Barbie, the album. Tap the banner to listen to this, plus new songs from Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, Sam Smith, and more, now on Spotify.
Yelling out, we ain't selling out. We got money, but we ain't lending.
It's time to make plans to visit family and friends, because this is the year you get back to traveling. And Amtrak Virginia makes it easy. With Amtrak, you can sink into a big comfy seat. Use the free Wi-Fi if you'd like. And you can save 15% on travel to DC and throughout Virginia too, with Amtrak Virginia Anytime Fares. Book now at amtrakva.com.
Bath County, Virginia is an outdoor adventurer's paradise. Explore pristine forests and hiking trails. Fish crystal clear lakes, rivers, and streams. Bike miles of open trails. Soak in healing mineral baths. Bath County has something for every outdoor adventurer. To be honest, we have more trees than people out here. Enjoy it all in Bath County this weekend.
I like when girls wear sexy shoes. Are you wearing sexy shoes? Yeah, those are hot. She wants me so bad. I like high heels on girls. That's so sexy. I don't like when women wear those running sneakers with their dresses. Who started that? It's gotta stop. It's disgusting. And women are like, oh, it's more comfortable. Who gives a shit? Do you think I like lugging around these balls all day? No. They're annoying and they stick to the side of my leg. Yes, it's disgusting and true, but you don't see me getting them cut off so that I can be more comfortable. Because I accept my responsibilities as a man. I talk about today's issues that face America. That's who I am.
Like there was a dude in California, Santa Rosa, California, crossing the street, wasn't paying attention, text messaging, wasn't paying attention, crossing the street, hit by a car. I heard that story, I thought it was funny. Then I found out he died. Thought it was hilarious, because you know the person on the other end of the text message was pissed off he wasn't responding, right? You know it had to go down that way. Just spends the whole day angry going, where are you? He's like, I'm dead. LOL. How'd the driver not see him? I wanted to know that. He's text messaging in the dark. It's easy to see. When you text message in the dark, your face turns blue. I know that, because I'm a stand-up comedian. I see some of you assholes do it all the time. You sit there during shows like you're not distracting everyone around you, like we can't notice. Your face looks like you're getting beamed up. Like, oh! Like, I'm not gonna, your whole face is blue. Oh, there's a Smurf in the crowd. Like, no, I know what the fuck is happening. Put your damn phone away and live your life for an hour. That got me thinking. Maybe the driver did see him. We've all been tempted. The driver probably didn't mean to hit him, probably tried to swerve or honk or send him a quick little text message before. Worst part of the story? I hear the worst part. The entire Verizon network just stood there and watched it happen. How bad is that? Dude in the glasses is standing over the body taunting him going, no, you can't hear anything now. Yeah, this is a dead zone. Check it out, dude. Now your hand's free.
My kids were with me. In Amsterdam, I brought my kids to the Anne Frank house. I told some friends that, and they're like, aren't your kids a little young for the Anne Frank house? And you know what I learned? They are. They're too young. But I wanted to bring them. You know, it's an important place. I want them to learn. So I brought them. We were standing outside the Anne Frank house, and I said, this is a special, somber place. This is where Anne Frank, her family, and some friends hid from the Nazis for 2 years, and they couldn't speak during the day. And Anne also wrote this diary, so let's be respectful. My 6-year-old raised his hand, and he goes, do they have video games here? And I said, I'm going to need you to be quiet for the rest of your life. Bought tickets online to the Anne Frank house. I Googled it. The Anne Frank house has a Google rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars. Who's giving the Anne Frank house a bad review? It's like, yeah, wasn't that fun? It's kind of crowded, and there were no video games. Why do we feel the need to review everything? Nobody's going to Anne Frank's house looking for hot dogs. I misread it. I thought it was Anne Frank's house. I was getting ready to have me an Amsterdam dog.
I didn't realize how good I was with computers until I met my parents. My parents are like what would happen if you gave a monkey a computer. You know, they just kind of like bat it and sniff it and poop in their hands and rub it on the keys. And it's not like I know anything about computers. I know one thing. I know that if a stranger emails you an attachment, you shouldn't open it. You know, like, and my parents didn't get the memo on that one, and they're lonely, you know, so they open everything. They're just like, we got mail from XR Zebo and monkeys.tv, you know, or whatever, I don't know. And I'm like, that is not your friend. Like fun, is that your friend? They ended up with a porn virus on their computer that was unlike anything I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was hardcore porn on the desktop, on the screensaver. The icons became dildos. A guy jumped out of the screen and was like, where's your daughter? You know, it was literally terrifying. And my parents were so sad because when they left Circuit City, they did not think this was in the realm of possibility. My mother called me. I was upstairs. She couldn't even describe it. She was just like, Michael, something happened with the computer. And I didn't know what to do. And so for like a week, it was a very awkward week in the Bahuski household because my parents were secretly suspicious of one another, that the other person had ordered this service for the computer. Like, I'd never talked to my parents about sex, never mind our porn preferences, you know, like, the closest thing to a sex talk was when I was in college. I had my first serious girlfriend, and my dad looked at me cryptically, and he goes, you're playing with fire. And that was the whole conversation. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I got a hose. I don't know. You gotta fill the awkward void with something. But I figured out how to get the virus to go away. I actually called Joe Bags, and he helped me out, and we got it to go away, but when I left the house, my parents had placed the computer in the corner of the house with the screen facing the wall, like the computer had done something wrong.
You know where I really want to go visit? Cambodia. That's where I want to go, guys. That's where it's at, man. I mean, you know, I don't know where it's at, but this is where they had. This is a legit tourist attraction that you can do. You can shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. That's one of their options. Yeah, and if you're like, oh, I bet it's too pricey, well, you'd be wrong, all right? It's very reasonably priced. It's $400. That's not that bad of a deal to shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. And if you're like, what if we don't hit it? Is it even worth it? Yeah, it is, all right? They give you $200 back if you don't. No one hits it. Who's going to hit it? Who's going to just nail it on the first try and be like, I do this quite a bit at home? I love how they, like, how on earth would you come up with that price? That's what I always wanted to know there. Like, what were you gauging that off of that you thought 400 sounds good? Like, someone's like 700. They're like, I don't want to get greedy with it. I've been looking around, and you can fist fight a goat for $50 right next to us. So I think 400's competitive. I think that's a good... That would be an unbelievable way to hunt, though. A rocket launcher, you just shoot at the woods. You get all kinds of stuff. Deer, probably people, I don't know. Like, just shoot in an area.
And what else are you gonna do, really? What are you gonna do? Stay home, watch the news, watch more news? You gonna watch more news? That's a treat. Are you scared? Are you guys scared? Everybody's scared now. Are you scared? Yeah? Because you watch too much news. Turn it off. Go to a show. Look, some things are scary. I'll give it to you. No grown-ups left. That's kind of scary. There's no one left to fight the bad guys. There's adult coloring books now. Adult coloring books. And they're popular. I saw a man, a grown man, on the floor of an airport. A man laying on his stomach on the floor of an airport, just coloring. Why even wear pants? Why? You're not a man. You're a baby man. My friend's like, no, Tom, you don't understand. They are adult. I have one. It's a Game of Thrones coloring book. My apologies. I thought it was something childish like The Hobbit. I didn't know it was Game of Thrones. That must be hard with all the snow in that show. Having to use the white crayon, you never really know if it's working or not.
Thank God I'm funny. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't funny. I was fired from every job I ever had before this. I was actually fired as a Denny's dishwasher. That's not funny, sir. Do you know how sad that is? They didn't even know how to fire me. They had never done it in the history of Denny's. They just sent me out to take out the garbage and then lock the door behind me. I'm like, let me in. They're like, go to Wendy's. They have a program, son, for special boys like you. People often wonder if I'm retarded. No, I'm not retarded. But don't get me wrong, I'm as close to retarded as you can get and still live alone. I admit that. Yeah. If there was an island of retarded people, I would be their king. They would be like, he can cut his own meat. He will lead us. I'm retarded.
I watch a lot of television. Too much. Did you ever watch those monster truck pulls on TV? My favorite part is not the race. I like when they interview the driver when the race is over. They always talk about their engine like you know what the hell they're talking about, you know? Hey, what were you thinking during that last run, Earl? You know, it was going pretty good. About halfway through, the flap coil valve burner started smoking. The hydro pen springer spurting off the manifold drive. And if I didn't overflood the drive, got some of that last power line trying to unplate that hydro coil. And if I couldn't do that, I was going to have to shut her down. Man, what the hell are you talking about? Like you're following him at home. The hydro pin, well, sure, you had to shut her down. What options did you have, Earl? None! I'm jealous of those guys. I know nothing about cars. If my car breaks down, I have to make the noises my car's making for the mechanics. And you know they know you have to do that because there's always like 5 of them hanging around waiting for a show, you know? They're just standing there, hey, here he comes. What's the matter with your car, man? I don't know, you know? If you could take a look at it, come on, what's the matter with it? Tell us. So you gotta stand there while it's going, blah, Can you fix that? I don't know, I just clean up here. Harry! You're gonna have to talk to Harry.
Because inherently we're trusting. We're very trusting of elevators. We're like, what is this, a casket on a string? Let's hop on. I don't know, it works, but if it shakes, we'll giggle. We giggle because we realize no one's driving the elevator. We're like, we're all gonna die. Should we press one of these buttons or climb through the trap door in the ceiling that leads to every Bruce Willis movie? What do we do? We also giggle because there's no talking on an elevator, right? You get on an empty elevator, you and a friend, and you're like, I'll tell you later. It's like a den of awkwardness. You just stand there like, are we supposed to kiss? What are we doing? It's very strange. Not as awkward as a stairwell. You ever been in an abandoned stairwell by yourself? You encounter strangers coming the other way. There's always that moment where you meet eyes where you're like, if you don't rape me, I won't rape you. What are you doing in this? What am I doing in this? Are we in an episode of Law and Order? But we volunteer for these awkward situations. Sometimes we pay to participate, like water parks. Those are fun, but there's always that moment where you're like, is this a meeting of people I don't want to see in swimsuits? Because there are people walking around water parks with a confidence that they shouldn't have. And you almost admire it. You're like, you go away from me. You try and figure it out. You're like, is it the fumes from the toxic chemicals combined with the children's urine? What gives you that swagger that would make Beyonce blush? But you don't want to be judgmental. You're like, you know what? They're there for their kids. I'm here for my kids. And compared to them, I look like Magic Mike. So, God bless them.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a lost bee that found my way into your car. And now that I'm in here, good luck getting me out.
I think it's gone. Wait, no, it's in my hair.
And if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage,
It's in my hair.
well, this could be quite a sticky situation. Buzz, buzz! So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem like me.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Why?
Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot. Why? Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Why? Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
This is so great. Thank you for coming. You're here. That's great. You all showed up. I appreciate it. And then we showed up, so you got to see the things that you paid to see. That's great. You don't always get to see the things that you paid to see. Ever been to the goddamn zoo? Those guys are never where they're supposed to be. Every time I go to the zoo, I'm like, hey, where's the jaguar? And the zoo guy is like, oh, he must be in the inside part. The inside part? Tell him we're here. I love doing stand-up for crowds because this right here, this reminds me of assembly in grade school. And assembly was the only part of school I ever liked. And once you leave school, you don't get to have assembly. This is the closest we get in adult life to assembly. Because look at you all, you're just sitting there in chairs, looking at a guy with absolutely no expertise who's gonna talk for a while. Although this is different than assembly, because like you bought tickets, you knew this was coming. Assembly, you never knew was coming when you were a kid. You just showed up at 8 a.m. and they were like, put down your stuff. Go to the gym. You're like, God, I guess they're finally gonna kill us all right. This is younger than I thought it would be, but we are pretty big assholes. You get to the gym and the whole school is sitting on the floor. You're like, what are we, about to graduate from Tuesday? My principal would always come out to kick things off. She'd be like, children, rather than continue to teach you how to read, we have cleared the entire day for this random guy. I used to smoke crack. As you 7- and 8-year-olds probably know, freebasing is the greatest orgasm known to man. But I'm here to tell you there's hope. I've been sober now 2 weeks. Well, weekdays, not weekends. Weekends, that's Nunzio's time. I was once at assembly listening to a guy talk about smoking crack. My social studies teacher yelled at me. He goes, sit up straight, show some respect. I was like, he's smoking cocaine. Sit up straight, he's standing on a 45-degree angle, or as junkies call it, first position. I always got yelled at assembly. That's right, there was always like assembly, and then there was like that second assembly to yell at you for how you behaved at the first assembly. They'd be like, get in here, sit down, sit down, sit down. I want to talk about what happened yesterday. You're like 8 years old, you're like, what's yesterday? We invite a woman here with homemade puppets to teach you about bullying through skits, and you laugh at this woman? We noticed you had all been bullying each other and making fun of everything constantly, so we invite a woman with straight gray hair in a denim dress with a wrist cast and homemade puppets that all have the same voice to teach you about bullying through skits, and you laugh it up. What was so funny about that woman? I want to know. What was so funny about when she couldn't fit the box of puppets back into the trunk of her Dodge Neon? What was so hilarious that you all ran to the windows? Well, you all missed a valuable lesson on the danger of cliques. What's a clique? It's when a group of people hang out together. Oh, you mean like having friends? No. Because these people make fun of other people. Oh, you mean like having friends?
I think there's one danger in playing guitar, which is that you can play guitar too much, like and turn into the guy who shows up at the party and just starts playing guitar for no reason. And everyone's like, could you not do that? Because everyone knows his motivation for doing that. And so I wrote a song just for that guy. And it's called Guitar Guy at the Party. I'm the guitar guy at the party. I'm the guitar guy and I think I'll drink a Coke and Bacardi. It might seem like I'm just having fun, but I'm actually not. I'm trying to sleep with your girlfriend. Listen to me as I play this song, 'cause I'm gonna play it regardless. I'm only playing 3 chords so I can make eye contact with different women in the room. I'm gonna try and sleep with your girlfriend, but I'm gonna make it sound like we have a really special bond and we should keep it secret. You know, I think your boyfriend really takes you for granted. When was the last time he told you that your eyes look like space crystals? If you want to come by my place later, it'd be cool. It's not gonna be like last time. I totally understand why that freaked you out. Maybe if I play free fall and then someone will give me a hand job. Or maybe they'll just sit on my lap and the friction will cause me to have an erection. An erection I will make sure that you won't feel, 'cause I'm classy. And I'm gonna shift it to the left, and I'm gonna shift it to the right. And I'm gonna create a mental image in my head like guys in prison taking a group shower. Here's my story, I'm gonna make sure that I tell it in the proper order. I went to arts camp as a kid and I played the recorder. Then I learned that recorders are for losers and guitars get chicks. And now when I feel like a loser, I take this out and sing Wonderwall by Oasis. I play mostly covers, Cat Stevens and Beatles and a couple of others. I do some original songs too, but they're not as well received. Christ is God, Christ is God. But I still want that hand job, 'cause I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy. Ah. Thanks.
I forgot to know when I was had a weird thing at the airport not too long ago. I was standing in line. I was behind this white guy, and he was arguing with this black guy behind the counter. And the reason I tell you that is because when I hear him argue, I overhear the white guy try to play the white race card, which if you're like, oh, I didn't even know we had a card. I don't think we do, actually. This guy got one somehow. And I just hear him go, what is it, because I'm white? Is that why you're doing this to me, because I'm white? So then he looks around to try to find, like, backup, a white guy, so he sees me. He's like, hey, are you gonna get involved in this? Can you believe this is still going on after all we've been through? And I was like behind him, and I was like, what? No, man, I'm not ready for something like this. I think you're the first guy ever to try this, to be honest with you. I'm not prepared at all. If you wanted me to help you should have pulled me aside much earlier than right now. Should have grabbed me an hour ago and be like, look, I'm gonna try to make history today. Do you want to be a part of this or not? And it all backfired. The guy he said it to was mixed race. So the guy was like, my mom's white. So now it's weird. People are just looking, and they've surrounded us. They want to fight they just lumped me in with this guy. So I was like, all right, everybody, let's take it easy. We were just practicing to see if we're ready for something like this. And we're not. We're not ready. Yeah, it's too soon. So we're going to meet back in 100 years. If I could get everybody's email, that'd be great. That'd be terrific. Just sign this. So that's coming up. So that's exciting. Stuff to look forward to, you know. I don't know.
What's your favorite sexual position, Joanna? Just between us, yeah. I won't tell anyone. Uh-oh, Zach. Zach is your boyfriend or something? Oh my God. You don't mind that I'm talking to Joanna, do you? You don't mind? All right, good. Do you mind if you leave? I don't have a favorite. This one girl's like, what's your favorite sexual position? And I'm like, the one where my penis goes in your vagina. That's a good one. I like that one. That's my favorite. The only one I don't like is, I don't like when the girl's on top. No, I don't like that a lot. And my last girlfriend, she's like, that's because you have control issues and you fear a woman in a position of power. And I was like, right. And also because your vagina slips off a lot. But mostly that control thing, whatever you mean. So how long have you and Zach been going out? How long have you been dating, Zach?
5 months.
5 months? Oh my God, that's good. What do you do for a living, Zach?
I work at GE.
You work at GE? That's cool. How many times have you been on The Tonight Show? I'm making conversation. No, you're a handsome guy. That's okay. You're a good guy. That's nice. You're a nice guy. You're laughing. You think I'm funny, right? You're not upset with me? Okay, good. I'm funny.
I've got 2 people that I made. I've got 2 kids, and they're going through a weird phase. I don't know if it's a weird phase. It's just, my kids are finally realizing I'm not as great as they thought. You know what I mean? Like, for years, I was their god. They were amazed by everything I did. He gets food. I don't know how he does it. That's nothing. I saw him lift a chair over his head by himself. Wow, I know. The other day I was yelling at them. I mixed up their names. They shot me a look like, oh, maybe our leader's an idiot. Maybe he's not kidding when he says he can't help with our math homework. And they're not wrong. I can't help them anymore. I don't understand it. But I have to act like it's a parenting decision for my own ego. They'll be like, Dad, can you help me with my math homework? No, I'm not just giving you the answers. This is between you and your teacher. Work it out. Then I'm in the bathroom on YouTube. How do you add fractions with different bottoms? Oh, you just gotta make them the same. How? Oh, my daughter got in the car the other day. She reached over my shoulder. She hit the radio. A whole Taylor Swift station came on that she reprogrammed herself. I'm like, no, when did you do that? And I change it. A Katy Perry station comes on. She hijacked the whole radio. I'm like, when did you do that? She's like, don't worry about it. Just make it louder. Could you imagine? I couldn't imagine as a child getting in my father's car, demanding my music, and then louder, lower, a little louder. Right there, Chief, right there. When I eventually came out of my coma, they would have told me a story of how arrogant I was and why I lost 5 years of my life when I was hit in the head with a pipe.
I did nothing today. Didn't feel any pressure to do anything. Some places you feel like a pressure to do something, like St. Louis, you gotta go see our arch. I don't want to. Go look at our arch. Why don't I just go to McDonald's and see 2? San Antonio, you gotta go to the Alamo. I was gonna nap. Oh, you gotta stand outside in blistering heat and look at a building. Can't I just say I forgot about the Alamo? You know who didn't want to go to the Alamo? The people who died at the Alamo. I bet their last thought was, I wish I didn't go to the Alamo. I thought it was a rental car company. Can you imagine that level of bravery? 187 Texans fought 2,000 of Santa Anna's finest Mexican troops, and at one point those 187 Texans just decided, we should just fight till we all die. Like if I was there, I would have been like, excuse me, I love the idea of Texas too, but have you tried this Mexican food? It is delicioso. I propose we remember the guacamole. Of course, Vegas, the big assignment, is to gamble. Nobody ever admits they gamble when they go to Las Vegas. You going to Vegas? You going to gamble? No, I'm going to see shows. You're not going to gamble at all? Well, if I walk by a poker table, I might sit down and lose $10,000. I'm mainly going for the shows. We don't like to admit we gamble. People never admit. They're like, I'm not gambling, I'm just pulling this lever. I like to pull levers. It's a good arm workout. I'm not gambling, I'm just watching these horses run and letting the winner determine if I keep my home.
Who knows, man? I lived in New York City for a while before I came out here. My apartment was really small in New York. I had a goldfish and I had to keep him in a shot glass. No, it's okay, a little pebble in there for scenery, so. He liked that. He was like, yeah, this is just like the ocean. I like to watch when he try to turn around there. Filtering system, I take a straw. It's like a jacuzzi room. Oh, yeah. I think people are unfair to their pets, you know? Like putting a pet bird in a cage. That's pretty nice, huh? Get in there, Clank, shut up. I'll be making the decisions. I always wonder what a bird's thinking standing in a cage. Hey, thank you. Hey, I've been blessed with the gift of flight. Appreciate the environment. I know how to fly. I'm standing on a stick. Hey, I've already read these newspapers. In fact, I've whited out some typos. I don't know what animals think. You know? You ever knock over an ant pile? Isn't it amazing that they all start rebuilding it that second? They're all running around. You'd think there'd be just a minute, where they'd all get upset. And you just knock it over. Oh, man! I don't believe it! Look at this! Even if most of them started working, there'd be a few hanging off to the side going, I ain't doing that again. Standing right there, just gonna knock it over again.
How powerful is cock? That one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
Turn up the volume. This is Hits 2023, featuring the hottest new tracks from Dua Lipa, Ed Sheeran, David Guetta, and 50/50. Hits 2023, updated every week. Listen now on Spotify.
I love being a comedian. I really love it, man. I appreciate you guys coming out because it allows me to do that. And this is what oh, thanks a lot, you guys. That's nice. That's really nice. This year, one thing I started doing for the first time was I actually started playing guitar. I learned how to play the guitar, and I'm gonna just play something for you right now. I'm a big fan of music. So like when I'm driving on road trips and stuff, I'll always listen to the radio, and I'll listen to Christian rock by mistake. Because it always starts out as like a Bon Jovi ballad, It'll be like, I woke up in the morning and I got myself some oatmeal and I put some raisins on it, and Christ is God, Christ is God, 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 God. And I'm like, what about the oatmeal? I thought this was the oatmeal song. I feel like every religion should have their own rock and roll, you know? Like there should be Jewish rock. Like, I woke up in the morning and I got myself some lox and bagels and I put some cream cheese on them and Christ isn't God. He's just not God. He's a really nice guy, but don't get carried away. Or like atheist rock, like I woke up in the morning and I got myself a whole box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, 'cause I just don't care anymore, and there is no God. Sorry about that. Your grandma's in the ground and her soul's staying there. Oh man, that is some dark-ass atheist rock. I wonder what DC would be. What would, I guess agnostic rock? Like I woke up in the morning and I got myself some organic wheat puffs and I put some soy milk on them and there might be a God. There's really no way to know. He might be a fish or he might be a spoon. Oh man, that's a great point, Mike. Thanks, Mike. All I wanted was a song about oatmeal. I love that. Oh, thanks. That was a awkward, we're not sure whether to clap moment. I'm not sure either.
I'm a big, like I do all chain stuff. I like my restaurants to be doing good everywhere in the country. I just want to go, wherever I go in the world. I've eaten McDonald's in Dubai. Because I'm like, well, I want to see what they're doing, Like, what's their McDonald's like? It's a little different. And Applebee's, I'm a big fan of Applebee's, I was really just whatever. If I eat somewhere that's not Applebee's, I will only eat what Applebee's would serve. Like, if Applebee's is not on board with it, I'm not going to be, Organic is big. Everyone should eat organic, but it's weird. I don't even know what it is. I'm just like, I don't want to eat this. And, I go in, like, you order it, then I'm just like, can I have all your ketchup? I think I want to eat all of it. And they're like, yeah, we make our own ketchup. You're like, of course you do. Well, I'm going to leave now, because, let Heinz do it. They're doing so good at ketchup. Like, why? I eat at Walmart. You can eat there. It's fine. They're fine with it. And Walmart's great. They're always open. No one likes, no one likes Walmart, but they're always open. That's why they're great. There was a fire at a Walmart, and they did not shut down. They remained open during the fire. Like, some people didn't even know there was a fire. Other people thought they were just selling fire. Like, that's not that crazy of a thing. I'm a Walmart guy. I think I'm in the middle, I'm not Kmart. I'm not Target, I'm not old money. I don't think I'm better than everybody. I'm just right in the middle. You ever go to Kmart? Like, Kmart doesn't even look open when you go in there. You just walk in, you're like, you guys about to close? Are you getting looted or something? You're like, no, we're open. Are you? Are you gonna cut the lights on that side of the store? Maybe get some stuff, Kmart looks like where you go buy stuff if you're about to open a new Kmart. If you needed shelves for your Kmart, you'd go in there and be like, this is good. I think we're gonna do it right here.
What kind of panties do you wear, Joanna? I like sexy panties. What kind of panties do you wear? Stop laughing, just look. Are they thong panties? I like the thong panties. Some panties have sayings on them. There's so many different kinds of panties. It's wonderful. I want to meet Mr. Panty and thank him. I was with this girl, she was wearing crotchless panties. And I know I was supposed to be turned on by that, but I was a little weirded out. Because I was thinking, how many guys do you have to have sex with before you're like, you know, I can't keep taking these panties on and off. I have things to do. I have music to distribute. I can't be taking off the panties all the time. I need some way to expedite the process. All the music that could be given to the kids. If only my panties. I think panties should be more a part of everybody's life. That's why my favorite sport is women's tennis. Have you ever watched that? You can see their panties. That is so smart. The first time I saw it, I was like, holy shit. Nobody say anything. They should do that with every women's sport, except basketball, because then their balls would hang out. That's controversial. I'm controversial.
So I drove up here. It's a nice drive. I've been doing a lot of flying lately, and I'm growing to love the airport. It's the only place you get to see really chubby people running at full speed. Like, if you were late for everything, you'd be in pretty good shape, buddy. It's a Starbucks every 10 feet at the airport. I love Starbucks. Right? I stopped at a Starbucks over the holidays. They're doing a promotion. They asked me if I wanted to buy a pound of coffee to send off to the troops. I was like, hell yeah, I'll do that. Then the lady put me on the spot. She goes, we write them a message and we send it to them. What kind of message you want to send them? I'm like, geez, I don't know. Stay alert. Don't put me on the spot. I just get the small cup of coffee at the Starbucks, right? That's the gateway drug to all the other crap that they sell at Starbucks. That's how they hook you, right? You go in, you get a small cup of coffee, there's people typing stuff, there's weird music on, you're like, oh, I'm part of something. So you hang out, right? And you watch all these people get the drinks. Finally, one day you break down. Hey, can I get one of those frozen things with the whipped cream? Right there, you're screwed. You just went from marijuana to methamphetamine. Yeah. We've all seen the people ordering in front of us that are so far gone down that Starbucks rabbit hole. Like, hi, can I get a half-calf decaf soy latte, caramel macchiato, skinny, 2 pumps of vanilla, no foam, no whip, a shot of espresso. I want that cold. 3 sugars, a Splenda, and a sweet and low. Like, how the hell do you know how to order that? Seriously. What was the process? How to go from coffee to that crap? And the Starbucks person knows exactly what they're talking about. Yeah, I got it. They write Starbucks hieroglyphics down on some cup and hand it to the guy. Decode it like we learned in barista school. So I just get the coffee. Every time I go in, they ask me, you want room for cream? I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. One time I came in there, you want room for cream? I was like, yeah, sure. Then they gave me half a cup. I was like, what the hell is this? She goes, you wanted room for cream? I'm like, you just gave me room for coffee. Thank you, one lady.
When I travel with my kids, we always try and do one educational thing a day. It usually involves going to a museum. And museums are great, they're important, but they're also exhausting, right? Acting like you're interested in that crap. There's so much pressure to be impressed in a museum. It's like, ooh, look at that, kids. Wow, that's a water fountain. What do we got over here? And I've been to all types of museums. You know, I've been to children's museums, which are really just museums of diseases your kids can get from other people's kids. It's like, why don't you go over there and see if you can get the chickenpox? In Stockholm, I brought my kids to a ship museum, the Vasa Museum. It was a ship museum, but it only had one ship. So it felt more like a ship garage. But that one ship, the Vasa ship, sunk on its maiden voyage in Stockholm's harbor in the 1700s, which is not good. But that's the largest attraction in Sweden. Most countries, their big attraction is a design marvel, like the Sydney Opera House or the Eiffel Tower. But Sweden was like, here's our boat that didn't float. This is why we make furniture that ironically floats.
So that's why you can't give to charity. I'm kidding. I like to throw in I'm kidding at the ends of jokes now, in case the jokes are ever played in court. You ever heard a joke played in court? Never goes well. They're like, and that's why you shouldn't give to charity. Is that something you find funny, Mr. Mulaney?
At the time.
I found out recently that jokes don't do well in court. So, some friends of mine were sued in college for property damage, and they were guilty. And the lawsuit dragged on for years and years. And eventually, I got a call when I was 28 years old, and it was my friend from college. He said, hey, that lawsuit with my neighbor is still dragging on, and my neighbor just subpoenaed all my emails from college that mention him or the lawsuit. And I said, well, that's crazy, but why are you calling me? And he said, because you should be concerned. He said, I have an email here from junior year where I wrote, hey guys, I'm gonna miss practice tonight because I have to meet with my neighbor about that lawsuit thing. And you replied, hey, do you want me to kill that guy for you? Because it sounds like he sucks, and I will totally kill that guy for you. Okay, see you at improv practice. Of all the sentences in that email I would be ashamed to have read out loud in a court of law, I think the top one is see you at improv practice.
Thank you, guys. Nice to see you. So about 5 years ago, pretty much everyone who I know started to get married. And that was strange for me because I don't really believe in the idea of marriage. And that would have been fine, except I have a problem where sometimes when I think that I am right about something, it can be a real source of tension between me and the person I'm arguing with. And the reason it's a source of tension is that I'm right. And so I remember distinctly talking to my friend Dana, and she goes, well, you don't believe in marriage for you, but of course you believe in it for other people. And I was like, no, I think it's insane, for anyone. And she said, why? And I said, well, first of all, it just seems doomed. 50% of marriages end in divorce. That's just first marriages, by the way. Second marriages, 60 to 62% end in divorce. Third marriages, 70 to 75% end in divorce. That's a learning curve. Second of all, monogamy is impossible, or at very least, not a sure thing. When I say that, I think people assume that I'm implying that men are incapable of being faithful. But I think women are just as incapable, but for more sophisticated reasons. I mean, with men, we're just really simple, very simple sexuality. When I say that, my female friends are like, well, we like sex just as much as you do. And I say, sure, but it's different. And they say, how? And I say, have you ever masturbated while driving a car? Number 3, I'm never going to be happy. Why would anyone want to be a part of that? I think that's not brought up often enough. I didn't know that would be the reaction. Oh, no, that's the hopeful part. I had one ally in all this, which was my friend Andy, and he's a comedian as well. Not only did we decide we weren't going to get married, we actually tried to stop other people we knew from getting married. Yeah, we were pretty good at it. Like, we stopped or put on hold 3 or 4 marriages. We were pretty good. I mean, we weren't like the best in the world. I'm sure they're better in Europe, but we were solid. For example, at one point my friend Alex was about to get engaged, and so we just took him to dinner, and during dessert we gave him a long, hard stare. We said, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And then we went cold to give him the sense of what it would feel like when we weren't friends anymore. So February 27th, 2007, I'm at Andy's house in Los Angeles. And earlier in the night, I got in an argument with my girlfriend on the phone. It was a bad one because I knew that I was right. And Andy was the perfect person to be with in this kind of a situation because he's the kind of friend who just takes your side regardless of whether you're right. He says stuff like, she sounds crazy. Like, even if what she's saying isn't that crazy, like, you'd be like, she only eats whole wheat bagels. He'd be like, she sounds crazy. You'd be like, that's not even the crazy part, you know? So I'm telling him about this argument, and he goes, you're right. I go, I know, I'm right. He goes, yeah, you're right. I go, I know, I'm right. I gotta tell her about this in the morning. And I get in my rental car to head back to my hotel, and I'm driving out of Andy's small road, and I'm T-boned. I don't know if you're familiar with this term. This is the culinary way of describing when you are hit by another car, driver's side, at a 90-degree angle, like a T-bone steak. And in 1.5 seconds, I'm spun around. I think I'm dead. No, wait, I'm paralyzed. And then I hear nothing. And then I hear the other car skid out and drive away. I know. Let me tell you how this argument started.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best.
Why? Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this Why? a lot. Why? Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours. Why? Why? Because your network gives priority to cell phone users. Why? Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours? Okay. Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Get summer savings up to 40% off right now on select Ring doorbells and cameras. Answer the door from your pool.
Gates open, we're out back.
Or say hi from the airport.
I miss you.
Chill out and check in. Save up to 40% at ring.com.
She wants me to get in shape. That's like, I'm in bad shape. I always tell people I'm always like, I gotta get back in shape, man. I've never been in shape. Ever. Like, that's, people are like, if I could get back to my 20s, like, I would have to be like, if I could get back to 7, I guess, maybe. Like, I think I did okay at 7. When I choose workouts that I can't do. I don't do anything I will follow. Like, I won't just be like, hey, let's not eat McDonald's every day, Nate. I'll be like, what are the Navy SEALs doing? I should just do what they do. Like, I should find out. I see all the workout TV commercials. Like, I saw P90X. I was like, oh, I'll do that. It's 90 days. Let's just get it over with. Like, I can do that work. I can't do that work. You have to be in He-Man shape to do that workout. I realized I couldn't do it because, like, when I saw the commercial, they always show, like, a before body, then an after body. Like, once they showed the before body, I was like, oh, I would kill to look like that guy. That guy looks unbelievable. Does the before body guy have a DVD? Like, how did he get to that? I've signed up for classes. I signed up for a kickboxing class. I liked it. I loved it. It was at a Jewish community center. Like, they're really good at kickboxing. They just don't brag about it like everybody else. No, it was me and 2 70-year-old women. That's all that was in the class, just us. We would just kick our hearts away for 10 minutes or so, and then we would just gossip. And that was my speed. I could handle that. I signed up for a mixed martial arts class. I went one day. I don't know how to fight. I didn't want to fight. I just go in there. I'm 33. I just want to do some kind of formal training. The first day I go in, they just pair me up with some 16-year-old kid that wants to fight for a living and wasn't raised by human parents. And they're like, why don't y'all just go at it? And you're like, oh, I don't know, man. I think it's because we have different goals. Maybe that's why we should not go at it. I think he's trying to learn how to hunt for his food barehanded. And I just want you to not be able to see my nipples through my shirt. So we should do levels. Have y'all thought of levels at all? Has anybody thought of levels?
I can't believe that girls can have babies. Oh my God, you're like baby factories. Did you know that, miss? You can have a baby? Yeah, I'll show you later. It's really fun. I love that you can't do it without us, though. We have the secret ingredient. I love that. It's almost like God made us and he is like, ooh, not so good. I'm gonna have to give them a job or something because no one's ever gonna talk to them. I'll let them hold the secret ingredient. Unlike any other secret ingredient, though, we'll just give it to anyone who asks. Any girl can just walk over in the street like, hey, can I have your secret ingredient? You're like, sure, should I put it on your face? I'll be more than happy to. That's disgusting. That's dirty. That's the internet talking, not me. That's bad. That internet.
Anyways, back to the story. Back to the Ting Ting story. All right, the reason why he calls it his Ting Ting is because, like I said, my mom speaks Tagalog. And in Tagalog, the penis is called tite. He heard it, he thought he heard Ting Ting. All right, now this is when it happened. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. There's people that aren't Filipino in here. I'm gonna tell you a story about Filipino moms and their sons. Now, Filipino moms do shit to their sons that may not be socially accepted in America. But I just want you to know, I'm okay. Now, I know that's a creepy way to introduce a joke, but just believe me, I'm all right. Now, my mom was at my house when my son was about 3.5, 4 years old, okay? And he just got done taking a bath. He's like, Daddy, I'm done taking a bath, come and get me, right? And my mom was like, little Joe, I'll take care of you. Come to grandma, come on, come to grandma. And my son was like, Grandma! And he jumped out of the bathtub, wet, naked, running to his grandma. Grandma, 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 come to grandma, 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 come to grandma, 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 grandma. And he got right in front of his grandma, and my mom grabbed his dick and went, I got your dick. And he fucking ran. Ah! And I laughed. Because she used to do that shit to me. I used to hate it when my mom grabbed my tite. And here's the fucked up part. My mom would get mad at me for getting mad at her for touching my tite. How fucked up is that? She's like, I got your tite. I'm like, Mom, don't do that. Oh. Why can I not touch your tite? Because I'm 32.
I love Spain. It's a little louder here, a little noisier. It's very loud. And I'm an American. I come from New York City. I have 5 young children, and it's quieter there. It's like, I don't know if this entire country is filled with deaf people, but I see you sit across from each other and yell at each other. I'm like, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Apparently because of the noise, the news that smoking is bad for you hasn't come up here. Maybe someone should yell that out. I feel like you guys are smoking like it's actually good for you. You're like, Yeah, you work out, I'm smoking. Woo, woo. Nailing it.
I like watching fishing on TV. You ever? That'll make you worry about yourself. You ever watch fishing on TV for like 15 minutes and then just go, boy, I better get a life. I'm watching fishing. I'm not even fishing, I'm watching fishing. Too lazy to fish. I'm taping fishing to watch again later. Come on over, I got a fishing tape. No, a new one. And at the end of the fishing show, they roll credits. There are like 90 people involved with the two guys fishing. What are they all doing? And one of the credits is film editor. This poor guy. He's got to watch all the footage that's not exciting enough to make it into that final show. That's got to be hell. He's got to sit there all day just going, no, 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 no. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Oh, 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 oh. Mm-mm, no. That was just the worm when he put the worm. And I saw this credit at the end of the fishing show. I'm not making this up. Writer. I swear, there's a writer for the fishing show. What's he writing? Ooh, she's a beauty. Typing it out. Zing! Guy's got to worry about his lines. Finally catches a fish. You have a line. Oh, it's a fish and it's a beauty. He's a beauty fish. Fish is beauty. He's a fish and a beauty fish. He's a fish and beauty fish. All right, cut. You okay, man? You need some water? Are you all right? I couldn't do it any better.
Did round of applause, anyone go to Catholic school as a kid? A few people? Oh, there's some people, yeah. You can always tell that people who went to Catholic school as kids because they're atheists. Because they really beat it out of you. You know, you go in with a good attitude and then you're just like, oh man! I wanted to believe. And it's not just the molestations. Don't get me wrong. If it were just one vice, I think we could give them a pass. For me, it was these fundraisers they'd have us do every year. They would, and I'm not exaggerating, they would hand us a cardboard suitcase full of trinkets to sell door to door to strangers. And if we sold enough of them, they would give us a pair of aviator sunglasses. Because that is what third graders need. Sexy eyewear. So the Catholic Church is like my knickknacks pimp, you know, like I would just like carry this suitcase that was like the size of my body up to a stranger's house, and I would be like, hello, I'm from St. Mary's School. Perhaps you would like to buy a Daffy Duck pencil sharpener or a polar bear pot holder. And then people would be like, we're eating dinner right now. And I would be like, it'll just be a minute. And I would just walk into their home. I didn't know any better. You know, I'd just open up shop and be like, perhaps you'd like a desk set organizer or popcorn for a year. And they'd be like, please leave our home. And then I just start stuffing this stuff back in, but it never fit in the way it had originally been placed in. And I'm kind of like scissor holding the whole thing together and sidestepping out, like, I'm so sorry. I'll be out of your way in just 1 minute. And that is why I am angry at the Catholic Church. Because I didn't get my sunglasses. And I am gonna go back to the Vatican this year, and I am gonna ask for my damn sunglasses, and they are gonna be confused. I went to a Catholic college as well. They wouldn't sell condoms on campus, which was to teach us a lesson to save up for the abortion, because that can be a pricey fix. I mean, come on. Hey, I'm a jokester. Hey, no, obviously I'm kidding about that, but it just seems crazy. You put a bunch of 19-year-olds in a dorm together, they're not gonna be like, well, I guess since we don't have condoms, we'll just play Pictionary. Does anybody have any pogs? I like those pogs. No, they're gonna have sex with each other, because that's what college is for. It's where dorks go to have sex with other dorks. It's like a dork mating service. Yeah. That's where your children are right now.
That's what, it's guys, we're not good at marriage. I mean, that's just, it's that easy. Like, we're not prepared for marriage like women are. Y'all are very prepared. Your whole life, every toy y'all played with was built for marriage. Everything's preparing you. Like, when you're a baby, they give you a baby doll. So they give you a baby when you're a baby. You don't even know you're alive yet. And they're just like, look, I'd probably start figuring this out. This is where it's going. And then they give you Barbie and Ken. They are in a relationship. They live in a house together. And that's where you learn how to make drama. You get, get pretty good at that. Then you actually would play house. You would like fake vacuum with your friends. That was like awesome times. Like now, like when I see my wife vacuum, I'm like, man, she's living her childhood dream. Like she has made it, She's made it. As a guy, we don't have any. Like, we play Fort. You got to keep everybody out of where you are. The only toys we had were Transformers and Ninja Turtles. Those are not even real things. None of them had wives. They weren't married. I never played with like my Ninja Turtles, and I had them going to fight Shredder, and then Michelangelo was like, hey man, can y'all give me like 2 seconds? My wife just showed up. I don't know, dude. She looks furious about something, and then she's like, what are y'all doing over there? Why is that April skank still hanging out? And you're like, I don't know, man. Just don't read into this. Like that. She got mad at me because on her last birthday, I bought her an oven for her birthday. So, look, first of all, it's a pretty nice oven. And there was also thought and there was heart behind it because, like, I remember just like the vacuum, her other favorite toy as a kid was the Easy Bake Oven. Yeah, so to go with her big girl vacuum, I got her a grown-up adult oven. Like that's not impressive. Like if she came home and bought me a truck and it turned into a live robot, I would lose my mind. This is the best gift ever. I can't believe that you got me this.
The lines at buffets, all-you-can-eat buffets, horribly long lines. I don't understand. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. And there are lines down the street. Why? You pay when you get in. There's a bunch of food. You go up, you grab the food, you sit down. And repeat the process over and over again. But yet there are horrible lines. People starving to death at the end of the line. Why? I'll tell you why. Skinny people. Skinny people browse. You look at the food. You ask questions. Oh, now look at that over there. That looks good. Now, is that chicken or fish? It's chicken! Grab it and get out of the way! And I'm back there with an empty plate. What's going on up there? Oh, everything looks so good. Well, then why don't you pick something? Grab it and get out of my way. When you're at the buffet, don't be looking. Grab and move. That's what you do. You grab and move, grab and move, grab and move. Keep the line moving. You should see me at the buffet. I'm like a ninja. People don't even see me go up. I don't even know what I got till I get back to the table. Oh, look, they have ribs. I didn't know that. Oh.
Running a small business means wearing a lot of hats. An office manager hat, a delivery person hat, a custodian hat. That's a lot of hats. When you put Walmart Business to work for you, we can help lighten your workload. With our everyday low prices, multi-user accounts, curated product assortments, and same-day pickup and delivery, you won't have to wear so many hats. Unless your head gets cold, in which case you should wear a hat. Introducing Walmart Business. Visit business.walmart.com to learn more. Same-day pickup and delivery subject to time slot availability.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
Turn up the volume. This is Hits 2023, featuring the hottest new tracks from Dua Lipa, Ed Sheeran,
I suppose I sing like a stone.
David Guetta, and 50/50. Hits 2023, updated every week. Listen now on Spotify.
I don't even understand why girls masturbate. Just call. I want to help you in your time of need. Girls will never just masturbate, though. You need like a whole scenario before you get started. It has to be like, we just had a wonderful evening, and I was wearing my favorite dress, and I wasn't bloated, and he started rubbing my foot, and things got a little crazy. Guys have one scenario. Whatever you were standing next to when we saw you, you're bent over it. And you're loving it. You're like, oh my God, I was just mailing this letter, and then this little man has bent me over the mailbox. This is a wonderful day. And if you're gonna masturbate, ladies, listen up, Joanna, this is important. If you're gonna masturbate, don't use those sex toys, ladies, because you get used to those and then we can never live up to that. Because no matter how hard I try, I cannot make my penis vibrate. Maybe after 4 pots of coffee, I can get like a buzz going, but then I'm up for 4 hours. And if we're gonna use them, then please hide them from us, for God's sakes. I found my girlfriend's vibrator once. Holy shit. It was the size of my arm. I was like, what are you doing when I'm not here? She goes, don't worry, I think about you when I use it. I was like, what am I doing? Working the crane that lowers you onto it? Have some dignity, ladies, please.
I remember the first time I came to Canada, the big difference I noticed was that things are measured differently, right? Temperature and distance. And I remember at the time being like, well, that's annoying. And then eventually I realized it wasn't just Canada, it was the entire world that uses the metric system. Except for us! And I tell you, it was strange as an American to realize every other country on the planet was wrong. Right? It should change for us, because we all know God loves America more. And that love is measured in feet. Now, here's how I can tell the way Americans measure things is annoying. Because occasionally you'll run into a British person who will announce their weight in stones. I'm nearly 12 stone. I'm sorry, are you a caveman? Me equals 12 rock. Me is tallest and log. do the English say stone with a straight face? It's like, how do you condescend to the entire world when you're weighing yourself in boulders? We're going to leave the EU and return to our pebble economy.
So my mom was sad. Summer last year, we had to put one of our family dogs down. That was pretty sad. I went to go visit my mom. She's a big dog person. Went to go visit her to support, and say goodbye to the dog. We had him for like 13 years, and so I'm down on the carpet. He was losing his mind. He was like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and I'm down on the carpet, and I'm petting him. I'm like, hey, buddy, we're gonna miss you. You're a good dog. And he bit me. I'm like, well, you're dead tomorrow. How about that, buddy? Bite me. That was my honest reaction. I felt so bad. Then the next morning, before my mom takes him to the vet, she gives him a cheeseburger from McDonald's, which, yeah, it's a nice gesture, but I feel like she clued him in. Like, he must have been sitting there going, wait a second. Now, I bit Andy last night. Now I'm getting human food. They're gonna kill me. Do not want to go for a walk. You guys are too nice. So, yeah. She's a big dog person. She always sends me articles about dogs. I didn't know this. There's new science out that say dogs don't just pee on stuff to mark their territory. They're actually leaving messages for other dogs intentionally. Like, their sense of smell is so strong, they can interpret messages by smelling another dog's pee. What it's up to, if it's ready for sex, that's right there in the pee. Basically, fire hydrants are like Facebook updates for dogs. So. Like, I just got neutered, frowny face. They put medicine in the cheese, pass it on. Dog people know what I'm talking about. It's an amazing trick that dogs can do. You can put their medicine, you can hide it in cheese, bread, even peanut butter. They will eat all the crap around it, and then out comes the pill on the kitchen floor. Still dry. How'd you do that, magic dog? So,
I met Jenny in St. Louis. My friend Andy and I were working for her company. They were performing for a bunch of wrestling coaches, which is really my demographic. I was very nervous about this. I was actually kind of about to go on stage, and I was like scrawling notes on my napkin. A lot of times I'll write kind of manic notes on napkins or hotel stationery, and Jenny looked at me and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm writing my set list." And then she goes, "I think it'll be fine." And I was like, "No, it won't be fine." And she was like, "I think it'll be okay." And I said, "Why do you think that?" And she said, "Well, you look so nervous. I think they'll feel sorry for you." But Jenny has this really soft, sweet voice, like the kind of voice where you kind of get away with saying anything. At one point, she said, "It seems like you comedians are a lot funnier on stage." Normally, I'd be offended by that, but in this instance, I was like, "You are right. That is a great point. You are beautiful." She really was. From the moment I met Jenny, I knew I wanted to sleep with her at least once. Stay with me. I mean that like in the most meaningful way. Like that was the most that I was capable of in my life at that point. I just come off a really long, difficult breakup with my college sweetheart where we were gonna get married, and then we weren't. And then when we weren't, I was so heartbroken, I just kind of swore off the idea of marriage or even living with someone entirely, But from the moment I met Jenny, I just wanted to be with her, and I didn't think it was gonna happen. Like, I don't have that kind of confidence. I actually think of myself as a sex maybe, which is to say that if I'm seeing a girl, she'd think I'd have sex with him, maybe, and I'm not ashamed of that. There were periods in my life where I was a sex never. Or a sex with self, always. And often, surprisingly often. Yeah, I just don't give off a great first impression. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, this is the shirt I decided to wear tonight. Like, I didn't spill mustard on the real shirt, and this is the backup shirt. I mean, this is my A outfit. My B outfit was naked. I like to dress down to perpetuate the myth that I might be a fixer-upper. I've reached this point in my life, I don't really look in the mirror before I leave my apartment. I glance at it to make sure I'm not bleeding. You know what I mean? But I don't stare at the mirror. If I stare at the mirror, I get angry. Like, I feel like I'm complaining about a bad call a ref just made. I'm like, come on! You're blind if you're leaving the house like that! And the ref is God, and the competing teams are my gut and my receding hairline. And it's a close game, because my gut is large, and my hairline is fast, and I'm all riled up. I'm about to charge the field, and the guy comes by with fried dough. And I'm like, next time. Next time I go with the fried dough.
I gotta get in shape. Not this shape. It's not a good shape. Something, I gotta get really, I thought I was like, oh, I'm doing an hour special. That'll motivate me, and here we are. I tell people I gotta get back in shape. I've never been in shape, you know? Like most people, like if I can get back to my 20s, I would have to go back to 7. If I could get back to when I was 7, I was just killing it. I don't know how to work out. For me, a good workout would be walking to McDonald's would be a great start. You know, maybe stand up and eat it, see if that does something. My friends like want to go lift weights, and they're like, let's lift weights. And I'm like, I don't want to get like too big, you know? That's how far I go. Like, and they're like, well, let's just drive by and see what happens. If you start ballooning up, we'll leave immediately. I ordered the P90X videos. I thought I could do that. Never worked out a day in my life, so let's do what the Navy SEALs do. You know why I ordered it? Because in the commercial, you know they have like a before body and after body? And I was blown away by the before body. I thought that's what you get to look like. I was like, that guy looks great, you know? I would love to look like him. Then I saw the after body. I was like, does the before body guy have a DVD? Because that guy seems more my speed, you know? What did he do to get to that? And I'll just do that. I signed up for a mixed martial arts class. I made it one day. That's all. It was off of Groupon. The Groupon was like mixed martial arts training. It should have said like, hey, do you want to fight a guy you don't know in a room? Because that's what it was. I just go in there, I don't know how to fight, and that's what they do. They just pair me up with some 16-year-old kid that wants to fight for a living and wasn't raised by human people. And they're like, why don't y'all just go at it? And I was like, I think it's because we have different goals. Maybe that's why we should not go at it. I believe he is training for the Hunger Games. I just want you not to be able to see my nipples through my shirt. So let's do levels, you know? If someone gave me an Under Armour shirt to wear, have you ever wore one of those? It's like skin tight. It just shows the worst parts of your body. I look better without a shirt on than with that shirt on. You know in plastic surgery how they draw markers on you? They should just put you in that shirt and be like, obviously you can see we're going to go after it.
I went to high school in London because we moved around a lot because my father thought he was in the military. Then we came back to Massachusetts, where I lived and went to school in Massachusetts, but in the summers I worked in Toronto in a planetarium. 9 of us worked there. We had our own softball team. We would play other planetariums in the area. When no one was inside the planetarium, we would practice inside the planetarium, and I played second base, so I stood right under Saturn, the shortstop stood on the Jupiter, and the third baseman stood under Mars. One time we tried this same setup outside, but everybody was just way too far away from each other. I was just standing in the middle of Utah like this. In high school, I went out with 2 different girls. One was like the girl next door, if you live next door to a whorehouse. The other one was an angel on earth. She had little bumps on her back where her wings used to be. Apparently, at one point, she also had wings on the front. I went to take her out. Her father said, I want her home by 8:15. I said, the middle of August? That's cool. It was the first time I was ever in love, and I learned a lot. Before that, I never even thought about killing myself. Sometimes at night, we would go over to the planetarium and lay down on the roof and look up at the stars. It was like being in a galaxy sandwich. I'd bring my harmonica and I had a pair of glasses. I painted lines across the lenses so when I looked at the sky, the stars would become notes on the lines and I would play the sky. One time a shooting star went by, I almost broke my neck. I said, Lucinda, will you always love me? She said, I doubt it, I don't even love you now.
My family's pretty great. We got a great I won't watch my nephews. That's one thing I won't do. My sister asked me to babysit them. I love them, but I'm not gonna. I don't know what about you having a baby makes me qualified to care for a baby. You know what I mean? I didn't take a class or read a pamphlet. You got to train for 2 weeks to be a busboy at a Golden Corral. You just handed me your baby? You're a bad mom already. The only thing I know about them is don't shake them or feed them chocolate. And I think that second one's for dogs. I mean, probably is. I know you're not supposed to throw a baby into a ceiling. They don't tell you that. You find out because you accidentally threw a baby into a ceiling one time. That's what happened to me. I wasn't on purpose. I wasn't like, but I can hit that. And what happened was I was throwing him up in the air and I was catching them. You know how you throw babies up in the air and you catch them? Because they love it. And I just say babies because that's the only people I've witnessed enjoying it. I'm 27, $1.80. I'd probably like it myself. If we got some good air, heck yeah. So I'm throwing this baby up in the air and catching him, and he's loving it. It's the best day of his life. He's being thrown up in the air and caught. He's having a time of his life. And I walk from the kitchen to the hallway. I went from a 14-foot ceiling to a 7-foot ceiling. Yeah. But I threw him at a 14-foot rate of speed. So as soon as I let him go, I knew I had done something wrong. You know what I mean? It was like, what, you're back before your scheduled arrival? How did that happen? And if you've never heard what it sounds like when a baby hits a ceiling, you're a better person than I am. It's a dull noise. I can't get it out of my head. We probably hit a floor joist or a stud or something. I don't know what happened. I don't know what long-term effects. He's probably 2 inches shorter, can't see red, or taste pepperoni. Just something, no, what's this colorless disc? He started crying and I was upset. I was upset because I hurt him and I like him as a person. And I was like, listen, baby, that's on me. I'm sorry. And then I put him down and I walked away before any adults saw what happened. I'm like, I'm not going down for this, baby. I mean, we can't take it back. It's happened. And it's up to you to live with it. Grow from this. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have said what happened if he had actually stuck in the ceiling, just dangling there with his baby head jammed in between sheetrock and insulation. I'd have been like, he can jump. He can jump. He's like a baby Jordan. Not Harold Miner, but like a baby version of a Michael Jordan. We need heavier baby shoes is what we need.
When life gets too hectic, sometimes you need to take a moment to refresh. Extra Refreshers hits you with a burst of flavor that leaves you feeling instantly refreshed. With multiple flavors, Extra gives the enjoyment of variety all in one pack. Chew through a surge of cooling crystals or bite into some berry goodness full of long-lasting flavor. Remix your everyday moments with Extra Refreshers. Tap the banner to learn more.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. And whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town,
Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. Like 3 cents off every gallon every day. Download the Club Citgo app and start saving instantly at the pump. Whether you're heading into work or just to work out, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Savings good up to 30 gallons, only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Between work, school pickup, and the gym, I'm always looking for easy shortcuts. With Instacart, I get groceries and savings delivered. Instacart shows me deals I actually want based on what I buy. Kale on sale? Add to cart. Buy one, get one gelato. Perfecto. I even link store loyalty cards for member deals. What a shortcut. See how much you'll save. Find over 20,000 deals near you on instacart.com and get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Offer valid for a limited time. $10 minimum per order. Additional terms apply.
Did some shows in China, all in Chinese, picked it up at the Y. It's not that hard. It wasn't that complicated. You visit some places and you think, all right, there's a language barrier, but I could get by. In China, I was like, oh, if I got lost, I would die here. I wouldn't last a half a day. Everyone's looking at me like I'm a ghost anyway. The Chinese were very nice. They were fascinated with my pale blonde children. Many of them wanted pictures with my kids. They didn't really ask, they just grabbed a kid. Can I have a picture with this one? I guess you're gonna. And when they were done with the picture, they would rub my blonde kid's head, because, you know, they're my kids, but they're also lucky objects. And after this happened a couple times, I was like, hey, we should charge, right? China was fascinating and exhausting. I brought my kids to the Great Wall. We saw the terracotta warriors. We walked through the Forbidden City. We rode in a rickshaw. And when we were leaving, I asked my 5-year-old, I said, what was your favorite part of China? And he said, I like that time we saw the truck with the pigs on it. Because at one point we were stuck in traffic and this truck pulled up and it had pigs in cages. And that was his favorite part. After the 15-hour flight. And I remember when that truck pulled up, because I remember looking at those pigs and feeling sorry for them, but those pigs looked happy. It was almost like the pigs were looking at me and my 5 screaming kids going, well, at least we're not that slob.
You guys, you know what? This next comic I'm bringing to the stage, this is my favorite comic in the world. I personally, I think he's the most brilliant comic working. He's awesome. He is making his 16th appearance on The Tonight Show next Friday. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mitch Fatal!
Thanks, everybody. That's Brad. He's gay. He's very gay. He loves me too much. I don't like it. He makes me uncomfortable. Welcome to the big show. Thank you for coming, everybody. My name is Mitch, and I'm very funny. Thanks. There's so many hot girls in the audience. Oh, my God. Look how many hot girls there are. Oh, my God. I like hot girls. They make me feel good. I get nervous around hot girls, though. I still get nervous. The guy standing in the back, there was this cool guy standing next to me. So this girl walked by. She had a nice ass. So to be cool in front of the guy, I'm like, I would do her. Just thinking we would do like guy stuff, like high five and kick each other in the balls and pee all over each other and stuff. And the guy just goes like this. He goes, you know what the problem is with the pretty ones? When you get them home, they're never a good lay. And I was like, oh, yeah. That's the problem with the pretty ones. And I was like, what the hell is he talking about? If I'm having sex and I don't have to log off afterwards, I'm happy. There's no such thing as a bad lay. To me, a bad lay would be like you're doing it and a cinder block falls on your head. And even that would be a decent lay. I would wear a helmet next time, but I would definitely do it. Because I like the girls.
All
Well, this has been great fun, you guys. I'm glad you guys came. I really appreciate people coming out when they come here. It's really nice when I do a show and people come on purpose. It's a really good feeling. I'll be out there if you want to come by and say hello. I'll be out there in the lobby, and I have a CD available, and I hope that one of you will buy it and the rest of you have a computer. Also, I write something online. It's a little travelogue I write. It's called My Secret Public Journal, and you can subscribe to it online. It's a fun read, and it's on my website. It's just type in MikeBirbiglia.com. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming to my show and listening to me talk about panda bears and brown bears and puffins. I hope you learned some important life lessons like porn destroys lives and what I should have said was nothing. I hope you brought your cameras and you'll go home and poop the pictures and you'll tell your friends about the show and you'll say, have you seen this guy Birbigglebug? And they'll say, no, but I heard about him. I want you to tell all your cracker-ass white bread honkies and black bean soups and Asian chicken platters that you're dying inside because it's 2005 mofo. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. Thanks a lot, Washington, D.C. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
One more time for Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
Fish. I was in Israel. Israel went down to breakfast. The entire breakfast buffet in Israel was fish, different types of disgusting fish. I know it's always comforting when a pale blonde guy is criticizing Israel. This is gonna go well. Grab your iPhone. It's this look. It's not easy looking like Hitler's wet dream, all right? This is not a good look. This is not the look you want for the tour of the Holocaust Museum. I've been to the Holocaust Museum in DC. I think everyone should go. I just suggest you don't look like me. I was walking around, people were like, he did it! That's the guy from the photo! He's not in Argentina, he's right here! Get him! Actually, I'm too pale for Hitler, right? Hitler been like, I said Aryan, not snowman. I mean, meet me halfway, people. By the way, that's how Hitler sounded. I'm Hitler, baby, ba-bum-bum-bum-bum. The Hitler man came. I'm a very pale white guy. You know, I've yet to be the victim of any type of discrimination. I have been the victim of someone assuming I'd enjoy a racist joke. Have you ever had that? You're like, well, why would you think I'd want to hear that? Hey, he looks like he'd enjoy a little hatred. Maybe this bigotry will brighten his day. If anyone would have a problem with people with pigmentation, be the pale fella. But I know what I look like. I'm not saying I don't forget. You ever forget what you look like and then you walk in front of a mirror and you're like, oh no. When did that happen? Because during the day you're like, I'm Brad Pitt, I'm John Goodman. What's wrong with John Goodman?
Being married's so nice, I never knew relationships were supposed to make you feel better about yourself. That's not really a joke, that's just a little sweet thing I like to say. Because I'd been in relationships where I got cheated on, like long ones. I don't know if you've ever been in a long relationship where you got cheated on, but it changes your whole worldview. Because like when I was a kid, I used to watch America's Most Wanted. You know how kids do. And I would always think to myself, how could another person kill someone? How could a human being kill another human being? And then I got cheated on and I was like, oh, okay. I'm not gonna do it, but I totally get it. And I don't mean in that way of like, no one else can have you. Like, I don't care about that. It's just creepy to have an ex out there after things have ended badly. They have a lot of information. Anyone who's seen my dick and met my parents needs to die. I can't have them roaming around.
you guys seen the movie Final Destination? If you haven't, great choice. But here's enough information to make this hilarious for everybody. The movie's about a boy who gets on a plane, the plane takes off, explodes, everybody dies, but then the boy wakes up before that happened. It was a vision of the future. He's now on the plane before it's taken off. He's like, we gotta get out of here, this is gonna blow! So they kick him off the plane, because that's what would happen if you make a scene like that in real life. So far, realistic movie. So, he's off the plane, it does take off, it does explode, just like he saw in his vision. He's cheated death. Death then haunts him and follows him for the rest of the movie, which is what happens if you cheat death in a crappy movie. So, I get to the end of this hour and a half of my life, I'm like, what a crap fest. Then I wake up in the theater before it started. I'm like, we gotta get out of here, this is gonna blow. I leave and it haunts me the rest of my life. Every time I get in a plane, they're like, today's movie is Final Destination. I leave, the plane explodes, also the theater exploded. I gotta stop bringing bombs everywhere I go, I guess. Sorry to spoil that book, but last time I was on a plane, they showed the movie Marley and Me, and the surprise twist is I watched it. I won't spoil too much by telling you who Me is, but go see it for yourself.
I think I was supposed to do this anyway. My my dad is a magician, like still is a magician. He started as a clown, though. Look, I'm not trying to come up here and act like I come from some rich magic family. I'm better than you guys, all right? That's not what it's about. That's not why we're here. He paid his dues. He paid his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. Yeah, it's weird every day. For one, I never liked clowns. That's a thing. Like... Have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Yeah. Do you know how confusing that is? Screamed at by a guy with a smile painted on his face, and you're just looking like, is this good or it's not? I don't understand. I remember I had to go to the hospital when I was like 8, and I was at home with my mom. We were by ourselves. So she calls an ambulance, and my dad is doing a show at a mall as a clown. So then she just has to call the mall. It's like, go tell the clown to go to the hospital. So we go in the ambulance. My dad beat us there because he was closer. And I remember pulling up, and they wouldn't let us out of the ambulance. And we're like, why can't we get out? And they're like, well, apparently there's a pretty aggressive clown outside. So we're dealing with that. And then we're like, no, we know him. And that just meant they looked at us like, are y'all trying to rob the hospital or something? He was a clown until I was about 12 years old. And from experience, I can tell you that's about as long as you want your dad to be a clown. When you're 6 and 7, there's some perks, absolutely, guys. But you're 12, 13, like kids at school are like, is he still doing that? And you're like, I don't know, guys, just off and on, all right? Yeah. What do you want? He's almost full-time magic, so... We're hoping some stuff works out.
I think the funnest thing to do, though, when it comes to other people, go to Chinese restaurants. Chinese restaurants are the funnest places to go to. Because the food's good, and not only that, they're really nice to you, but pissed off at the help. You ever notice that when you walk in there? Every Chinese restaurant, they want to get your respect real bad, so they chew out, you walk in there, it's like, oh, welcome to Hunan. Welcome to Hunan, yeah. One moment. No, sit down, please. One moment. I kill him. Enjoy. They got the Asian channel here, don't they? They got the Asian channel. Telemundo, an Asian channel. That's great. They singing
One of my friends told me he's gay this year. I knew he was gay So it was a really awkward conversation. You know, he's like built up to it. He's like, I'm gay. I was like, I know. I didn't have to build up to that at all. He's like, I'm in the closet. I was like, in the closet, there's a poster of Benicio del Toro. I'm no detective. People get upset about gay people. Like, everyone gets upset about gay marriage, which is weird because everyone loves gay people when they write the song Karma Chameleon and star in the movie Top Gun. But then all of a sudden, they want health care. Everyone starts flipping out. You know what's going to happen? These people are flipping out. The karma's going to come back and get them because karma's a chameleon. It come and go. It come and go. Oh, whoa, whoa. And people... All right, that's absurd. And people... one of my friends is real conservative. He goes, Mike, where do you draw the line? What if someone wants to marry 3 women? Or a teenage girl, or a horse. And I said, first of all of these scenarios are hot in their own way. Second of all, that would make a great sitcom. 3 women, a teenage girl, and a horse. Wednesdays at 9 on the WB. Starring Pauly Shore. And introducing Steve the gay horse as Paul the gay horse. I like coming here to DC. I'm staying around the corner. I'm staying at the Abraham Lincoln Suites. You know what that is? Anybody? Okay, it's this hotel, and they have Abraham Lincoln quotes on the keys, like a different Abraham Lincoln quote. And the one today, it said, whatever you are, be a good one. And I'm like, does he really get to take credit for that? Like this random general stuff. He'll be like, how are you, Abraham Lincoln? My dad's a great guy, Abraham Lincoln. Well, we already bought the tickets. Abraham Lincoln. All right. Too far. It hasn't been long enough. It hasn't been long enough, you guys. You guys seriously know assassination jokes. I like that response. It's kind of, people kind of going like this. It's like, sometimes like when that happens, it feels like I'm performing jazz. Because the audience is just kind of like,
justice. My friend told me, he goes, you know that song's based on a true story. I'm like, well, I hope so. Because that would be the worst made-up story ever. How bad were the other songs of that era? Johnny has a little smallpox. We'll all be dead by 30. And of course, my favorite, why does everyone smell like poo? Jim, don't do that.
You guys been to New Orleans? New Orleans? I love New Orleans, man. It's one of the greatest cities on earth. It's also one of the sleaziest cities on earth. Just walk down Bourbon Street, you'll know what I'm talking about. Just walk down Bourbon Street. Every place you go into off of Bourbon Street has its own little stripper. I went to Burger King, got a lap dance with the order fries. Supersize me. And during Mardi Gras, forget about it, dude. That place is out of control during Mardi Gras. I think if the devil were to show up at Mardi Gras, he'd be like, holy shit. These people need rules. I'm out of here. Yes, that's how the devil leaves in my brain. Yeah, of course. He throws a smoke bomb. And he's the genie, apparently. I don't know I did that. Some hurricane drinks I got down there. You ever have a hurricane drink? They're good. Tasty. They're too good. They sneak up on you. You know? It's not like a real hurricane you can see coming 2 weeks ahead of time. These things come out of nowhere, man, and you were leveled. And you feel like a hurricane because the room will start spinning. You know? You flood your pants. It works on a hurricane!
So much to worry about. I think I peaked. That's what I think happened. I think everything's going to crap. My body's falling apart. I don't know if you can see this, but I can't, Here's the problem. If I don't eat, I have enough energy to suck in my stomach. I'm stuck. One burrito, it becomes like an armrest. It's like, and now I like to play with it. I like to knead it like I'm like a pizza chef. It's like a stress reliever. I like to play with it. Oh, I never felt my belt until I turned 30. Now it digs into my fat all day. It just digs and digs. People are like, I like your tattoo. I'm like, it's a bruise. The belt's like a competition with myself every day. I'm like, please make it to the same hole as yesterday, please. I'm pulling muscles trying to get to the same hole as yesterday. Then you have all the notches, right, from where the belt used to make it to. So you can see how old you are, like a tree. Look, there's last year's notch. Now I know why old people go elastic. They're like, screw it, I'll stay in this range right here. Who needs that pressure?
I watched a thing on 60 Minutes once about like this guy with animals. It was about buying tigers. Like you can buy, like if you guys want a tiger, there's a guy you can go to, and you can buy a tiger if you want. And I was like, see, they did this whole undercover reporting, and they filmed like where he keeps tigers. And then, they like asked him afterwards, they're like, hey, do you think it's too easy to buy a tiger in this country? And he was like, yeah, sadly it is. And that was like my favorite part, you know? I was like, that's why America's the best. I didn't even know you could buy tigers. I would have been embarrassed to ask. And then I watched this, and I was like, I don't really have to jump through hoops if I want to buy a tiger. It's not an all-day thing, it's an hour. I'll be right back with our tiger. And everybody wants to get rid of guns, you know, like guns are the problem. But what makes me nervous is like you take away guns from people, those are the exact same people that will buy tigers. That's gonna be a much bigger problem, all right? You're probably gonna be like, look, here's your gun back. And they're like, no, I'm good. My tiger is way better than my gun. My gun missed all the time. My tiger rarely misses. Even if he does miss, it's just for a second. It's never long. Like if a guy dodges a tiger and he's like, "You dumb tiger missed," it's like, well, he did not. He's right behind you now. And he is furious. So, you know that saying, like, guns don't kill people, people kill people? The new saying will just be like, these tigers are killing people. I don't know. It won't be a good saying. He'll just be asking, like, do you know where your tiger's at by any chance? Do you have any idea? You don't know? All right. That's a big problem. I love doing comedy, though. It's great. The show's almost over, just so you guys know. I like to let everybody know where we're at. We're about done. I think it makes you feel better when you're like, all right, thanks. Like how many movies you go to, and then you're just like, geez, this is taking forever. And if a guy like popped in the screen and was like, it's about to wrap. I know, 2 more seconds. And you're like, thanks, man, that was, you know.
Gonna play it regardless. I'm only playing 3 chords so I can make eye contact with different women in the room. I'm gonna try and sleep with your girlfriend, but I'm gonna make it sound like we have a really special bond and we should keep it secret. You know, I think your boyfriend really takes you for granted. When was the last time he told you that your eyes look like space crystals? If you you want to come by my place later, it'd be cool. It's not gonna be like last time. I totally understand why that freaked you out. Maybe if I play free falling, then someone will give me a hand job. Or maybe they'll just sit on my lap and the friction will cause me to have an erection. An erection I will make sure that you won't feel, 'cause I'm classy. And I'm gonna shift it to the left, and I'm gonna shift it to the right, and I'm gonna create a mental image in my head like guys in prison taking a group shower. Here's my story, I'm gonna make sure that I tell it in the proper order. I went to arts camp as a kid and I played the recorder. But then I learned that recorders are for losers and guitars get chicks, and now when I feel like a loser I take this out and sing Wonderwall by Oasis. I play mostly covers, Cat Stevens and Beatles and a couple of others. I do some original songs too, but they're not as well received. But I still want that hand job, 'cause I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy. At the party.
Have you heard about Fairy Tale? The #1 bestseller from legendary storyteller Stephen King. King ventures into the deepest well of his imagination in this spellbinding novel. It follows a 17-year-old boy in a parallel world where good and evil are at war, and the stakes couldn't be higher, for that world or ours. The New York Times Book Review calls Fairy Tale a page-turner driven by memorably strange encounters. Fairy Tale by Stephen King. Buy your copy today.
The Works Ohio Center for History, Art, and Technology is full of discoveries. Surround yourself with galaxies and constellations with a show in the Side Dome Planetarium. Get hands-on with science and history exhibits. Enjoy a daily glass-blowing demonstration where molten glass becomes art. Then, step outside to explore the outdoor habitat garden and learn about nature. Check out the calendar of events by visiting attheworks.org.
We're not getting any younger, and if you've been experiencing ED like I was, you know it's not going to fix itself. Our medical staff are the best at getting men back to better results in the bedroom quickly and effectively without pills or shots. We're going to give you one acoustic wave treatment totally free. Our revolutionary wave treatment has been proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation. Go to DallasPrimmaryHealth.com to learn more and request your free treatment and consultation.
Woke up today at 7 a.m., got out of bed around 1:30. Because I need a good reason to get out of bed, like fire. And that won't even get me out of bed. One time I was in a hotel, the fire alarm went off, I didn't even get out of bed. I was like, that's a test. I bet my life that's a test. I don't understand the morning people. Even on my day off, I'll get up at 6. We should be able to hit these people. I'm jealous. Yes, hatred. Applaud hatred. But in reality, I'm jealous. I mean, you have to understand, my role models were the grandparents in that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I remember watching that movie as a kid and seeing the scene with the grandparents in bed and thinking, I like these people. I like what they're all about. They were in bed full time. What if we did this till we died? They weren't even watching television. They were looking at the other grandparents. How's your bed? It's good. It's good. It's the same as your bed. They were so into bed. They lived in poverty. Their grandson got a golden ticket where he could win an entire chocolate factory, and only one of the grandparents got out of bed. The other three were like, hey, good luck, Charlie. You win the factory and make me a chocolate bed. Typically, I have to get up early because I have young children and they want to experience things like life. What are we doing today? Well, I was hoping to nap. Can we go outside? It's closed.
No, angry young men. I really don't get it. Just calm down, guys. Calm down. You feel like a loser? That's okay. We all do. We all do. You're not missing out on anything. We're all losers. We're human beings. You get little moments of victories. Most of the time, you lose. That's okay. That's the way the whole world works. They travel all around. Everyone's exactly the same. Thank God you're not that happy, or I wouldn't have a job. You just sit at home and call your friends. Life is wonderful. No, you have to pay for your laughter. And I am your prostitute. It's okay. I'm happy to do it. But come on, you're a young man. Get your life in order. Just get anything. Get a guitar, get a skateboard, get a girl. Get a girl. You're 19. Get an 18-year-old girl. That's the only age that won't sound creepy. 19, everything is working full bore. That's not gonna last. What, you think everyone's with supermodels? No, lower the bar, lower the bar. Any woman will soothe your soul. Go to a bowling alley. Go to the bowling alley. Go to the back of the bowling alley. There's a deep fryer in the back of the bowling alley. There's a girl working that deep fryer. That's your girl. She'll be a ton of fun. You'll get fries and onion rings on the side. Get a cougar. That didn't exist when I was 19. There weren't hot, middle-aged women looking for young men to violate. They're out there now in force. Go to any ladies' night in any Holiday Inn in any city USA. Walk out on the dance floor, push all the 50-year-old douchebags in their Tommy Bahama out of the way. Raise your arms. I'm 19. They will rape you on the dance floor. And look, there are angry young women out there. There's a lot of angry young women, but they don't blow stuff up. They just terrorize one guy at a time. They pick one guy out and they just ruin his life. It's not nice, but it's better for the community as a whole.
My wife is wonderful. She's my best friend. Her and I are huge animal lovers. We love animals. We have like a zoo at our house. We have quite a crew. We have five animals currently. Is what we're doing. We have 3 dogs. We have one cat and then a hairless guinea pig. So just well balanced diet of animals. But yeah, the dogs are great. We have 2 Boston Terriers and then we got a Great Dane is the other dog that we purchased. Yeah, give it up for Great Danes. One thing I learned about Great Danes is they can weigh up to 180 pounds, and I weigh 130 pounds. So it's getting a little risky. But she's wonderful. The other dog we had a little Boston Terrier, and she was the runt of the litter, so she's like the tiniest compared. But it was so fun when we first got her walking the puppy around. Like there's nothing brings joy to people than seeing a puppy just out in the wild. Like people just, anytime you walk by them, they're like, this is the best day of my life, because they just see the puppy. And I'd be walking the dog, and they would just have full conversations with the puppy, which was weird. They wouldn't even acknowledge me. They're like, whatever, cardigan guy, I'm gonna talk to your dog. But sometimes people don't know boundaries, because one time I was walking Olive, and a lady just picked her up. So then I was just walking my dog while walking a lady. I was just like, is this how I die? Like, what are we doing here? Like, do I give you treats too? How long is this going on? Do you have to go to the bathroom? The cat we got too, that we rescued a cat over this last year from the Humane Society, and he is a sweet boy. And when my wife and I decided we wanted to get a cat, I was like, can I name it? I really want to name the cat. And my wife was like, yeah, whatever, weirdo. And so I picked out the name Waffles, because I think that's a great name for a cat. I like waffles, I like cat, so I was like, we'll call it Waffles. This is going to be a wonderful cat. And then we went to the Humane Society, and a lot of cats come pre-named. So they brought him out, and they're like, all right, here's your cat, Dragon. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty epic name. So he probably doesn't want me to change it to Waffles. Seems like he enjoys Dragon quite a bit. Waffles might be a bit of a downgrade. But I was like, he's only got 3 legs. Clearly, he's been through a lot. He does. He only does have 3 legs, but he's the sweetest cat, little tripod cat, and it's amazing though. He can do anything that a 4 or 5-legged cat can do. It just takes some extra time, but he is wonderful. His name is Dragon Waffles Ryman, and he's my best friend. So yeah, Dragon Waffles.
When I first moved to New York from Nashville, I was here 3 months, and we would always do comedy, then we'd go eat at a diner really late. So one night, sitting in the back of this diner with some other buddies, and this guy walks in with a seeing-eye dog, but he was pretending to be blind, like he's not blind. And I could tell. I'm really good at telling when people are fake blind. And he walks in. First of all, he makes a big announcement to everybody, like, "Hey, I'm blind. I'm blind, everybody." And he started just walking around, just knocking everything off everybody's table. Like, "Oh, I wish I could see what's going on, but I can't because I'm blind." And he had a seeing eye dog around the whole time. Like the dog never got in front of him. And I was like, it doesn't work like that. I don't think the dog builds confidence. And he's like, why don't you do some of these on your own? I just want to see, what I'm dealing with. So I'm watching all this happen. I'm getting pretty upset about it, because I just moved to the north from the south, so I still cared about people at this point. And now I've been beaten down by New York. Now if someone died in front of me, like, really, right in front of me? All right. Yeah. You just tell you, don't look at him. That's what he wants, all right? That's what he wants. So I'm like, all right, I gotta say something. So they said they kicked him outside. I get out there. In my Mayberry head, I think this is New York's biggest problem. So I walked over, and I was like, hey, what's wrong with you, man? Why would you pretend to be blind? How would you feel if you really were blind? And he was like, how would you feel if you were blind? I was like, what does that have to do with anything? And then he sprayed me with mace. And let me tell you, blind or not, he was crazy accurate. It wasn't like, oh, did I get him? It was both eyeballs directly. The bridge of my nose wasn't even wet. That's how good he was. And when you get sprayed with mace, you can see for a second. And I look up and I saw him, and he runs across the street, and he got hit by a cab. I promise. He ran right in front of a cab. And it's slanted. He was all right. It hit him, he fell onto the sidewalk. But I remember thinking, I saw that cab, he definitely should have seen it, and it's like, all right, there's a good chance he is blind. Maybe it's his first day or something, I don't know, When it happened, I was telling people, when I told people, they would always want to be like, oh, was it mace or pepper spray? I got asked that. Everybody asked me that. Was it mace or pepper spray? Which is I don't know what it was. What kind of life are you living if you could tell the difference of mace and pepper spray? If I knew, I was like, that time was pepper spray, that time. Yeah. This happens a lot. It happens a lot.
I don't know how my mom did it, you know what I mean? My mom's amazing, you know what I mean? She had 2 kids that were living at home at the time when she was, when she was single, and she raised both of us really
or me agrees to buy the television under the condition that Joe orders it online, has it delivered to my apartment, gets it installed, and all under my name, you know. And so Joe goes online, he orders it, gets it delivered, and we turn on a football game. And I'd tell you more about the game, but any description of the event without express written consent of the NFL is strictly prohibited. I will tell you that one of the teams was another word for horsies, and the other was a word for orange Asian tigers. So we're watching horsies v. orange Asian tigers, and we notice these black lines running down the center of the screen. And for a second, we think maybe these are an extra set of goalposts. But then we turn the channel and we're like, why would the Iron Chef need goalposts? We realize that the television that has been delivered is broken. And so Joe calls the online vendor, and for their anonymity, we'll call them glamazon.com. And so Joe calls Glamazon, and he's like, you sent us a broken television, not like a working one. And they're like, well, that's the manufacturer's fault. So Joe, you have to call them. So Joe calls the manufacturer. They're like, you have to call Glamazon. Glamazon's like, you have to call the manufacturer. They're like, you have to call Glamazon. And so finally, Glamazon says, we have a policy that we do not accept TVs back that are greater than 27 inches. And that's final. So Joe writes Glamazon an email as me. And he says, every week I write something called my secret public journal that I email to thousands of people and I read to millions of listeners on the radio, and I tell crazy stories about crazy stuff that happens in my life. Do you think this story might qualify? 15 minutes later, Glamazon wrote back saying they would make a one-time exception to their return policy, provided that I didn't mention their company by name. Glamazon.com, consider that promise kept.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
Here's some rock solid advice. Fentanyl's nothing but trouble. It's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. So an amount the size of a pencil point can kill you. And worse, it's being cut into all types of street drugs, including cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, even Xanax and marijuana, which means users may not even be aware they're taking it. But there's hope. For more info, call 1-800-922-1399.
Did you know you can now post your videos to Spotify? That's right. Video podcasting is now available to creators in most countries. It's simple and free. Just upload your video to Spotify for podcasters, and within a few clicks, it'll be live on Spotify for millions to see. And once you've grown your show, Spotify's tools can help you make money from it. Head to spotify.com/startapodcast to get your videos up there. Click the banner to learn more.
I do enjoy traveling to other countries, seeing how different, but essentially similar we all are. Like the UK is not that different from the US. You know, if anything, you go over there and it seems like British people are trying to be different from Americans. They're like, oh, you drive on the right side of the road, then we're gonna drive on the left side of the road. Oh, you call your mother mom, then we're gonna call ours mum. Oh, you call that a cookie, then we're not going to the dentist. I know that's cheap. noticed something when I was over there. You know, British people, they don't say the before hospital. You ever notice that? They're like, hospital? I was feeling knackered, so I went to hospital. Whenever they would do that, I'd say, stop that, that's wrong and weird. Are you trying to sound like a polite caveman? And I had a friend from London. He was like, what makes you think you're doing it properly? And I go, because I'm American and we invented the English language. It was a pet peeve of mine, so I did some research. You know why British people don't say the before hospital? Because they're dicks. Yeah. I know that sounds harsh, but admit it, British people always talk to Americans like we just walked into their jewelry store with 2 full bags of garbage. May I help you? Are you lost? Obviously, I love the Brits, and I would never do those jokes there.
The best show that you can watch during the day is Dateline ID. It's an entire network where every single show is about murder. Every single show. And the names of the show are Murder, Murder Next Door, Murder Behind Mansion Walls, Millionaire Murder, Who the Bleep Did I Murder? I Almost Got Away with Murder, Murder 2 Electric Boogaloo. That one I made up. It's murder all the time. It's amazing. And it's hosted by a guy named Keith Morrison. He narrates all of these shows. His job is to narrate and walk you through murders. And he's the best at it. He's like Dr. Seuss. He comes out and he goes, yes, something was brewing at the local Waffle House. Yeah. But it wasn't the coffee. What was brewing? Murder. You're like, bro, you have my full attention. It's amazing. I want you to pay attention to these shows on Dateline ID. Keith Morrison specifically, when he says the word or, he never wastes that word. The most heinous, vicious, violent thing is coming right behind it. He'll never say like, she went downstairs to make laundry or to make breakfast for her children. No, never. If you hear Keith Morrison say, or, just white knuckle grab something. Because something wicked is coming right behind it. She went downstairs to make breakfast for her husband. Or to slit the throats of all 3 of her babies. What? How did that get past the censors? You can't show a cock on HBO, but you can slit baby throats at 11 in the afternoon when I take my Spanx off to stay home from work with my Hello Kitty t-shirt on? Yike!
Hey, do you know what? Do you realize that Tom Cruise adopted all of his kids? That's kind of cool. You know what I mean? It's cool that he did that for those kids, but it's kind of weird, too, for the kids. You know what I'm saying? Because in my mind, I picture an orphanage, and they just want to go home with a family. But then they're going home with a family, you know what I mean? Not just any old family, Tom Cruise. The kids are there, and you picture an orphanage, you know, like 11 kids sleeping on a napkin or whatever, you know what I mean? Just really a, you know, tough place to be, you know? And in walks Tom Cruise? And then you know they know who he is, right? You know they're all like sitting up straight and wanting to get his attention, you know what I mean? He's walking by, looking at everybody. They're trying to impress him, you know, doing impressions. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. Huh, that was good. What's up? One kid comes sliding up in his socks and underwear and sunglasses. No, 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 no. Take this old orphan off the shelf. Don't my bed and keep my hands to myself. I understand that one of his kids is black. That's pretty cool. That was the one that when he walked by, kid went, Tom, show me the mommy. That's got to be something for you to be the one to get picked. You're leaving out of the orphanage. You're feeling pretty good, and it starts to really hit you that your little friends are there, and you're leaving, and you're kind of like, so long, boys! We're going with the Top Gun. Feel free to divvy up my porridge. Yeah.
I tried to go to college. I did attempt that. Like, I did try. I went to a community college for 1 year and do not have 1 credit to show for it. That's worse than not going. I took all remedial classes, which remedial is basically when they're like, look, we have no idea how your high school let you leave. Yeah. We're shocked about it, and we're going to look into it, but until then, here are some classes you can take that affect nobody. I took math as a class. Like, I literally bought a book, and it said math on it. I took reading as well. Yeah, I really did. I drove to that class. You know what that feels like? I've driven to a reading class. I'm not even an immigrant. I'm from here. I wanted to go, like, the reason I wanted to go to college, like, I wanted to play college sports. That was my big dream. I love college sports, so I want to play college basketball. That was my dream. That was, that was way before this body panned out, but I knew it wasn't going to happen. I tried to play in high school, and I got cut every year from my high school basketball team, so I had to play for my church because the church cannot cut you. They have to let you play. Maybe they could cut you, I don't know. You'd be pretty bad if they're like, look, we think you're good, but Jesus does not think you're that good. Yeah. I don't know what to... He is our captain, so... Well, church ball was a lot different, too, because it was half court, no three-point line. We played on carpet. That's your first sign it's not going to count. They didn't give us a basketball. We didn't have a ball. We would just stay in there and play on honesty. So you'd be like, I just made it. It was like, oh, that's a good shot. You're really good. I stole it. I forgive you for stealing it. And they're like, oh, these guys are nice. Everybody's real nice around here.
It's such a fun time, though. Now you can get any food you want delivered to you. Isn't that incredible? Whatever you want. You just go on your phone, and there's an app, and somebody will bring you whatever food you want. Because before, for like 150 years, the only food you could get was pizza. For some reason, that was the only food that figured out the technology of delivery. They're like, you just put it in a box, and you bring it to them. And then for some reason, other food places were like, that's impossible. That'll never work. Cannot do it. But then like 2017 hit, and they're like, yeah, you just put it in a box and you bring it to them. It works, guys. It does. Just get it. You can get it. Yeah, you just got to get a different size box. Don't put it in a pizza box. You look at the shape of the food, you get that type of box, and then you bring it to them. It's amazing. But pizza's still ahead of the game. They're ahead of the game technology-wise. Because my favorite place to order pizza is Domino's. I love ordering Domino's pizza, and they have a little thing called the pizza tracker. Yeah. It's the greatest thing ever. This is my favorite thing. It gives you step-by-step instructions of what's happening with your pizza, right? So you order the pizza, and then they'll be like, check the tracker, and then you look at it, and it'll be like, John just put the toppings on your pizza. He's pretty excited about it. I'm like, way to go, John. That's awesome. Right? Thank you for doing that. And then you can check it back a little later, and they'll be like, Steve just put your pizza in the oven. It's bubbly hot. I'm like, oh, fantastic, Steve. I don't know why John could have done that, but I'm glad you're in the game. Right? I'm not going to tell you how to run this Domino's. You get as many people involved as you want in my delicious pizza. And then it'll be like, now Sarah's on the way with her pizza. I'm like, I can't wait to meet Sarah. That's going to be amazing. Oh, I'm going to ask her how John and Steve are doing when she gets here. A weird thing about Domino's is that you're limited to only ordering 25 marinara packets. That's the cutoff. They had some type of meeting at corporate, and they're like, they want way too much. We gotta cut it off. The other odd thing I learned is that you can just order marinara packets. Yeah, that's a little tip if you want. You don't even have to order pizza. Just order 25 marinara packets. The tracker changes a little bit. It's not quite the same. It's like John's putting your marinara packets in a bag, and he's afraid right now. Sarah is on the way with your marinara packets, and she's thinking about making changes in her life. She might go back to school.
The next story is about my parents. And I was visiting my parents recently, and I don't like them. I love them, don't get me wrong, I would die for them, but if I met them at a party, I'd be like, these people, yeah, this place is beat, we're out of here, because my parents are Italian, but they eat at the Olive Garden, literally. And my dad will show off by pronouncing menu items authentically. He'll be like, I'll have the pasta fagioli. And I'm like, we're sitting in a strip mall between a Build-A-Bear and a Spencer Gifts. You'll have the pasta fagioli like everybody else. You're not special. They make up phrases. I realized this as an adult when I would say the things that my parents said to me as kids to people in the outside world. And they would be like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, but my mother said that. Oh no, and my whole life when I wasn't allowed to do something, my mother would say, like fun you're doing that. Anybody ever heard that phrase? Yeah, like fun, that's really confusing for a child. Because it would seem like she's encouraging me to do it, She'd be like fun, you're going to the mall. I was like, yeah, like fun. Burger, buddies, arcade, like fun. But then I realized as an adult that like fun was her way of saying like hell. Yeah. Because she's Catholic. And for Catholics, hell is fun.
I'm no saint, but nobody is. Nobody even goes for saint today, right? There's no saints. Nobody's like, you know what, I'm thinking of, I'm either gonna go graphic design or saint. Nobody goes for it, because, well, there are Latter-day Saints. There's Mormons. I love the Mormons. I don't know what Latter-day means. Maybe that means they're like deviant till 3 p.m. I'm like, well, kids are coming home. Let's get out of these S&M outfits, honey. Back in khakis. I'm talking about the traditional Catholic sense of a saint. Nobody goes for saint anymore because it's too hard. To be considered a Catholic saint, you have to perform 2 miracles. I don't know why it's 2. It's not like half of us would be like, if it was 1, I'd go for it. Yeah, because I could do that thing with my elbow. It's not like one miracle's not impressive. You're never in a job interview unless you hear special skills, walk on water, Microsoft Word. Tell me about the Microsoft Word. Actually, where I live in New York City is where the soon-to-be first African-American saint is buried. His name was Pierre Toussaint, and he was a hairdresser. I didn't even know you could be a hairdresser in a saint. But he apparently got done cutting people's hair, and they were like, this is a miracle. And he was a great man, and he'll be a saint. He'll probably be the patron saint of hairdressers. You know, because saints, they're in charge of things. Like, you're in charge of hairdressers, you're in charge of lost objects. St. Patrick, you're in charge of Ireland. St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. Every March 17th, we honor St. Patrick by getting wasted. Right? But we don't know. We don't know. St. Patrick could be up in heaven going, I didn't even drink. What are these people doing? I like the color blue. I made that very clear. Can someone remind God I'm from Italy? I don't want to rock the boat here, but these Irish are degenerates. Because they don't get to choose what they're the patron saint of, right? Like Saint Bonaventure, patron saint of bowel issues. I'm not making that up. Bowel issues. Talk about a promotion you don't want. Bonaventure's in heaven, St. Peter comes and goes, Bonaventure, you're a saint. Bonaventure's like, yes, yes. Am I the patron saint of scholars? Not scholars. What am I the patron saint of? Bowel issues. Bowel issues? Yeah, you know when someone's getting a colonoscopy or say they're sitting on the toilet with IBS or explosive diarrhea and they're praying to God. Well, we don't want them praying directly to God. So you would be like a conduit. That way, God's not talking to someone who's doing number 2. Okay. Of course, I'm talking about Catholic saints because I'm Catholic. I'm not a good Catholic. Like, if there was a test for Catholics, I would fail. But then again, most Catholics would fail, which is probably why there's not a test.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
This is John Bernthal. I'm inviting you to check out my podcast, Real Ones. The show features conversations with a diverse group of individuals, folks who have actually walked the walk, not just talk about it. Law enforcement officers, gang members, military personnel, and medical professionals. We have activists and first responders. These inspiring people, they've had a profound impact on my life. I hope they can teach and inspire you as well. Hit the follow button on Spotify to stay notified about the new episodes that we've got cooking. Thank you so much.
I was a kid once. My dad, when I was 12 years old, told me he wasn't ready to be a dad when I was born. He goes, I just want you to know when you came along, I wasn't ready to be a dad. You probably shouldn't say that to your kid. You should never say that to your 4th kid, which is what I am. I swear to God. He said he wasn't ready to be a dad to his 4th child. You're not allowed. We gave you 3 warm-up babies before I even stepped on. I was raised by my mom most of the time. We didn't have a lot of money. I grew up with yard sale clothes, and I lived in a small town, so I took some heat, man. You live in a big city, you wear yard sale clothes, people make fun of you. Be like, oh, yard sale clothes, poor, or whatever they would say. You live in a small city, and they're like, that's Mike's shirt. Mike's like, that is my shirt. My mom's a sweetheart. She's a sweet lady. Except I got this phone call. She called me one time, and as soon as I answered the phone, she goes, how long does cocaine stay in your hair? Okay. I think you're doing it wrong. I think you're doing it. Jesus, Scarface, what? I thought you went to church. She doesn't do it. It was a weird question. She told me I got to go see my grandma. She goes, you have to go see your grandma. You know she's not going to be around very much longer. Does Grandma know that's how you drum up visitors? I come over, she's like, well, what brought you here? Clock's a ticking, Nana. I just came over to pick out some stuff I like. You all right with that?
My mom would give the worst advice. The worst advice. That's why I had to leave my mom. Worst advice. If I go to the bar, if my mom's the first one to call me and go, Joseph, are you going to a bar out there? Are you going out there to those bars, that bar? Yeah, I'm going to those bars, Mom. What? Which bar? Which bar, Joseph? Which? Like she knows all the fucking bars. I'm just going to a bar. Why, Mom? Why are you calling? I gotta go. Because Joseph, the reason why I'm asking you, that's how my mom talks to me. She's gotta fucking sing. Joseph, the reason why I'm telling you what bar is because there's people out there putting drugs in the drinks. What are you talking about, Mom? Drugs, Joseph, drugs. They call it rupee. Did you say rupee? Yes, Joseph, rupee. You mean roofie? Yes, Joseph, rupee. Mom, why? Why are you telling? Because, Joseph, what it is they put it in the drinks. And it's a date rape drug. Mom, I'm all right. I don't think anyone's gonna rupee me. So thank you. I'm late. I gotta go. Thank you for the advice, but I'm gonna be okay. And then she gets mad. Oh, okay, Joseph. You know what? Then just go. Go, Joseph. Go to those bars and drink several drinks and put them all over the bar. Someone will put a rupee in one of those drinks. You will drink it, fall asleep, you wake up, they're fucking your ass. Fucking your ass. And then you'll wake up, my butt hurts, you got rupee.
Me and my wife fight a lot, like normal, like normal fighting. It's easy to fight when you're married, I think. Marriage and prison are the two easiest places to start to fight. Everybody's really tense and on edge. No one remembers why they got there. My wife will get mad like when I hang out with my buddies. She's always like, oh, you always have so much fun with your friends. You always laugh with them a lot. You never laugh that much with me. It's like, yeah, I hang out with professional comedians. It's a pretty good time, Like, they make jokes, new jokes every day. She doesn't make jokes ever. She makes a lot of lists. She does do lists though. Just a ton. She's in charge. She runs everything because she knows everything. Like, I don't know any stuff. Like, I don't know how much money we have. Like, could not even ballpark it. I don't even know where it's at. And I wouldn't even know how to get it if I had to get it. What bank we go to? I don't know. Like, I can't get robbed because, like, if some guy's like, let's go to the ATM, it's like, well, I guess we gotta wait for my wife to get here. She can't leave me because I wouldn't know how to get stuff, Like, she can't even die. If she starts dying, I'll die so much faster than her because I don't know what to do. Like, I don't have to call her mom and be like, hey, did she ever bring up bank stuff to you at all? Did you ever talk about that? Or what did she do for a living? Do you know? Yeah. What was her deal? My job is like, you gotta protect, I guess, the house, I guess. I don't know. If someone comes in, I don't have a gun to protect us. I have a pocket knife. That's what I have next to the bed. Like, that could do nothing. I could hope to aggravate him at best, Like, I'd cut him, he would just rip my shirt, and he would kill both of us. That's best case scenario with the pocket. I don't know how to use this knife in the middle of the day, much less I'm gonna wake up out of a dead sleep and have some kind of knife skill I've never had before. So what we do is we sleep strategically in our bed to, like, prepare for an attack. Like, I'm here, like, she's here. She's, like, closest to the door, but it's, you know, she doesn't even know there's a strategy. So, it just... So the plan is like the guy's gonna come in, right? And she's gonna lunge at him. She'll lunge. She'll probably be like, oh, I felt like I got pushed. And I'm like, well, you don't know what lunging means. She'll lunge. She'll put up a good fight, all right? At least a good enough fight that I can be practicing with my knife on my side. Just a little, you know, ready for him. That's when...
So I've been living in New York. I've been living with my sister because she has a job. No, she's got a great job, so it's tough not to live with her. Yeah, she works on Wall Street, and it's really funny because she'll come home from work and try to have intelligent conversations with me. She'll be like, did you hear the Dow Jones went down 634 points? And I'm like, oh, yeah. Daisy got kidnapped on the Dukes of Hazzard. I don't really do anything. I just sit at home and I play on the internet, and I love the internet. I'm obsessed. I'm now the queen of the lesbian chat lines. Just me and a bunch of other horny guys on there all day long. That's all it is. It's just guys pretending to be women. You ever get on there and you start typing in, you're like, I get caught up and forget that I'm supposed to be a woman, you know? I'm like, oh, yes, caress my breasts. Now touch my penis. Ooh, backspace, backspace, backspace. I mean vagina. I have a vagina. I think I just scared the fucking audience right there. Now listen, I think pornography on the internet is wrong. I am completely against it because it's accessible to little kids, and that is wrong, especially since I didn't have any of that when I was a kid. All I had were those National Geographic magazines with the tribal African women with the big saggy boobs, yeah. Oh my God, do you know how difficult it was to masturbate to a woman with a disc in her lip? Hiding in the library behind the card catalog file like, oh, Miss Zimbabwe. Yeah, my mom gets mad. We weren't even, like growing up, we weren't even allowed to say pee. That was a dirty word. We had to say tinkle. And my penis was my tinkler. When I was a little kid, I asked my mom once, I go, why does my tinkler get hard? And my mom goes, it's because you're nervous. And I was like, why does my Farrah Fawcett poster make me nervous? That was a little demented. The wedding party's throwing me. You guys are fucked up. I love New York. Okay. The rest of the audience is like, we know.
And I say delusion in a very affectionate way. I mean, delusion is a huge part of my life. If it weren't for delusion, I wouldn't have become a comedian at all, because particularly starting out, you know, there's so much failure, and amidst that failure, you have to tell yourself it's going quite nicely. Because if you didn't, you'd never get on stage again. You'd just be like, I guess human beings don't like me. Because with stand-up comedy, it's not like a play or a movie where people don't like it. They can go, well, we didn't like the set or the script or the costumes. With stand-up comedy, if people don't like it, they're basically saying, we don't like you. You know, your personality. That's a hard reality to face. Even my first paid gig was completely based on this one lie. I was asked to perform 30 minutes of comedy at a place called Fat Tuesdays in Virginia. And what I should have said was I only have about 11 minutes of comedy. And what I did say was, yeah. And so I drive Abby's mint green Taurus out to Fat Tuesdays in Virginia, and I'm backstage, which is the sidewalk of a strip mall, and I'm scared to death because I don't know what's gonna happen after the 11 minutes elapses. And I even say to the headliner, I go, hey, like, what happens if I run out of material? And he goes, just make fun of people. And I was like, I don't know if that's such a good idea. Whenever I make fun of people, they punch me. I later found out that's an entire genre of comedy. You know, these guys, they walk on stage and they're like, nice shirt, faggot, you know, and people are like, it's so true, you know. His shirt does suck. This guy's a genius. I'm from Jersey. You know, it's a popular regional genre, but certainly not my forte. And so I'm scared to death, and I don't know what's going to happen. And they open the door and they go, Mike, you're on. And I turn around and I throw up on the sidewalk because my body couldn't think of another plan. It was just like, What do we do? Let's get rid of some food, you know? And then I walk on stage and I do 4 minutes of comedy. Because when you're bombing, it pares down. And I thanked the audience and apologized. I was like, thank you, sorry. And I walked off and I drove home to Abby and she said, how'd it go? And I said, it was amazing. Because in my mind, it had been. And if it hadn't, I never would have gotten on stage again. So Abby and I were living together, and this was a secret. It was her idea. She was like, we should live together. And what I should have said was, my parents are pretty conservative, and they probably wouldn't go for that. And what I did say was, yeah, you know? And so when my parents would visit, we would put all of her stuff in this one small room, and then we would close the door to that room, and then we hung a tapestry in front of the door as though that room didn't exist. It was the closest my life had come to a plotline of Scooby-Doo, and it worked. I mean, that's what's so strange. That plan worked. But lying to my parents in that way caused me so much anxiety, and that was when I started to see the jackal.
Recently, I was invited to a surprise birthday party. It was a surprise birthday party for a dog. That's right, I have friends that are mentally ill. I went. It was in my apartment building, and I needed the material. And to be fair, the dog was surprised. Didn't suspect a thing. Dog didn't know it was his birthday. The dog didn't know it had a birthday. The dog wasn't sure why people were in the apartment. It was the dog's 3rd birthday, which in dog years doesn't matter. Someone made that up, and we just went along with it. Oh, 1 year equals 7 for doggies? Okay. When I see a dog, I'll do math. That's not fulfilling some dog need. You know, there's not a dog sitting in a bar right now going, I'm not 3, I'm 21. I can legally drink. That's not how dogs keep track of time. If you have a dog, you know they don't keep track of time. You've left your home, forgotten something, walked back in, only to be greeted by your dog like you've just returned from war. They're back! It's a miracle! They're back after I don't know how long, because I'm a dog! These poor dogs! We just attach these points of view on these poor dogs. Like dog is man's best friend. How desperate are humans? We're best friends, right? Dog's like, well, aren't we different species? But we're best friends forever. You know, you locked me in the house all day with nothing but a bowl of water. You'd think you let your best friend sit on the couch. We're best friends. Now put on this fireman's outfit. We're gonna do a photo shoot for Instagram. You know, sometimes when you sleep, I think about eating your face.
There's a commercial on late night TV for this thing you attach to a garden hose. It says, you can water your hard-to-reach plants with this product. Who the fuck would make their plants hard to reach? That seems so very mean. I know you need water, but I'm gonna make you hard to reach. I will throw water at you. Hopefully they'll invent a product before you shrivel and die. Think like a cactus. So you can have this product for 4 easy payments of $19.95. I would like to have a product that was available for 3 easy payments and 1 fucking complicated payment. We can tell you which payment it is, but one of these payments is gonna be a bitch. The mailman will get shot to death, the envelope will not seal, and the stamp will be in the wrong denomination. Good luck, fucker. That last payment must be made in wampum. My fake plants died because I did not pretend to water them. I think animal crackers made people think that all animals taste the same. What does a giraffe taste like? A hippopotamus. I had them back to back. I'd hate to be a giraffe with a sore throat. God damn it anyway. See, I write jokes for a living, man. You know, I sit at my hotel at night, I think of something that's funny, then I go get a pen and I write it down. Or if the pen's too far away, I have to convince myself that what I thought of ain't funny. I walked by a dry cleaner at 3 a.m. The sign said, "Sorry, we're closed." You don't have to be sorry. It's 3 a.m. and you're a dry cleaner. It would be ridiculous for me to expect you to be open. I'm not gonna walk in at 10 a.m. and say, "Hey, I walked by at 3, you guys were closed." Somebody owes me an apology. This jacket would be halfway done.
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
Here's some rock solid advice. Fentanyl's nothing but trouble. It's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. So an amount the size of a pencil point can kill you. And worse, it's being cut into all types of street drugs, including cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, even Xanax and marijuana, which means users may not even be aware they're taking it. But there's hope. For more info, call 1-800-922-1399.
If you don't have kids, all right, they're a joy. I love my son to death, man. He's 8 years old. He's the love of my life, all right? But if you don't have kids and you're thinking about having kids, because I know there's some people in here like, I'm ready to have a kid. I want to be a mommy. And there's some guys, I want to be a daddy. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. No, you're not. You're not ready. Look at me. Look at this. Look. Take a close look. I used to have long, beautiful hair. It's gone. Pull out. Pull the fuck out. It's your only option. Use it. Pull out. This is all you gotta do. Ha ha. Baby? No baby. Minivan. Sports car. There's parents in here too. I see you guys. You don't even have to tell me you're a parent. You don't have to applaud. You don't have to say shit. I know what a parent looks like. Parents recognize parents. We just know. When I said pull out, there were some parents in here like, yeah, I should have. Parents don't want to go home. You guys are laughing and having a good time right now. But in the back of your head, you're like, fuck. I hope he's asleep. And he's not. He's not. When you go home, they're waiting for you. You know why? Because your babysitter fed them fucking Cocoa Puffs and chocolate milk for fucking dinner. So now they're standing by the front door like fucking crackheads. And they're always holding heavy shit for no reason. Just naked with a box of Legos. And then you open the door, Dada! Go to sleep. My son's gotta tell me 6 hours worth of shit in 2 minutes. The minute I walk in, he's gotta tell me everything he did while I was gone. Daddy, you're not gonna believe this, but I played NBA 2K11 in 3D, Daddy! Blake Griffin dunked a basketball and the ball came right at me and I was like, oh my God, Daddy, I made a basketball out of Legos, but Mommy said I can't throw it in the house because it might break a window. Daddy, I tried Yoo-Hoo for the first time. Oh, Lord, chocolate! Pull out. Kids are the shit, though. When you become a parent, you gotta teach your kids things that you didn't think you had to teach them. You know what I mean? Sometimes I look at my son and go, why don't you know this? It's common sense. And then I realized, oh fuck, he just got his brain 8 years ago. I gotta tell him. My son got pink eye 3 weeks straight. 3 weeks straight. I felt like the worst dad in the world. The first week, the nurse called me, right? She said, hi, your son's got pink eye. Come get your son. I go, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'll be right there. I'll go pick up my son, take care of it, bring him back to school. Second week, pink eye again, right? Nurse is pissed. Hi, your son has pink eye. Again. Come get your son. I go, oh my God, I'm sorry, I thought it was allergies. No, it's not allergies. His eyes are pink. I'll be right there. Go get him, fix it up, bring him back. Third week, pink eye again, both fucking eyes. I swear to God, both eyes. He never looked more Asian in his life. I went to go get him. I was like, Joe, you all right? He turned around. I was like, Dad, this hurts so bad. I don't know why he was bucking his teeth. That was some extra shit. Oh. The nurse pulls me to the side and she's whisper yelling at me. You know what I mean? She's like whisper yelling. That's how they do it in school. They whisper yell at you in front of the kid. So she pulls me to the side and she's like, I don't understand why you keep bringing your son to school when he has pink eye. You need to take care of this problem before you bring him back. It's not safe for the other kids and you're not being a responsible parent. Last time this is gonna happen, do you hear me? Last time. And I got all like offended, so I started like whisper yelling in the back. I was like, hey, first of all, don't you ever yell at me in front of my kid again. And first of all, I did take care of the problem, but every time I take care of the problem, I bring him back to school and he keeps getting pink eye. Don't you think that's a little weird? Huh? A little weird, right? It is, right? Maybe some kid at your school has fingertips and he's rubbing it all over the other kid's eyes. And she goes, yeah, that's your kid. I go, sorry. So I take him home, fix it up. He's sitting on the living room floor, and I'm looking at him like, why does he keep getting pink eye? I felt like the worst dad in the world. And it's like, God was like, here, let me show you. You're too stupid to figure this out. And it happened right before my eyes. My son takes his hand, he goes right down his shorts. That's when I said, no. No. Because he was in there. Like he forgot something. And he pulled his hand out and he put it right here on his thigh. Right? And I wanted to tell him, I was like, Joe, go to the bathroom, wash your hands. That's what I wanted to say. But then I wanted to see it actually happen. I wanted to see this shit unfold. So I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. So I was just mumbling to myself like, don't do it, Joe. Joe, don't do it, don't do it. Go to the bathroom. Joe, don't do it. Pink eye, 4th week, right there. I didn't know I was supposed to tell my son, Joe, when you scratch your asshole, don't rub your eye. I thought that was common fucking sense. Plus, when you scratch your asshole, it leaves a scent on your fingertips, so when you go towards your eye, your nose goes, don't put that shit in your eye. But my son smells and goes, wow, put that in both my eyes. I can see my fart.
I'm from Tennessee, I almost said it, but I live in New York now, lived there for like 8 years. I like it, I don't know, it's fun. You know what I miss though about being I miss being around like Walmart. I like a nice Walmart. Like, it's like headquarters, like me and my family agree that if we ever get lost, we will just meet at a Walmart and either find each other or just start over with a new Walmart family. Either way, it's win-win. A lot of people don't like Walmart because it's like big business, right? Like it kills the mom and pop shops. But really, Walmart, like they were a mom and pop shop at some point and then they got their act together and became unbelievable. I was like, I'll just ride these guys out. They're always open. Mom and pop shops close for no reason. You go in there like, why are you closed today? Like, we're sad. You're like, all right. Walmart, you could shoot the entire staff. It would be an hour of confusion and they'd be up and running again. Yeah, that's how great Walmart is. Nice system. They have a good system down there. There's a lot of Kmarts in New York, and I do look down on Kmart. Like, I think I'm better than Kmart. That's where I'm a Walmart guy. I'm in the middle. I'm not Target. I'm not some jerk, and I think I'm better than everybody. I am just right in the middle. No one likes Kmart. They don't even look open when you go in there. You're like, oh, you guys about to close? What's that? You're open 24 hours. Really? Really? Oh, man. Are y'all going to cut the lights on in the back? Or... I went in there, like, you ever go to a store and, like, you think someone works there because whatever, they're wearing just matches everybody else? Like, I kind of did that. Mine was mean. I mean, all right, what happened? I walked up to this guy, and I was like, hey, man, do you know where the razors are at? And then the guy was like, what? I don't work here. So I looked at what he was wearing, and he had a football jersey on. It couldn't have been more obvious that he did not work at Kmart. So basically, I just judged his face. And I figured he had a Kmart face. It was like weird. Even when he was like, I don't work here, I was like, come on, man. Like, you probably have an idea of where they're at. Where would you put them if this was your Kmart? Where should they go? Is that...
I wanted to get off my antidepressant that I was on for a very specific reason. I called my doctor to get off my antidepressant, and I said, I want to get off my antidepressant for a side effect that I'm going to mention in a moment. And my doctor actually said to me, don't quit, wait. And I'm like, whoa, what? She says, you take 2 pills a day. I want you to break 1 pill in half. Take 1.5 pills for 30 days. After that 30 days is up, I want you to break that pill in half, and I want you to take 1 pill for 30 days, and then break that pill in half, and then take half a pill for another 30 days, and then that morning call me. What the fuck poison did you put me on? A 90-day detox for an antidepressant? People quit cocaine in the afternoon. What is this? The reason I wanted to get off the antidepressant is because there's a side effect they do not tell you about. And this is for the men. If you're on an antidepressant, the one I was on specifically, that I won't say out loud because I don't want to get sued, there's no nice way to put this. You can't come. Yeah. You cannot ejaculate, ever. Not even like Russell Brand could pull it off. I don't know what happened. There's a beautiful streaming ribbon of white effluvia that I want to encapsulate my partner. You're hoping, against hope, a Herculean task, that God will part the beautiful skies and allow the faucet, the spigot, to be turned a little bit to the left and let something flow from the tiniest, yet I might argue, the most important orifice in the human body. You can't ejaculate, ever. For like 8 months, I kept trying. And it's not cool. You're not like, I fucked her all night, man. No, you're calling your friends like, I fucked her all night, man. Now remember, I last 16 seconds in a row. All of a sudden, my wife has an 8-month run where nothing's coming out. I fucked my wife until she was shorter. Smoke came out of her ears and her eyes. And about 2 months in, she said, why do you keep doing this every night? I said, I don't know, I'm happy. Real happy.
This is the first time I remember thinking, well, this seems dangerous. Maybe I should see a doctor. And then I thought, maybe I'll eat dinner. And I went with dinner for years. Partly because of my fear of doctors based on the incident I explained earlier, and then partly Because sleepwalking is a terrifying phenomenon when you think about it, because it's your body making a decision that is different from your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is like, we're gonna rest for a few hours. Your body's like, we're going skiing, you know. And it also involves your brain, and your brain is a terrifying area. You know, the list of fun brain diseases is very short if you're ever surfing WebMD late into the evening. So I didn't want to deal with it, so I didn't see a doctor, but I did buy a book. It was called The Promise of Sleep, and I'll show you this because it was written by a guy named Dr. Dement, which is a very unfortunate name for a man trying to instill calm. I feel like he might have opted for a pseudonym like Dr. Happy Sleep or Dr. Chamomile Tea. Good to meet you. And I'm reading the first few chapters about healthy sleep habits, and he recommends 4 basic tips for healthier sleep, and they all have to do with powering down a few hours before bed, turning off the news and your phone and the internet, and don't eat big meals, which just so happen to be my 4 favorite activities before I go to bed. I'm completely addicted to cable news, and I think it's because they hook you in with questions you couldn't possibly know the answers to. They'll be like, "Pachoo! Do you know what's in your soup?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I guess I don't know what's in my soup. I gotta stick around." I thought maybe broth, but I wasn't 100%. What is this, a commercial for Toyota? All right, I'll watch this, just as long as you tell me what's in my soup. And then they'll be like, "Pachoo! It's broth." I'm like, I knew it was broth, but it wasn't 100%. I'm glad I stuck it out. And they'll be like, "Pachoo! Do you know what's in your broth?" I'm like, I can't believe this. How long do I have to watch before they tell me all the answers? But they don't, because they know if you knew all the answers, then you just change the channel. It'd be like, "Pachoo! Do you know what your knee bone is connected to?" I'd be like, "Bam! Thigh bone. I'm watching Gossip Girl." Oh yeah! I've defeated the news! When I'm not watching the news, I'm often on the internet, which is sad, because the internet is an infinite well of nothing. And when you're there, you're convinced that it's something. It's like getting drunk. You're like, I want to go over here, and then over there, and then over here. And after 4 hours, you're like, I have no idea what just happened. I got a clear history. I always have these grand ambitions for the next time I'm gonna be online. Like the next time I'm on the internet, I'm gonna look up healthy recipes and gyms in my neighborhood. And then I go online, I'm like, why don't I Google myself again? You know, and I don't even Google myself anymore. I'm at the next level. I get what's called Google Alerts. That means they email you when you've been mentioned on a blog or a website. Last year I did a show and someone wrote on their blog that they enjoyed the show, but that I personally was pudgy and awkward. I got that as a Google alert. It was like, "Pachoo, you're awkward." I was like, thanks for the heads up, Google. Not feeling great about myself to begin with. I don't have a weight problem, but I have an addiction to pizza, or as Dr. Dement would call it, big meals. My favorite time to eat pizza is actually the moment before I fall asleep. I think that could be a menu item that they market, pizza until you fall asleep. And you call and you order it, and then you lie in bed and you time it so the delivery guy walks in with a pizza shaped like a travel pillow that you wrap around your neck, and then you eat it while you do neck rolls until you fall asleep. So that was an idea I had, and while I was thinking about all that, the other kids read the book. So
looking for some new music similar to what you've already been listening to? Check out Don't Believe in Ghosts' new single, Makes No Difference. For fans of The Killers, Imagine Dragons, Walk the Moon, and Coin. Click the link now to hear Don't Believe in Ghosts' latest single, Makes No Difference. And follow the band for more great music.
Makes no difference when the night
It doesn't matter if it's new music climbing the charts or it's a song that's gone viral. If it's trending, it's on this playlist. Listen to all your favorite tracks in one place right now on the top trending playlist on Spotify.
Would you bet a few $1,000s that you could sink an 8-foot putt? What about 10 grand that you could win a drag race against a Camaro with 1,000 horsepower? If you bet $2 million, could you bet it all on one football game? Maybe you wish you could, but you probably wouldn't. Gamblers is about the people who did. From Spotify and the Ringer Podcast Network comes Gamblers Season 2. Listen now.
I wish I liked fish. I wish I was the person in the restaurant so like, I don't get to go out to dinner that often, but instead of getting a delicious steak, I'll get the fish, because I like disgusting food. Because fish is disgusting. How bored are you with eating if you're ordering the fish? Just bring me something gross. I like to waste money. Who's the first person to walk into a harbor and go, hey, whatever reeks in here, let's eat that? Fish don't even like fish. That's why they're always frowning. They're like, what's that smell? Oh, it's me. I'm a fish. What's the best compliment you can give fish? Is to say that it's not fishy. Isn't fish supposed to be fishy? Get the hamburger. It's not burgery. Fishy is an indication something's wrong. Something fishy going on here? No, everything's burgery. I'm Catholic. Every Friday during Lent, we eat fish, which is supposed to symbolize the suffering of Jesus on the cross. What? Which means at one point someone was like, how should we honor the sacrifice of Jesus? And the other guy was like, well, we could fast, we could starve ourselves. No, that's too easy. What if we ate fish? And the other guy was like, I'd rather be crucified. It's a true story, it's in the Bible. Fish. Some cultures, they eat fish for breakfast. Good morning, here's some fish. It matches your breath. I'm not even hungry in the morning, granted, because I ate a couple hours earlier. But fish? I was in Iceland, went down to breakfast. At the beginning of the buffet, there was a bottle of fish oil and 12 shot glasses. They're drinking fish for breakfast! I don't know when you're supposed to drink fish, but maybe not when you wake up. Do you want the orange juice, the grapefruit juice, or the fish juice? The best news that ever happened to grapefruit juice. Finally, I'm not the worst thing on the planet.
I don't understand it. I do not understand it. Like, I guess it's because kids come to shows sometimes. Yeah, I was doing this rock club once, a rock club. And I show up and there's these parents with this little 6-year-old girl and I walk over, I feel it's my I'm not gonna change my show, but it's my responsibility to warn them what they're about to do to their kid. And I walk over and I was like, hey, and before I could say anything, the little girl looks up at me and goes, are you gonna be telling silly stories? Yeah, because in my head I'm like, yes, but about my dick, and you don't need to grow up that fast, honey, so let's maybe stay home, watch some more Dora. Like, this entertainment is not for you quite yet. Give it a year. That's new. It's gonna go on the CD. All right, good. I don't understand it. Like, you can curse on TV in Canada. You're allowed to do it there, because it's not like they do it at the wrong time. It's not like it's on the news. Like, how's the weather? Fucking cold. Back to you. They don't. They'd be right because it's Canada. I was in Winnipeg in January for 2 weeks because my agent, is a dick, and it was 60 degrees below zero. Yeah. I know, right? That means if it warmed up by 92 degrees, it'd be freezing. That's a real place that people live on purpose. Like, I don't understand that. We've never had that happen here. That hasn't happened in the continental U.S., not even once. For them, just a Tuesday. They didn't even bat an eye because it was frozen open the whole time. But like, it was 57 below is our record. That's our record. 60. It was 60 there. They didn't care. Our entire record, I looked it up, is 57 below. Yeah, and that was in North Dakota, so nobody knew that it happened. Like, who was there? It's like a thermometer in a field and the cow next to it going, "Ah!" Like, that's all it was. Because cows start talking when it gets that cold. And you go in the house because it's creepy to see a cow talk. 60 below, man. That is religious weather. Because you walk outside, you say, "Oh my God!" and then you die and you meet him. Unless you're an atheist. Then you're just cold. But even in that weather, it was still, people were still shivering, smoking a cigarette. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's fantastic that the cigarette wasn't even the health risk in that equation. That they'd be healthier to stay inside and snort cocaine. That would have been a healthier idea. Because that's an indoor drug. You don't take cocaine outdoors, it'll blow everywhere.
I tried that Atkins diet, and they lied to you on the Atkins. They say, oh, after a week, you won't have any carb cravings. No! After a week, I was hallucinating. Every time the doorbell rang, I thought it was Pizza Hut come to save me. That must be them. I had some carb cravings. When you drive by a bakery and you jump out of a moving vehicle, that's a craving. And I had horrible nightmares on that low-carb diet. I dreamt Dr. Phil was outside my house. John, come out here and exercise. You can't be big if your lifestyle won't allow it. Get off my lawn! John, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you. I'm calling the cops! In some of the low-carb products, I understand I eat way too many carbs, way too many bad carbs. I eat a lot of breads, a lot of pastas, and I'm toning that down. But this low-carb, have you tried the low-carb products, the low-carb bread? I was all excited, because I love bread, and they have low-carb bread. Oh, good. But I took it out of the package, and I tasted it. And it's not like it went bad, it never went good. They have, I can't believe it's not butter. They should call it This Ain't Bread. Because it looks like bread, but it has no other properties of bread. I tried to butter it. You can't butter it. Butter won't go on it. The butter slides off it like, where are you putting me? And the jam just kind of beads up and falls off. Did they Scotch guard this at the factory? That's okay. It's all right. I'll toast it. It'll be better. I'll put it in a sandwich. I'll toast it. It doesn't toast. You can't toast it. I'm out in the garage with a blowtorch. It's absorbing the heat like a space shuttle tile. How does this break down in your system if you can't toast it? They're gonna dig me up in 5,000 years and go, he was on the low carb. See that dish there? We've seen a lot of these.
I fall for a lot of stuff. I really do. Like I worry about, catfish, like getting catfish. Do you know that? That's another MTV show. I like what MTV's doing right now. If you get tricked on the internet is what being catfished is. And the big famous story was Manti Te'o, the football player that believed in the fake girlfriend. And when I saw that, I was like, I get it. I would fall for that. I knew I would. I mean, I'm 35. I still do not sleep with socks on because my dad told me my feet can't breathe when I was a kid. I still believe that. So you bet I could talk to a fake woman for quite a while. A long time. I almost joined the Army when I was 18 just because they called. That was the only reason. I thought I got picked. I was like, oh, wow, this is an honor. Like, I also signed up for a JCPenney credit card at 18 because they called and I was like, man, this day is getting crazier and crazier. I would love it. I would love a credit card. I just got called for the Army. I'll go get some stuff. My mom had to go get me out of all of that. My mom had to call the Army and JCPenney in the same day. She was like, he's not doing any of this. He got to the phone quicker than he usually does, so. Just so you know, the JCPenney credit card was the tougher to get out of. If you want to know it all. I'm pretty dumb. I tell people I'm dumb. I'm like, hey, I'm dumb. But no one goes like, okay. They're just always like, I bet you're not dumb. And you're like, well, I'm trying to help you out here. We're about to have a conversation, so I'm just trying to give you a heads up. Here's a story. I can prove it. If I needed, I prove it. Like, everybody's like, no, we don't need proof. Here's my proof. Is when I was 15, my first job was in Nashville. It was at Opryland theme park. We used to have an amusement park. And I was working, and I'm sitting eating lunch, and this couple sits down, and we start talking and stuff. I was like, I'm Nate. And the guy's like, I'm John. This is my wife, Jane. And their last name was Doe. So it was John and Jane Doe. And I was just like, that's the craziest thing. Like, what are the odds of that, you know? Like, that's so crazy. Couldn't believe it. Cut to earlier this year. I'm 35, I'm driving, and I'm thinking about John and Jane Doe. And, I was like, I bet they were lying to me about that. That's how long it took, 20 years. For me to catch on to a joke they wouldn't remember saying. I don't think they would remember it. They'd be like, maybe we did that? Well, it worked. It worked so good. I tried to Google them, because I was like, maybe they're not lying, I'll find them and go talk to them. But I'm sad to report they were murdered. Yeah, it's not good,
But how much is enough? You know what I mean? How much is enough? Do you really need a mansion? Who needs a mansion? Who needs a mansion? If you have 80 children, you should have a mansion, right? If you have 80 children, you need that square footage. You know what these places look like because they come in the beautiful real estate section of the Sunday paper, this beautiful magazine filled with mansions. Why? Why are you putting that in the poor people newspaper? Who's couponing and looking for a mansion in the same paper? They always have those perfect kitchens, the beautiful island with a fruit bowl with a pyramid of perfect green apples. You eat one, a new one just appears out of nowhere. Because they have an apple boy. They have an apple boy. Just sits under the kitchen sink and waits. I've never even bought a fruit bowl. Have you ever bought a fruit bowl? No, you buy fruit, you need a bowl, you just pick it out of the other bowls. Congratulations, bowl, you've been nominated. Say goodbye to your friends. You're the fruit bowl. And fruit isn't even the main thing in the fruit bowl. It's mostly car keys and pennies and garlic skin. One black banana from 1995. No one wants to pick it up because you know it's gonna split. So if you have a lot of money and you help people, that's one thing, but the culture's devolved into this I'm better than you attitude, just to have stuff. You know, people in your family and friends who just mortgage it, lease it, just to say, I'm better than you. Look at what I have. Look at my car, it's newer than yours. Look at my wife, she's newer than yours. She might be older, but she has all new parts. Where do you shop? The regular supermarket? That's disgusting. I can tell from your skin because it's splotchy and gross. No, I respect it, I just can't do it. I only shop at Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. That's where I get my conflict-free M&Ms.
Abby and I were living together, and I was experiencing a lot of anxiety, which is strange, because we were very much in love. I mean, I had fallen for Abby from the moment we met, because she had this big, beautiful smile. Like, it seemed like her teeth were bigger than her head, but in a sexy way. And I kept running into her on campus because I was following her, and I would see her, and I'd say, hey, we should hang out sometime, like not by mistake. And she would say no, which was hot also, because I knew she was sensible. And eventually I wore her down. I tricked her. That's how you get the best ones. She had said no so many times. I threw an off-speed pitch. I said, hey, we should go to church sometime. I hadn't been to church since the tumor, but it had worked, And I said, that way, if the date doesn't go well, maybe we'll get something out of the homily. My sense of humor hadn't yet matured, but neither had hers, and so it worked. And so we went to church on our first date. I remember this very well because it was raining, and I'd remembered to bring an umbrella, so I was able to walk her home in the rain, and she held onto my arm, and it was the happiest I'd ever been. I got back to the computer lab in my dorm, and I wrote an email to my brother Joe. I said, I just went out with the girl I'm gonna marry. Abby had to convince me to have sex for the first time. It was like a reversal of the abusive boyfriend from those 80s high school movies where the girl is like, Devin, I can. Devin's like, but you can. Well, she was Devin, and I was Molly Ringwald, and I was always afraid of sex in high school. I was one of those kids, I didn't even understand the concept of sex. When people started having sex, I was like, people we know are having sex? But how? That is not who you want to be in high school, I'll tell you. My nickname in high school was the math jockey. And what's sad about that, among other things, is that I wasn't good at math. Which means I just looked like I was good at math, which means I was not the sex jockey. So Abby and I decided that for our first time we're gonna go to a bed and breakfast because nothing alleviates the fear of having sex for the first time like a really elaborate plan. And we went to this place, and it was called the Philip Smith House, and it was run by these two gay men named David and Leon, and it was a really cute partnership because David cooked breakfast and Leon screwed David. I'm not sure of the specifics. It seemed that way, but I lost my virginity at the Philip Smith House, and it was very clunky and awkward, and then we stared at each other in disgust, but we were in love, and the first time you fall in love, it's such a transcendent feeling, it's like eating pizza-flavored ice cream, your brain can't even process that level of joy, and love makes people do crazy things like kill people or shop at Crate and Barrel, and it just makes us all a little delusional. I really think that. I think our whole lives, no matter how low our self-esteem gets, there's some part of us that thinks, I have a secret special skill that no one knows about. And if they knew, they'd be amazed. And eventually we meet someone who's like, you have a secret special skill. And you're like, I know. So do you. And they're like, I know. And then you're like, we should eat pizza ice cream together. And that's what love is. It's this mountain of pizza ice cream and delusion.
Good news, hard seltzer lovers. Neutral Vodka Seltzer is here. Made with vodka, seltzer, and real juice. It's a light and refreshing taste that will show you what hard seltzer can be. Try Neutral, the one with the umlaut. Copyright 2023 Neutral Distilled Spirit Specialty, Los Angeles, California. Enjoy responsibly.
I started shopping for weekly groceries through Instacart because with young kids, my week is pretty packed. There's Taekwondo, tap lessons, and endless birthday parties. But with Instacart, I can get groceries and weekly essentials delivered in as fast as an hour, which gives me time back. Wait, wasn't it this kid's birthday last month? Visit instacart.com to get free delivery on your first order. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $10. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to All Out 2000s, the biggest songs of the 2000s. Brought to you by Twisted Metal, a new high-octane action comedy original series streaming now only on Peacock.
Hey, Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Rap Caviar,
The freshest hip-hop songs on the rawest playlist ever. Generated by Spotify and brought to you by Google Pixel. Celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. It's all G.
Listen to the new releases from Lily Palmer, Amber Bruce, and Korolova. The guest list playlist curated by Tomorrowland Music.
Listen on Spotify.
I performed in Lethbridge, Alberta. Lethbridge. If you don't know anything about Lethbridge, don't feel bad. Neither do people in Lethbridge. I asked them, I was like, hey, what should I know about Lethbridge? And they're like, oh. Is there anything I should know about Lethbridge? Calgary's 2 hours away. Is this like a temporary city? Did everyone just show up a month ago? We got like a bridge. A lot of those Western Canadian cities have a bridge that they tell you about. We got the longest land bridge over the smallest body of water. I don't know if you should brag about that. That sounds like a mistake. An engineering error. We got a highway with no exits. That might be on purpose. Yeah. Kitchener, I had schnitzel. Kitchener, or as I refer to it, Berlin. Because Kitchener is very German, right? Any Germans here? Yeah? That's about the extent of German pride. It helps that we're in the dark. I don't want to lose my job. That's worldwide. I was in Vienna, Austria, and they were like insistent that they were not German. We're not German. We're not German. We're totally different. I mean, we speak German, and our, our culture's German, but, and in every war we fought with Germany, but we're not German. I almost believe you.
Hey, this joke's on the first CD, but I added a new line, so I can't fucking rob you of this one. I got an ant farm, them fellas didn't grow shit. I said, come on, what about some celery? You fuckers don't farm. Plus, if I tore your legs off, you would look like snowmen. That's the part that's not on the old CD. Hey, you can smoke in Minnesota clubs, right? Can you? You can. I can. Oh, who the fuck am I? Mitch Hedberg, that's right. I like to smoke a pipe because it's the punchline indicator. Whenever I take a hit of the pipe, you fuckers should be laughing. Not yet, though. I haven't said shit. I'll give you an example. You know when they show someone on TV washing their hair under a waterfall? That's fucking bullshit, man. Because that thing would knock you on your ass. No, you didn't laugh? All right. Who's that guy who's got the cool laugh up here? I hope that fucker's mic'd. I hate for this show to go unnoticed. Only problem with having a distinctive laugh is I know exactly when you're not laughing. Oh, distinctive laugh doesn't think that joke was funny. Yeah, so I think we should only get 3 honks a month on the car horn because people honk the car horn too much. 3 honks, that's the limit. And then someone cuts you off, you press your horn, nothing happens. You're like, shit, I wish I went to see Ricky on the sidewalk.
I hate when I get off an elevator on the wrong floor. You ever do that? Then you gotta hop back on and face those people? I feel like I owe everybody in there an explanation. Like they're all going, hey, here's the big idiot getting back on. Doesn't know where the hell he is in life. And you step off for a second, then you hop back on. Oh. Thought that was the second floor. Looks just like the second floor. The same wallpaper and plant and everything. Everything's the same, except for that big number 5. You look at it quick, it's like a 2, and I was looking at it quick, you know? Looking at it too quick, probably. What's that weird face people make to each other when they're waiting for an elevator, and then other people walk up? Everybody looks at each other and does this with the face, You're just throwing the eyebrows up there. Okay. There you go. It's like, I see ya, but I ain't got nothing to say to you. That's about all the greeting I can muster for you right now. Hey, welcome to the area. Hey, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for doing that with your eyebrows. I've never felt so welcome. It's weird what people can do with their face. Have you ever been talking to somebody who's smoking? They don't want to blow the smoke at you. But you're talking with them, so they don't want to be rude and look away, so they pull like that weird rubber face move, you know? They suck it in. I'm listening. And then the lips start moving over, you know. What are you, Popeye? What the hell was that? Smoke just came out of the back of your head. You're a volcano!
I came here this week to record my new album. I figure there's 7 shows this week. At some point, I'll be recording my new album. I'm looking around tonight. It's not gonna be this one. What do I start with? What am I gonna start with? Oh, right. Here's the funny thing about abortion. I'm talking about abortion for a specific reason. And first of all, don't freak out if I talk about abortion. Don't you dare. Abortion happens all the time. It's part of our popular culture. The Plan B pill is available over the counter. You can buy the Plan B pill the night before, which kind of makes it the Plan A pill. But I'm going to talk about abortion because Tim Tebow talked about abortion. The quarterback for the University of Florida had a Super Bowl commercial about abortion. And before the ad ran, there was a very big controversy. A lot of people were saying, what's Tim Tebow going to say about abortion? I had a slightly different reaction. I said, who the fuck cares what Tim Tebow has to say about abortion? He's the quarterback for the University of Florida. Really, is that who a young lady consults before an abortion? Is that part of the decision-making process? Should I keep my baby? What would a quarterback do in this situation? Possibly get a girl pregnant and make her get an abortion is what a quarterback could do, but the ad, like, why was he even in that commercial? I don't understand. Why was the cast of Jersey Shore busy? Like, I don't understand why he was in that ad. And the premise of the ad, it said that if Tim Tebow had been aborted, he never would have won the Heisman Trophy. In fairness, that part's great logic. You can't argue with the logic behind that. It at least would have been difficult. I don't want to say impossible. Weird things happen in sports all the time. Maybe one day an aborted fetus will grow up to win the Heisman. Wouldn't that be an exciting day in the world of sports? That would be the ultimate underdog story, wouldn't it? We would all root for the fetus. It wouldn't matter what team he played for. Michigan would root for Ohio State. Go fetus! It'd be exciting. The ad said that because he won the Heisman, it was a good decision that Tim Tebow was not aborted. Not because he grew up to be a good person. Not important. Not because he grew up to have a loving family. Didn't matter. Because he grew up to win the Heisman Trophy. That made it a good decision he wasn't aborted. And here's my issue with that. You know who else won the Heisman? O.J. Simpson. So maybe we should wait like 30 years and then make the judgment call. Because he aborted 2 other people, and you can't... You're not all with me. That's okay. You're not all going to be with me. You ever have a professor at the beginning of a semester will sit you down all serious, be like, look to the left of you. Now look to the right of you. One of the 3 of you will not be here when this is over. My act can be like that, but... I always wondered at the really dumb schools, that like, look to the left of you. Now look to the right of you. That makes 3 people. Leave it at that. Two types of people in this room. People who were laughing and people who were trying to figure out who the third person is. Just all pissed off there's math at the show.
I had a hard time growing up, you know. I was never the class clown in school, you know. Class clown was always the mean guy who walks in the room, was like, "You're fat, you're gay, I'm out of here," you know. And I was always a little fat and a little gay. I never got along with that guy. He was this guy, Kenny. It was a real guy, and not to be crude, but he would pull his dick out in gym class, and he'd hit people with it like it was a wet towel. And they would cheer. They'd be like, "He hit me," you know. "Kenny's hilarious." And I was like, "He's not hilarious. He's elastic." And that is not a skill. That is an attribute. I ain't got no love for attributes. I never said that, but I thought it later after my Jay-Z phase in college. I was always the kid who things happened to. Because I was always afraid of everything. Like every summer, my friends would go to Old Mill Pond and they would jump out of a 30-foot tree into a pond. And I never partook in this because I knew that I'm not jump out of the tree guy. You know, like I know that doesn't play to my skill set. My skills, if you're wondering, include making English muffin pizzas, microwaving hot chocolate, dipping English muffin pizzas in hot chocolate. But one summer I went up in the tree, and just to see what it would look like, and one of my friends, Matt, was like, "Dude, you gotta jump." And I was like, "Oh, no, thank you." And he was like, "What's the worst thing that can happen? It's only water." Which is really flawed logic, because historically a lot of terrible things have happened in water. Drowning, shark attacks, bad sex. But he made an argument that in Boston, where I'm from, is irrefutable. He was like, "Do it." And so I jumped out of the tree, and for a few seconds there, I was feeling pretty good. I was like, maybe I am jump out of the tree guy, you know, like, I'm gonna go celebrate with an English muffin pizza. And then two things happened simultaneously as I hit the water. One is that my back landed on the water at a flat plane, and it made a gunshot noise. The second is that about 9 gallons of water rushed so far up my ass, it felt like it was coming out of my mouth. It was like a back alley colonoscopy from Dr. Oldmill, whose instruments had been sterilized in frog piss and pond scum, and I'm underwater, and I can hear laughter above the surface of the water. And I knew that when you hear that level of volume when you're underwater, that it's loud, you know, and I started to question those friendships. I was like, I'm not sure these people are my friends, you know. But they are still my friends. And that's sad.
I'm not pregnant. My wife, I haven't talked to her in an hour. You know, but we got 5 kids, and that seems like a lot. And frankly, it's too many. It is a lot, but what am I gonna do now? It's not like they come with free return shipping. I love having 5 kids. I travel with them because I don't want to be away from them, and also I enjoy the look on waitstaff's faces when I walk in with my family. Because my kids are 5, 6, 8, 11, and 13, and we walked into a restaurant in Dallas, and I saw a waitress look at me and my family and quit her job. I mean, she could have been getting off her shift. I just saw her look at us and throw down her apron and storm off. And I felt like we won. But I like being a dad, you know. I try and do one-on-one time with each of my kids, but it's hard because I travel and there's a lot of them. So sometimes that special daddy and me time is just doing something mundane, like going with me to the post office. It's like, that's right, buddy, just you and me. Going to find out why we got this damn slip on our door. Stick that in the memory bank. My dad, always making time for me. Squeezing me into errands. I remember walking to the post office and listening to him bitch and moan about the federal government. What a guy. Try to be a good dad. I got my kids a dog. I rescued a dog. Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's not like the dog was drowning. The dog wasn't a victim of sex trafficking. I just went in a building, gave a guy money, and got a dog. That's how I rescued it. After that, I rescued a pizza. I had to wait to rescue the dog because the dog was in Jamaica. I don't know if it was on vacation. But I rescued a dog from paradise so it could live in my crowded New York City apartment. Sometimes I put the leash on the dog and it looks at me like, I used to run on the beach. And now I sleep in a cage. My only hope is that one day you'll get rescued. But rescue is the language of today, right? And we mean adoption. Now, people don't even say they own dogs. Now people say they're a dog parent. But I feel like dogs are different from kids. Like, you never hear a parent say, you know, my son had some behavior problems, so we gave him to a friend who had a farm upstate. And we can run around and we'll visit him on weekends. Jim, you're a monster.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Hey, sweetie, what do you think of our new car from Carvana?
Think it can handle our busy family?
Well, we have 7 days to see. First, we can take the scenic route to the beach and stargaze through the moonroof. We'll see if your drums fit in the trunk. Then we can pick up Mommy's friends and check out that legroom. And we should really visit Grandma. She's getting up there.
That's like a whole lifetime in 7 days.
And like one busy family.
With our 7-day money-back guarantee, you can confidently shop for cars 100% online. Visit Carvana.com for all terms and conditions. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Hello and welcome to The Kroger Show. At Kroger, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Kroger app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery that you do in-store with no hidden fees or markups. And now, shop today and get $15 off your first pickup or delivery order. So whether you're a delivery lover, picker-upper, or you shop in-store, you'll always save big at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I saw a moose. Have you seen him? I saw a moose in person. I mean, or in moose. I'm a person who saw a moose. And I tell you, I don't feel like I was ready. I don't know how big I thought a moose was gonna be, but I was way off. I was way off. It was huge. And I feel like I should have been warned. Like, someone should have been like, you might see a moose, get ready. But my friend was like, you might see a moose, have fun. Like it was a butterfly or something. Hopefully you'll see a moose. So I was like in shock when I saw it. I was like, wow, whoa, are they shooting a Star Wars movie up here? How many people are in that moose costume? At least 3. It was huge. It was the size of like a transformer. It was gigantic. And then my friend was like, don't get close, it'll kill you. What? At that moment, I realized my moose knowledge didn't exist. I knew nothing about moose. Like, my moose knowledge comes from cartoons. In cartoons, moose are like, hey, how you doing? But in real life, they're like, I'm gonna kill you! How did that translate? Never hear moose in those animal songs, right? The cow goes moo, the cat goes meow, the moose goes, I'm gonna stomp you to death. Did you know that the plural of moose is Reginas? That surprised me. Wasn't ready for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Reed.
Yeah! Yeah! We did it! Look at you! I'm excited too! Good to be here. Look at you good-looking people, man. I don't know if you could tell, I had a little sippy last night, a little too much. And I never heard of stuff. Malort. What is? I was like, I was telling a boy, some guy's like, can I get you a drink, Malort? Just call me John, but yeah, I'll take a Malort. So yeah, I love Chicago, man. I'm happy you guys came. It's good to see beautiful people, smiling faces. With all your teeth and their bright whites.
And that's cool doing comedy because I get to travel. I travel all over the world doing comedy. I was in Nebraska for some reason. I noticed that some of the airports, they don't have enough security. One airport didn't even have a real metal detector. It was just a lady standing there with an attitude. He looked like he got something. Beep. Did you just say beep? This is gonna stop me. Excuse me, Michael Jr., we're gonna have to use a wand on you. I was like, all right, that's cool, and I spread my arms out. This little dude named Juan came over and started frisking me.
Of course, our TVs are now filled up with election stuff. I don't know why anyone would ever want to be the president of the United States. I wouldn't want that job in a million years. Can you imagine being awakened every morning like this? Problems. All kinds of problems. But people are seeking it out. People I've never seen before, behind podiums. And the very first thing they say, I'm already confused. I'm forming a presidential exploratory committee. Oh, are ya? What the hell is that? Is that committee gonna come back with information that guy wasn't aware of? Okay, here's what we found out. It's a 4-year job. 4 years? Yeah, and you gotta be in charge of everything. Well, I don't wanna do that. It's a good thing you sent us out first. We met Lewis and Clark out on our expedition.
I knew Abby wanted to get married, and I knew I wasn't ready for it, but I couldn't say it. I remember thinking maybe I should break up with Abby, and then I thought maybe I'll eat dinner. So we never dealt with it until we went to my brother Joe's wedding. Now, if you're ever in a relationship that seems to be moving towards marriage and you're not ready for it to go in that direction, don't go to my brother Joe's wedding. Because it'll come up. You know, I remember we were taking these family photos and my mother pulled me into this photo and she said, Michael, do you want Abby in the photo? And I said, yes, but there was a slight pause. And there's a reason there was a pause. That week I had just gotten back from my first month on the road as a comedian. I'd driven Abby's mint green Taurus across the country. I'd performed at the seediest comedy clubs, stayed at the worst hotels, much worse than La Quinta Inn, and I loved it. It was exactly what I wanted to do. And one night I'm backstage at this club and this waitress comes back and she said, you know, I just got back from my other job, which is at Hooters, which is crazy because one of my boobs is bigger than the other. Isn't that crazy? And I was like, yeah. And she said, do you want to see them? Now, what I should have said was that's probably not a great idea. What I did say was, yeah. Now, whenever something this out of the ordinary has occurred in my life, there's a part of my brain that's convinced this is a setup of some kind, you know, like she'll pull out her boobs and be like, what do you think, math jockey? You know, is one of the boobs greater than the other? But I said to myself, I go, Mike, you are not gonna give up your relationship with a girl who sees your secret special skill for a girl whose one boob is greater than the other. And I said to her, I go, actually, I shouldn't be here because I have a girlfriend. And she said, don't worry, I know the drill. Which blew my mind because I did not know the drill. I was like, what is the drill? How can I find out more about this drill? But I knew I shouldn't be there, and so I left the situation. And about 4 hours later, after several drinks, I re-entered the situation. And I found myself in the back of Abby's mint green Taurus with this girl. I know. I'm in the future also. And the next day I drove home and I felt like I couldn't breathe. You know, I felt guilt and shame, but I also felt like this kind of thing might happen again. And I knew I shouldn't be getting married. And we're at my brother Joe's wedding, and my mother says, do you want Abby in the photo? And I said, yes, but there was a pause. And later that night when we got home, Abby said, why was there that pause? And I go, oh, you know me, I pause, I'm a pauser. And she said, if we're not gonna get married, I go, of course we're gonna get married. And she said, when? Now, what I should have said was, can we talk about this next summer? What I did say was, next summer. And she called everyone we knew and told them we were getting married. And that's how I got engaged. Without getting engaged.
I think they could take sesame seeds out the market and I wouldn't even care. I can't imagine 5 years from now saying, damn, remember sesame seeds? What happened? All the buns are blank. They're gonna have to change that McDonald's song. 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a bun. How's a sesame seed stick to a bun? That's fucking magical. There's got to be some sesame seed glue out there. Either that or they're adhesive on one side. Take the sesame seed out, remove the backing, and place it on the bun. Now your bun will look spectacular. What does a sesame seed grow into? I don't know. We never give him a chance. What the fuck is a sesame? It's a street. It's a way to open shit. You think when the guy came up with the idea to invent a bong, a black light popped up over his head? I shouldn't do this joke because it's gonna ruin my cover, but I like the FedEx driver because he's a drug dealer and he don't even know it. And he's always on time. I remixed the remix, it was back to normal.
Of course, poutine. Oh my gosh, poutine. At this point, are there any Canadian restaurants that don't serve poutine? I picked one up at, what was it? It was a Booster Juice. It's like, yeah, I had the kale poutine smoothie. It was delicious. Poutine. I know some of you pronounce it poutine, but you're still saying poo. I love poutine, and I eat unhealthy, and some would say I built a career out of eating unhealthy. But you know, poutine, it's a little irresponsible. I mean, after all, I don't want to die. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like someone was just trying to make French fries more unhealthy. Well, what if we cover it in everything that causes heart disease? Let's do it. We have free health care. In Edmonton, I had pierogi poutine. Yeah, I had to sign a waiver and everything. It's the first food I had to provide emergency contact for. It was delicious, but do we need pierogi poutine? Has anyone ever eaten poutine and been like, you know what this needs? Carbs. Poutine. It's fascinating. It started in Quebec, right? And now it's everywhere in Canada. But you know there was probably a part of Canada that was like, wait a minute, we're as a country, we're going with the French fry thing? Not salmon or beaver tail? I guess that's better than syrup. Did you know that poutine in French means Vladimir Putin? I'm just saying.
It's all about communicating. My favorite question. 6 months we're married. I'm leaving the house. I got golf clubs on my shoulder. I got golf shoes in my hand. I'm walking through my living room, and every woman in this room knows what my wife asked me. Where are you going? It's only married a few months. I looked at her. I said, I'm going bowling, Columbo. That would be the wrong answer. 2 hours later, I was still in my living room. Come on, baby, please, just tell me what this is about. You hurry, honey, I can make the back nine. Come on. It's about the right answer, that's what it's about. It's about knowing why your beautiful, intelligent wife would ask such a ridiculous question. Today, 20 years later, if I'm leaving my house with golf clubs on my shoulder and golf shoes in my hand, and I'm walking through my living room and my wife goes, where you going? Oh, I'm gonna put these in the car, honey, then I'm gonna come back and mow our lawn. That's where I'm going. Right.
Watch everybody, man. I also watch vehicles. If some cars could talk, they would have some serious complaints. Like a Geo Metro. Look at me, man, I'm a Geo Metro. I'm one of the smallest vehicles on the market. Why the biggest human being in the world got to buy me? We the same size. Can I get a ride once in a while? Then after that, some black people bought me. I'm about to run out of gas. I just added that just now. I don't know why.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
At Amica, auto insurance comes with empathy. That means we know the most important part of the car is the driver. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
I can count on
The new crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver only has 3.2 carbs and 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like all the fun of Sunday night movie marathons, but none of the where did I put the remote drama. Like all the hot days, but none of the warm drinks. Heineken Silver always ends on a high note and never on a bitter one. That's all the taste with no bitter endings. Click here to order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Wow. Man, that is a huge honor. I cannot thank you enough. I really appreciate it. Wow. New York City. It's the only city in the world where people say, please tell me the Pope is gone. Yeah, I don't know, man. New Yorkers, if you get in an elevator anywhere else in the world, people press lobby. You get in an elevator in New York City, people press lobby, door closed, 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 door closed. And if you've never seen that button, it's the one completely worn away.
Started seeing a therapist a few years ago, and I had this really awkward thing happen where she showed up at one of my shows uninvited, and one of the other comedians saw her. He didn't know it was my therapist, and he was like, "That woman looks crazy." It really hurt my feelings, you know? I felt like he had made fun of my mom, like he had told a yo therapist joke. Like, yo therapist so crazy, she interpreting her own dreams. Your therapist so cheap, she already spent your copay. One time I was seeing my therapist and our session ended and she was like, the time is up. And I was like, oh, no, I have many more problems. And she was like, no, you have to leave because there's other people waiting. And I'm like, oh, I think that's part of my problem. I don't realize there's other people. But she was like, you know, one thing you might